Hiding from the Council is Book 2 in the Daughters of the Warlock series. Written by Maggie Shaw. Published by Harley Romance Publishing, 2021. Chapter 1. It had been too long since I'd spoken to my sisters. Sending messages to them was dangerous, for them and for me, but I couldn't leave them in radio silence any longer. So, as I languished in a fey realm, in my own little cottage, I picked up a pen and set it to magical paper. Dearest Bella and Courtney, I miss you both and hope you're well. Things have gone terribly wrong here and I'm in hiding. The council wants me dead, but luckily I have some friends that are helping me. I can't tell you any more than that, for your own safety. But please stay in the realm, study, train, protect yourself, and I will contact you as soon as I can. All my love, forever, Ava. Unfortunately, I kept the letter vague, so if it was discovered, it could not be traced back to me. However, maybe it was still too much. I chewed my bottom lip and decided to rewrite the letter, leaving their names off it. And mine. Finally satisfied, I folded the piece of paper I'd written the letter on 4 times over and closed my eyes. My love for my sisters knew no bounds, so as I chanted the spell the Fae had taught me for transport and focused on where my sisters were, the paper burned up within my hand and disappeared from sight. I sighed. I hoped they received the letter. I hoped they understood. I still felt wretched for not being able to talk to them directly, to explain all that was going on. The fact that I was nowhere to be found as far as my sisters were concerned must have dragged on them. I couldn't go to them and risk being followed, not yet. I wasn't powerful enough to protect them, or myself, against the council. I also couldn't protect them against the man who hunted me. The head of the council guard. The face that still haunted my dreams even now. Tavlor. Something inside my chest and much lower down clenched at the mere thought of the half-warlock Fae. I hadn't heard from him in a while, which was probably a good thing. He did want to turn me into the council. But it was his job to hunt for me, and even though the councillors hated Tavlor, hated what he was, he followed their orders without question like the good soldier he was. God, he was beautiful. A strong, magical, half-breed man with more loyalty, love, and mixed-up emotions than anyone I'd ever met. From the moment I'd seen him, I wanted him. Like no one I'd met before, nor met since. Something about him called to me, connected me to him. I'd never felt like this before. Unfortunately, my mother, who passed recently, never warned me about this sort of sensation either. I had no idea if he felt the same way I did, despite a singularly hot kiss we'd shared. My father, the High Warlock, had lied about my parentage and stood by while they passed the sentence to execute me. How could he be on my side? Granted, standing up for me would force the council to strip him of everything he owned and relegate him to the status of a war criminal. There was a chance that he was pretending not to care about me, but I couldn't believe anything anymore. Not when so many people had already lied to me, including my mother. Tavlor was no more trustworthy. He'd been the one to arrest me, and had turned a blind eye to my interrogation and incarceration. Abigail said my father and Tavlor had helped her rescue me, but Tavlor hadn't come to see me since that fateful day, and neither had my father. I had been in a strange realm completely alone, with no idea what was going on, no idea who was after me and who I could and couldn't trust. It had been weeks since the day I'd been sentenced to death. When my world had gone from being the secret heir to the High Warlock, a powerful and happy witch, to hell in a handbasket in a matter of hours. I still couldn't believe how fast everything had turned. The locket around my neck heated my skin and I laughed at her timing. My mother always knew when to speak. Yes, Mother? I told you, Ava. I told you they would never accept you. That your life would be in danger if they found out who you were. I rolled my eyes. Yes, she had told me. And I hadn't believed her. More fool me. The thing was, my mother was bossy. I was always expected to listen because she was my mother and she knew better than me. But it was difficult to trust someone when they had been keeping things from me my whole life. And now, when it would be nice to have someone to talk to, she decided to remind me how right she was and how wrong I was. "I know, Mother," I snapped, playing with the chain of the locket and debating whether or not I should remove the necklace. "You don't need to keep repeating the same thing over and over again." She had been right, obviously, but I had innocently and rather naively thought that the council would accept me when they met me. And of course, once my father stood up for me and stood beside me. He was the High Warlock, after all. But he hadn't, not at all. Now they wanted me dead. All because my father was the key to the council's power, and they didn't want that power going anywhere but to a person of their choosing. A person of their breeding and makeup. Not a person like me. I was not their choice. I was a wild card. So, despite my own magical power that was allegedly unsurpassed in their realm, they wouldn't accept me. And that was the part that didn't make sense. I was powerful, more so than I'd realized, so obviously a powerful High Warlock was not what they craved. They wanted submission. Obedience. Unfortunately for them, and for me to a degree, I was my mother's daughter, and that was never going to happen. I would never bend the knee to them, when they were so obviously corrupt. Maybe my father chose to do that, but I wouldn't. Which made me a threat in their eyes. A threat they needed to remove. "Well," my mother said, interrupting my thoughts, "how is your training going with the Fey mages?" The Fey mages were the only people I'd met in the Fey realm. They were the only reason I held onto my sanity. If I had been left alone with no one but my mother for company, I would have gone insane. "It's going well," I said. My mother's laugh filled my head as the locket around my neck buzzed with her energy. I sighed, flaring my nostrils. There was nothing funny about what I said, and yet this subject always amused her. I never thought the Fae would help a witch. I almost rolled my eyes at her total lack of understanding and bigotry. She was nearly as bad as Mallory back in the magic realm. "They're not that different to us, Mother," I reminded her. I was tired of repeating the same thing over and over again. "Except they are immortal. And that makes them dangerous." "Maybe, but no more than the witches and warlocks I've met," I pointed out. I stretched my legs under the small desk, leaning my back against the chair. "Plus, the Fae who have helped me so far have done so against their own safety, and at great risk to themselves and their people." I still didn't understand why they chose to help me when they didn't have to. Mother went silent, and I let go of the locket hanging around my neck. I didn't want to deal with talking to her right now. I didn't need her judgment ringing through my head. Footsteps approached, and I turned in my chair to look at the doorway to my small cabin, and saw Abigail walking toward me. She was tiny, with braided dark brown hair, and an innocent look about her gorgeous face that was truly deceiving. She was the one I'd gone up against in my trial. The one to accidentally uncover my power in front of the council. Despite her appearance, she was as powerful as me, and 100 years older with that much more experience. I was lucky that she was willing to help me. "Hey Abigail," I said when she came into the living room. "Any news from Tavlor?" Abigail looked at me for a long time. I hoped I wasn't blushing and giving my feelings away. Finally, she nodded. "I have heard from him," she said. "He is searching the human world at the moment, pretending to be looking for you. But I think he will be here soon. He wants to see you in person." My cheeks heated like a summer sun, and I looked away, not sure how to handle the sudden intense amount of embarrassment flooding through me. Oh well. What could I say? I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Did he want to see me because he missed me, or because he wanted to kill me? I had to hope, and assume, that Abigail wouldn't lead him to me if he wished me harm. Abigail chuckled and touched my hand to get my attention. "The mage Horlo is ready for you. He has been wanting to teach you some protection spells for the fights he believes you will soon be in." Had he had a vision? I needed to speak to him. "Thanks. Where is he?"
"In the main eating area."
She gestured behind her toward the door in the woods. "He is getting some lunch if you are hungry." On cue, my stomach rumbled. I loved food, but what was produced here was better than that. I wasn't sure what to call it, but food felt like an understatement. That sounds like a great idea, thanks. I hadn't realized how much time had passed since I'd sat down to write a letter to my sisters after breakfast. Time was different here, though that wasn't exactly a bad thing. I stood to follow her. "How are you doing?" Abigail was one of the few people I actually considered a friend. She had saved me when I was locked up, and she was protecting me now. We chatted as we left the small abode where I was being kept, and stepped out into the rich forestry that surrounded us. The sun was high, but it wasn't blinding. The air was cool and refreshing. I took a deep breath and filled my lungs with crisp, clean air. It almost reminded me of the place my mother had carved out for all of us to live in, completely isolated from people and pollution. It had been lonely at times, but I missed it, looking back now. The Fae lived within several large kingdoms, all structured like massive towns, with lots of security and little crime. I'd felt safe immediately upon arriving here, even though I was worried I would be found out. The whole community functioned on the premise of helping one another, sharing their food, their jobs, the raising of the children. Humans and warlocks alike could learn a lot from these ancient people. The main eating area was 10 times the size of my cottage, and already filled with people. There were spots to eat outside, and the Fae who lived here were sitting and talking quietly amongst themselves. Abigail and I stepped into one of the large eating halls, where tables were laid out with huge banquets of food. More Fae sat around talking and eating. They didn't even look at me, which was a good thing. I didn't feel out of place. I could blend in and not receive any unwanted attention. My stomach tightened, and my mouth began to water as the scent of the food wafted toward me. I licked my lips. "I'm still getting used to the richness of the food here," I admitted. Abigail chuckled. "Did your mother cook badly?" I laughed. "Well, she never really cooked. We had servants." Now that I thought about it, her magic created and controlled all of the servants, so did that mean that my mother technically had cooked for us? I shook myself, not wanting to focus on the past, nor the questions my mother's untimely death had left behind. I could still feel the locket against my skin, and I was glad it remained silent even now. I cleared my throat and got in line. Either way, I love the food here. It's just different to what I've eaten my whole life. Abigail handed me a faded orange tray from the banquet table before grabbing one for herself. I made myself a plate quickly before thanking her. As much as I wanted to sit and eat lunch with her, Horlo wanted to see me, and I couldn't reject an invitation from him. He had been teaching me since I arrived here, and it still felt like an honor each time he let me come back and learn more. Nearby, Mage Horlo held up his hand, catching my eye from where he sat with 3 other Fae men. His long silver hair hung down his back, while his face held the wrinkles of age and time. His eyes did not. They were vivacious and clever, and didn't miss a thing. His still strong body was encased in his training attire, which reminded me of comfortable white pajamas. I smiled, walking over to them, and sat down. "Hello everyone," I said, my face flushed. I set my food down and grabbed my utensils. The pointed-eared, gorgeous men murmured their greetings, but barely paused in their eating. My stomach flipped a little as I took a bite of the stew. It was richly seasoned and oiled with flavors I had never tasted before coming here. I didn't know how they made any of the food, nor what meats the stews consisted of, and I didn't ask. In such cases, it was often better not to know. But God, it was good. "What are we doing today, Horlo?" I asked after swallowing a large bite of potato and sage. Mage Horlo smiled at me. "You will find out soon enough," he said. "Eat and then we will go." The conversation flowed around me, and I found myself relaxing in a way I hadn't allowed myself to do in years. It was nice being surrounded by people who didn't care who I was, or what I was, or anything else. My mother's illness had caused so many issues in the years preceding her death. Then her passing, followed quickly by my imprisonment in the magic realm, was a whirlwind of emotion I was still recovering from. My life had been fast and grief-filled for so long, it was nice to simply be calm and still. and strangely content despite my situation. I ate the fresh vegetables and meat, relishing every morsel as I swallowed them down, then cleared our plates away. When I returned to the table, Horlo was waiting for me. "Shall we go?" He indicated to the door, and together we walked outside, toward one of the many training arenas. The Fae were a fantastic combination of magic, spiritual understanding, and warrior combat skills. I had magical skill and untampered power, but I didn't know physical combat, and my mother had kept so much from me in terms of actual intellect concerning magic. I was lucky he agreed to train me in the first place. It was no wonder the witches and warlocks found the Fae people to be a threat. They lived 10 times as long as any warlock, and could accumulate 10 times the knowledge if they so chose. It was amazing that the Fae had not taken over the magic realm and tried to usurp the power of the council. Chapter 2. Once we reached a training area in the woods, Horlo stopped. It was simply a cleared, flat area, with an earth floor and trees all around. It was beautiful, serene, and calm. I couldn't imagine a better place to tap into my magical powers. "Today, I would like to work on several protection spells," Horlo said, his rich voice vibrating in the air around me. "Several?" I repeated, surprised he wanted to spend so much time with me. Usually we got in a single lesson, physical, magical, or spiritual, then Horlo was off doing whatever it was he did for the rest of the day. He was always busy. He nodded, very matter-of-factly. "Yes. I believe you will be leaving us soon, so you need to be as prepared as possible for the onslaught of magic coming your way." My eyebrows shot up my forehead. "Leaving soon? How do you know this?" I asked. I hoped I wasn't disrespectful with my tone, but this was news to me. Had he heard from Tavlor as well? Horlo shook his head. "Call it intuition," he murmured, and I knew that would be my only explanation. I swallowed down my angry response. I loosened the fists at my sides. This powerful man was teaching me things that no witch or warlock could or would, so I needed to stay respectful of his gift. He was doing this for my own good. He wasn't like my mother, who purposefully hid things from me in order to keep me from asking questions and discovering who I really was. There was a reason for his avoidance. "All right." Horlo actually laughed, which surprised me. The Fae were not the laughing kind of people, especially not Horlo. "I know you want to know everything, Ava, but you are young and powerful and need to learn patience," he said. I snorted through my nose. "Yeah, I agree with you there," I said, although waiting 23 years to escape my mother's realm showed I was plenty patient. And respectful. "What you need to know for yourself is that you're capable of anything," he said. "Your emotions, your reactions, also dictate how you handle your magic. It's why I like practicing outside. It's peaceful out here. It's hard to get angry about anything when you're here." I nodded. "When you get distracted, when you get emotional, that's where you make the most mistakes," he said. "It's okay. You are like most. But you need to get a handle on it, or it will be a detriment to your education." I chose to wait and not ask more questions. He would tell me when he thought I was ready. What he was already telling me was more than he usually did. "What sort of mental barriers do you have up at the moment?" he asked as he walked around the area slowly. My mouth dropped open. "Ah. I'm not sure what you mean," I replied. The breeze tickled the back of my neck. The leaves of the trees whispered around us, singing a soothing song. If my guard was up, I didn't realize it. I'd been told by Tavlor that I had decent mental shields in place, but I wouldn't know how to describe them to Horlo. They were natural, not particularly curated. I tried to call them up on my own, but I wasn't sure if the magic listened to me or not. I couldn't feel anything either way. "Perhaps it is better that I show you." Horlo spoke casting words and tilted his head forward, keeping eye contact with me. My mind filled with the image of people dying from mortal wounds, all around me. The clang of metal blades meeting rang in the air like bells. I twirled around, pressing the palms of my hands to my temples, aghast to watch the horror before my eyes. And then it was all gone, and I was back in the forest, the coolness of the air wrapping around my heated skin. I gasped loudly, needing to catch my balance. My head spun. I put a hand to my chest, feeling the pounding of my heart within my breast. I swallowed, my mouth was dry. I took a breath, then another, trying to steady myself. "Oh my God," I said. "What did you do?" I struggled to breathe. Was this some kind of vision? Or was this all Warlock? I conjured a bench seat. My knees gave way and I dropped down, staring up at Warlock in dismay. He tsked and shook his head as though disappointed. How could your mother not teach you any mental barrier techniques? Even though he was referring to me, it sounded as though he was muttering to himself. She didn't teach it, so to speak. We had natural barriers, she said, I said, feeling compelled to answer. But I don't seem to have any defenses against your particular skills. The locket around my neck began to vibrate with heat, but I ignored my mother's call. More than likely she would be shouting back some defense. What was that in my head, Warlock? I asked him. He shrugged. Some of my memories, he said. Nothing too personal or offensive to you. I gaped at him. Seriously? He clearly must not have realized what he had just shown me. He'd lived through wars like that? Poor man. He seemed to dismiss my concerns and instead looked at me with pity in his eyes. We Fae are taught this technique from very young, Ava. You must guard your mind at all times from spells that would seek to harm you in the worst ways. I could have projected any image into your mind and taken away your ability to think, to see. You wouldn't have known if those images were real or not. I nodded, swallowing hard. Obviously, this was an area of training that my mother had neglected, or it wasn't a tool our kind used, so she hadn't known to teach us. Either way, I needed to learn. Will you teach me how? I asked as I stood up and waved my hand, making my park bench disappear into the ether from whence it came. Yes, of course. And I will also do a physical training session with you, guarding against offensive spells that I know witches like to use. These words brought a smile to my face. I liked the physicality lessons. They made me feel like I was making a real difference in my arsenal. Thank you. I would love that. Warlock began to talk, explaining everything I needed to know about this new technique and how to apply it. We spent hours together, and by the end of the afternoon, my head pounded with new knowledge and my muscles ached from the spellcasting workout he'd given me. I wanted nothing more than to take a long, hot bath. When I staggered toward my accommodations, I was strangely happy, yet a low whisper of unease worked its way through me. Warlock had ramped up his lessons for a reason, and that meant that only too soon he expected me to have to use them. When I got back to my cottage, my entire body brimmed with energy. I paced back and forth, arms gesturing wildly, as I recounted the protection spells I'd learned from Warlock. I needed to know them, inside and out. I had to become as proficient with them as if I had performed them my whole life. I thought I might consider taking that bath I wanted, but I couldn't force myself to relax even though I tried. Someone knocked on my door. Relief rushed through me at being disturbed from my own thoughts. "Come in," I exclaimed. Abigail stepped through the door, the smile on her face nothing short of spectacular, her green eyes sparkling like the starlit sky. "What's going on?" I asked her, closing the door behind us. I wasn't sure if this was a good visit or a bad one. She had always been difficult to read. "I have a visitor for you." She gestured to the door. "We might want to let him in, considering he's not someone you want roaming about." I quickly opened the door. A tall figure in a hooded robe stood in the area outside my cabin, a few feet away. My breath caught in my throat. Tavlor. His name felt like a prayer, and because of that feeling I loved saying it. "What are you doing here?" I glanced behind him and managed to kick my lips up into a smile. "Are you alone? Or are the guards here to arrest me again?" I grinned at him to show I was joking, as I was sure his Warlock side would know. I knew Abigail wouldn't have let me get arrested by any of the guard. If she brought Tavlor here, she did it because she knew he was alone. "May I come in?" he asked, ignoring my joke. His voice was cold and clipped, as though we were nothing more than strangers. My heart panged, but I ignored the feeling. I gestured to the small room. "Of course." "I'll leave you to it," Abigail said, and before I could stop her, she shut the door after stepping out. My face heated with fire, and I cleared my throat. I made sure to lock the door. I didn't want anyone stumbling on Tavlor in my cottage. I wasn't sure how the other Fae would feel about him being here. I didn't want to lose their trust after I tried so hard to earn it. But I wasn't going to lie and say I didn't want Tavlor here. The room, which contained my bed and a small couch, suddenly seemed tiny. Tavlor was huge by human proportions, and his aura filled any space around him. "Please have a seat," I said, gesturing to the couch while I plonked down on my bed cross-legged, anxious to put some space between us. It was strange. I wanted to be close, but being close felt as though he was smothering me. Distance allowed me to breathe a little easier. If I didn't take the proper precautions, I was liable to kiss him, or strangle him for leaving me hanging for so long. I hadn't decided which desire was stronger yet. Hell, I might do both. Tavlor glanced around and then lowered onto the couch. I almost laughed watching him perch on the edge, his back ramrod straight as he tried to appear proper and businesslike. It reminded me of pictures Mother had once showed us of a human school, when the adult teacher would balance precariously on a chair designed for one of the child-aged students. When he didn't speak, I pushed on. "So what's going on?" I rubbed my hands on my thighs, trying to prevent the perspiration that started to accumulate on my palms from getting out of control. He lifted his gaze and met mine with an intensity that almost took my breath away. "The council have charged me with the job of finding you, arresting you, and bringing you in," he said, his voice firm and unwavering. I nodded, swallowing the large lump that gathered in my throat. "Yes, you already told me that." I released a breath, treading carefully. "Is that why you're here? To collect me?" I tried to inject levity into my tone, but it came out strained. I wasn't sure I was ready for his answer. I didn't want to hear that he was willing to listen blindly to a group that thought he was some sort of abomination. But Tavlor had always been the sort to keep his head down and follow orders. We hadn't known each other very long, but that was something I immediately picked up, right off the bat. He shook his head harshly. "No, of course not." His fingers curled into fists, as though he was offended I would even suggest something like that. But what did he want me to think? I stopped rubbing my thighs, relief flooding through my body. "Then, not that I'm not happy to see you, but why are you here?" I said. As much as I liked Tavlor, he wasn't the type to drop by and say hello. He always had a reason for everything he did. "Isn't this dangerous? You coming to see me? Could he have led people to my whereabouts? Maybe he himself wasn't going to claim me, but others would." He flared his nostrils, looking at the wall behind me. "I have family in this kingdom, and simply requested a day to visit them, as I have been busy searching other realms recently, pretending to look for you." Oh. How could I have forgotten he was half Fae? It was a critical reason why he was so hated. I shrugged. "That's nice. I suppose." The room filled with an awkward silence. It was unfair that the only man I'd ever kissed was sworn to be my enemy. I didn't completely trust his intentions, but I was filled with contradicting emotions. Part of me wanted to tell him to leave, that it was too dangerous, while the other part wanted to invite him onto my bed and finish what we had started weeks ago. God, I wanted him to kiss me again. "So, did you get to see your family then?" I asked, forcing myself to find the word somewhere. Considering he had never mentioned his family before, I wondered who they were and if I had met them while out and about in this realm. I hadn't noticed anyone who looked like Tavlor, but then again, had I been looking properly? Probably not. "No." He shook his head once. "I came straight to see you." My stomach leapt and twisted, though I was unsure whether I should be excited or worried. I started to rub my thighs again. I felt magic tickle my fingertips, pushing against my skin, begging to be released. I was afraid if I did that, my feelings toward him would be obvious. I would give myself away. Not that he didn't know how I felt. That kiss pretty much revealed everything. But I didn't need to accidentally send the feathers in my pillows flying everywhere, because I couldn't control my magic either. Chapter 3. Because you wanted to check on me? I asked. I couldn't believe the words actually came out of my mouth. Or because I let my voice trail off and held my breath. Tavlor sighed heavily. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, rubbing his palms together casually. His hands probably weren't sweating. He probably wasn't even nervous. Because I need to tell you something that I felt better done face to face, he said. I inhaled quickly, my breath quivering. I didn't like the tone of his voice. I wasn't sure what he had to say, but obviously it was important. He wouldn't risk coming to see me so openly if it wasn't. Tell me, I said. Was there something wrong? Had the council found my sisters? The council have changed their approach, he said, flashing his eyes up at me. Okay. I needed more information than that. I still wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I have been doing my best to lead them in another direction, to distract them, while the High Warlock secures their trust and investigates the law for loopholes regarding illegitimacy. He sighed, sitting up, rolling his shoulders back. His big, hulking frame made the couch look tiny. I couldn't believe he fit through the cottage doorway. Hang on, I said, putting up my hand. I cocked my head to the side. My father's trying to find a way around the sentencing? Really? Why hadn't anyone told me? Why would he do that? Why would he risk that? Of course. He said it so matter-of-factly, like it should have been obvious. I rolled my eyes. How would I know that? I asked, annoyance prickling my skin. I'm being told nothing, and I can tell you, letting my father lie to the council about my parentage was not fun. I took a steadying breath, my chest burning. I hadn't realized how angry I still was about how things went down at the trial. I shouldn't have expected that he would be there for me, not when so much was at stake, but to completely betray me. That hurt. Tavlor blinked a few times, absorbing my words. I'm sorry that we have not kept you in the loop as much as we should have, he said. I was surprised to find he actually did sound sorry. Your father is doing everything he can to help you, and I've done everything I can do so far to protect you, but things have become more complicated. And that is why I've come. What's happened? The council have taken my lack of success badly. His words sounded strained. Even though he was helping me, even though he was doing me a favor by not turning me in, he still didn't like failure. That was obvious. I have been put on restricted duties, and I'm now relegated to little more than a doorman at the council steps. They have instead put a bounty on your head. I blinked, then blinked again, trying to understand everything he was saying all at once. I didn't want to make any assumptions, but I also didn't understand what he was saying. First things first. They punished you for failing to find me? I asked, tilting my head to the side. He shrugged. Of course. His eyes narrowed, staring at his hands. His response surprised me. Not that the council punished him, but that he didn't turn me in, despite that punishment. What was worse, it tarnished his reputation as an infallible soldier, as someone they could rely on to carry out orders. Even though the council treated him as though he was nothing but a monster, he still listened to them. He still obeyed. Until now. I leaned forward, my words soft and careful. And you still went through with it? A smile crept onto his lips. I have endured a lot worse for much less before, Ava, he said. Your safety and your life is, well, worth fighting for. The little hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The way he said that made it sound like I was worth dying for, but he couldn't possibly mean that. Could he? I was getting ahead of myself. The last thing I wanted was for him to die for me. But the fact that he was willing to fight for me, even if it meant betraying those he was most loyal to, was a big deal. And if it was a big deal for him, it was a bigger deal for me. My heart fluttered. The only problem was, I didn't want him to get in trouble for me. If the council wanted to kill me for being born, what would they want to do to him for outright betrayal? Thank you. The words were not enough to express my gratitude, but for now they would have to do. He inclined his head, and I ached to run across the room and kiss him. I wanted to hold him, to remind myself that this wasn't a dream, that he was really here, and he had come to see me because he wanted to. However, I wasn't sure where we stood at this point. I didn't want to make things tense or awkward between us. I didn't want to ruin this friendship, relationship. Another moment ticked by. I began to rub my thighs with my hands again. Did you say something about a bounty? Tavlor's lips thinned as his jaw hardened. Yes. Another nod, short and firm. The council have put out a notice to every realm that you are to be captured, alive. I guess if there was a silver lining to this, it was that they wanted me alive. He paused, and I wondered if that was an indication that the council had considered putting a dead or alive clause on the notice. Maybe they wanted to try and take me in alive, but if that didn't work, I would be ordered to be killed.
Is it a lot of money?
I asked, my ego strangely putting a lot of weight on his answer. Was I a threat that went for a nice amount of money? Or was I as insignificant as a fly, an annoyance that needed to be contained? He nodded once, sharply.
Yes, it is a lot of money.
I couldn't stop the way my lips turned up in a smile. I'm strangely flattered. You shouldn't be. He seemed angry and disturbed. I looked down at the floor, heat flushing my face. He was right, of course. This whole thing made me uncomfortable. I was starting to say stupid things. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of the shame that filled my body. I coughed, clearing my throat. I understand that, I forced myself to say. So how bad is it? I wasn't sure if I even wanted the answer. A lot of money meant it would attract a lot of attention. Everyone would know my face. I highly doubted they would know who I was, that I was the High Warlock's daughter. The council wouldn't want that information getting out. Not right now. It's bad, he admitted. He glanced over at me. It felt as though he was trying to evaluate how I was taking the news. I would have thought it was sweet if I didn't want to know the answers so badly. I didn't want to be protected. I wanted to know what was going on and how I, and possibly my sisters, were affected by this. Every bounty hunter in the known universe will be after you. Every shifter, some fi. I can't stand by and let this happen. He clenched his jaw so hard that it popped. He looked in front of me, rather than at me. And my people, Abigail, they will only be able to protect you for so long. He stood up suddenly and shuffled around the tiny room. I wanted to ask him what that meant. Should I go somewhere else, or was it better that I just stop running? I didn't want to risk the people who had tried to protect me. Tavlor or Abigail or my sisters. I even didn't want to risk my father. If Tavlor wasn't lying and he was helping, I didn't want him to push himself to the point where everything he had worked for was for nothing. Tavlor continued, almost to himself. It's more money than most people would make in 10 years. More money than has ever been offered, for anyone. It's absolutely ludicrous. He shook his head. His movement was graceful, and I recognized the fi in him, the air of timelessness we magic folk didn't have. I stood up, unable to stay seated while he roamed like a caged animal. He was too big for this cottage. Every move he made filled the space up even more. His hair roamed wildly like the mane of a lion. I wanted to calm him in some way. I wanted to run my fingers through his hair and make myself feel better. Instead, I kept everything to myself, my hands, my words. So, let me get this straight. I said, shifting my weight from one foot to the other, trying to keep myself out of his way, but needing to be on my feet as well. Magic buzzed around me, but I didn't dare give in to it. I didn't think I'd be able to control myself. Not around Tavlor. I'm no longer safe here, because the council has put a massive price on my head, and every bad guy around is going to be hunting me down soon for the bounty. Not just the bad guys. Tavlor stopped pacing and faced me, his intense gaze burning into mine. Ava, anyone in desperate need of money will be after you. You won't be able to trust anyone. He stepped forward, so that we were a whisper's breadth apart. He lifted his hand and stroked my cheek, his touch as warm and light as a summer's breeze. I leaned into it before I could stop myself. The last thing I expected from Tavlor was gentleness. He was fierce and strong and deadly. To have him touch me like this made me yearn for more. Goosebumps ran up and down my arms. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. I couldn't stop looking at the beauty of his face or thinking about how much I'd missed seeing him. How could I yearn for someone I barely knew? And yet it felt as though I knew him as well as I knew my sisters. As well as I knew myself. It was difficult to remember what life was like before I'd met him. Which to me, someone who had never been kissed before him, sounded absolutely insane. And yet, that was exactly how he made me feel. I went up on my tiptoes, bringing myself closer to his face and leaned forward, hoping he would feel what my intention was and kiss me back. I was being bold. I had been waiting so long for him to kiss me that I didn't want him not to. I didn't know when I'd see him again. I had to make this count. He didn't disappoint. His lips pressed into mine, stealing my breath. I wrapped my arms around his waist while he cupped my face and held me tight, devouring my lips in a perfect kiss. I wasn't cold, but I shivered. Butterflies crashed into each other in my stomach. It wasn't enough. I wanted to get closer. I pressed myself harder against him, and he swept his tongue between my lips. Oh my God, this feels so good. He groaned, low and deep in his throat. Heat spread from his touch, straight through my core. I wished that we had all the time in the world. I wanted to go further with him. I wanted to wrap myself around him and forget about everyone and everything else in the world, so it was just the two of us. But I couldn't. Not when there was a bounty on my head. Not when I wasn't safe anymore. Chapter 4. For the moment, I let myself enjoy the kiss. I tilted my head so he had better access to the inside of my mouth. If he wanted to explore, I was willing. Unfortunately, I needed to breathe, and I was sure he did as well. I pulled away from him, though every cell in my overly heated body told me to shed our clothes and take us down to my bed. To lose ourselves in the passion of the moment, and to forget the danger and travesty that awaited us both when we were found. To make myself feel complete in this world. When I glanced up, he narrowed his eyes at my lips. You don't want to. He let his voice trail off. Somehow, I knew exactly what he was trying to say. Oh, I do, I said quickly, probably too quickly for it to come out cool and collected, the way I hoped it would. I really do. But I'm pretty sure the reason you came here was to tell me that my safe time in this realm has come to an end, so maybe getting into something now isn't the best idea. His jaw hardened as he extricated himself from our embrace. His hands lifted from my ass. His heat left my body. I was suddenly cold. I wished I hadn't said anything. I should have let myself enjoy him for another moment longer. Yes? He gave a cryptic nod, his eyes everywhere but on me. It almost seemed as though he was upset that he'd let himself get too carried away. You are right. Even though I knew it was the right choice, my heart ached as he stepped away. I swallowed and tried not to think about it. Reaching for him now wasn't an option. As such, I stayed back and watched him, still mesmerized by his beauty. He shook himself as though trying to calm down. I wanted to believe I had such power over him. Deep down, I knew it could have been more about the danger than the desire. I didn't speak for a long minute, not sure how to handle his reaction. Was it temper, anger at being stopped? Or something deeper? More. I longed to go to him. I longed to wrap myself up in him. But I held back. Finally, he stopped walking and looked at me with his usual amount of calm detachment. I almost screamed at him. To go from such a powerful kiss to nothing so easily. I didn't know quite what to think. I sat back down on the bed, feeling achy in places I usually didn't. So what do I do? I asked, spreading out my arms. I didn't want to think about the fact that we were suddenly on opposite sides of the room. He sat down on the couch. He rested his elbows on his knees and stared at me with piercing eyes. I think you need to go somewhere that no one will find you, he said. Perhaps the realm where you grew up. From what I've gathered, and what the High Warlock said, your mother created a realm that only you lived in. That is very rare and more than likely impossible to track and find. Disappointment swamped me. He wanted me to return to my mother's realm, where I was completely isolated from everyone and everything. He wanted me to leave everything behind after just finding it for myself. You want me to go back and hide? I asked. I tapped my fingertips together, trying to give me something to focus on. Like my mother did for almost 25 years. My breath caught in my throat as I struggled against the rising emotions in my chest, tears filling my eyes. The last thing I wanted was for him to think I was weak. Worse, now I was crying. What else could I do? I didn't want to hide. I'd only just escaped, finally finding my way into a world I'd dreamt about my whole life, and now they wanted me to go back in. I had power. I wanted to fight. I didn't want to run away. Yet, I understood I needed to be safe. But at the risk of my freedom. Tavlor stood up, walked across the room and sat on the bed next to me. At first he was rigid, as though he wasn't quite sure what to do with me. It almost seemed as though he wanted to hug me, but then he stopped and instead placed his hands in his lap. The bed creaked with the weight of us both. His hand slid to mine where it rested on my thigh. My heart skipped a beat. No, Ava, he said. His voice was still indifferent, but there was that note of intent, like he wanted me to believe him more than anything else. I'm not trying to put you in a prison for decades. Please don't think of it like that. I simply can't stand by and watch as the bounty hunters find you. And until your father can find the loophole we're looking for, we have to keep you safe. I don't know what I would do if anything were to happen to you, Ava. His fingers curled into tight fists. I don't even want to think of such a thing. I swallowed the lump in my throat, forcing my devastation down. I focused on his hand on my thigh, grounding me to the moment. I tried to tell myself that life back home wouldn't be that bad. I'd be back with my sisters, and I had my magic. I could train, read. Literally do anything and everything I'd ever wanted to do, that my mother had restricted. I would also be safe. I wouldn't have to put my friends at risk. Just your sisters. No. If I was safe, they would be safe. No one would have to know they even existed. That idea brightened me up, and the locket at my throat heated, warming my skin. I didn't touch it. I knew my mother would agree with this plan. Even if she didn't, it wasn't her decision to make. She wasn't allowed to dictate my life from the afterlife. I needed to start figuring out what I wanted to do, without her input. All right. I sighed. I'll go back. If it's the only place that's safe. I trust you. He squeezed my hand, his fingers sliding against mine in a sweet caress. His eyes were wide, as though he couldn't believe I still cared for him, still trusted him. It would be a long road to overcome his own prejudice of himself. It had been ingrained in him since his birth in the magic realm. I think so, he said. Your father suggested hiding you in a human realm, but your magic would stand out too much. I'm also afraid the shifters would sniff you out too easily. Shifters. He had mentioned some of the shifters would be after me, but it didn't occur to me that they would have an advantage over others in their search for me. A stray tear escaped my eye, sliding down my cheek. I wiped it away with my free hand, embarrassed by my ridiculous emotions. I thought I had gotten a handle on them, but apparently not. "You're right," I said. I sucked in a deep breath and let it out, trying to control myself. "So it'll be easy for you to transport yourself there?" he asked, tilting his head to the side. I glanced up at him. "What do you mean? Can you transport yourself from here?" He said it like it should have been so easy, like this should be common knowledge. The truth of the matter was, I had no idea. I grabbed for my locket and waited. Surely, Mother would have the answer. If she didn't, well, I'd worry about that when the time came. It took a minute, but then she said, "I'm sorry, Ava. But the only way you can access the realm is through the human village. I set it up that way. For our protection. It makes the realm almost untraceable. This way, other magical beings will have to travel through the human realm to even have a chance of getting to you, and that's only if they know about it in the first place." I sighed and let go of the locket that held my mother's essence. I looked back at Tavlor, his piercing gaze still on me, waiting for a response. "Mother said that there is no way to reach the portal into the realm from here," I explained. "There is one entrance, and it is through a human realm." His jaw tightened. That was smart of her. Very secure. His tension suddenly clicked with me. It wouldn't be easy to access, would it? But not great from out here, right? We were far away from the one human realm that would lead me back to my sisters, and the safety my mother had created. I wasn't sure how long it would take to get us to the correct realm, nor how dangerous it would be to get there. And if I had to do it alone, I was probably going to get lost. Or worse. I didn't know the histories of these supernatural entities. I didn't know which species were friendly and which to avoid. I didn't know anything. And yet, if it was what I had to do, I had to at least try. He shook his head. "No. It won't be easy." "So what does that mean?" I placed my hands on my knees, hunching over so I could catch his eye. Surely he'd thought of a plan B. "It means I will probably have to escort you as far as I can," he said. His voice still had that indifferent tone, but there was a glimmer in his eye that showed perhaps he didn't mind coming with me. And honestly, I was happy about that as well. I wouldn't have to be alone on my journey. "You won't make it far without help," he said. "You don't know our world. You wouldn't know what to look for in a Phi hunter, or a shifter." I nodded, pushing the teary emotions down and away. My fingers shook. I gripped my knees tighter. "You're right," I said. "I wouldn't last 2 minutes past these walls." I took a long, shuddering breath, then looked at him with the most confident smile I could muster. "So when do we leave?" He reached up and cupped my face. For a moment, we were silent. His gaze moved from my eyes to my nose to my lips to my chin. He curled an errant strand of hair back from my face, letting his fingers linger on my neck. I smiled, suppressing a shiver from sliding down my spine. "As soon as possible," he finally said, his voice low and husky. I stared up at him, trying to think of everything I wanted to say to him. I wanted to tell him how I felt. How happy I was to see him. How relieved and grateful I was to know that he would take me to safety, so I wouldn't have to say goodbye to him yet. Instead, I said, "I better get ready then." He dropped a single kiss on my forehead, the move slightly paternal but also caring. It was intimate, something I wasn't expecting from him. "Yes?" He nodded once, pulling away but only slightly. "I will go and speak to the elders, and inform Abigail of the plan. She'll want to know everything." I laughed. "That's for sure." Tavlor opened the door and sunshine streamed into the room. I closed my eyes and basked in the warmth. My entire body tingled, but whether that was the sun or Tavlor, I couldn't be sure. I looked outside, fear flickering through my veins. I frowned. It was such a beautiful day, and yet I couldn't help but feel wary. So, I step out there, knowing that the council has set a bounty on me, so that random killers want to capture me. I asked, turning back to face him. I didn't like to admit I was hesitant. He nodded. Yes, but technically you knew that before now. I didn't think he was referring to himself being hired to capture me. Perhaps he meant that I knew the sort of life I was going to live the second I left my mother's safe confines and ventured into the magic realm. I had so desperately wanted to know who I was, who my father was. Yeah, but the numbers have drastically increased lately, I pointed out, not bothering to hide my sarcasm. He took my hand in his and squeezed. Then he let go. But this time you'll have me by your side. I won't leave you until you are safely inside your mother's realm. I took a deep breath and stepped into the forest and the fresh air that surrounded us. There was nothing like the air in this realm, the strength and clean calmness. I wasn't sure if it was the magic of the Fae or the way they worshipped nature, but I wasn't looking forward to leaving. Even though I only used my magic when I was with Warlock, I could feel my magic sparkle when I was here. Like it naturally wanted to come out and make friends with the elements. I'd never felt healthier or stronger. I'd never felt happier either. I wished I could show this place to my sisters, so that they could experience what peace felt like. I'll come with you so that I can say goodbye to Warlock and Abigail, I said, and then we can go. Tavlor nodded, and together we began making our way back to the center of the town. Hopefully they would be there. I didn't want to leave without thanking them for everything they'd done for me. Chapter 5. We walked side by side and everything felt so right. Despite the danger I was in, the risks he was taking, I was happy. I allowed myself a brief moment to relish the feeling. I pretended that he wasn't the head of the council's guard, and I wasn't the bastard child of the High Warlock. I pretended he wasn't supposed to turn me over to a dangerous council, and I wasn't on the run for my life. Could we be together in any other world? Could we make whatever was between us work? But not now. Not when all this danger and uncertainty surrounded us. I opened my eyes. 2 people strolled toward us through the trees, and I recognized both of them. Abigail, her diminutive frame a striking contrast to Warlock, who walked beside her. Looks like they found us first, I murmured more to myself than to Tavlor. We came to a halt as they reached us.
Abigail.
Warlock. I smiled in greeting at them. Abigail took a step closer. We came to say goodbye, she said. She was still smiling, that mischievous smile, sparkles in her eyes. How did you? I asked, glancing from one Fae to the other. Had Tavlor told her of his plan to get me out of here? She inclined her head. I assumed from Tavlor's visit that he needed to take you away from here. She stepped forward and wrapped me in a tight hug. Thank you for everything, Abigail, I said sincerely. I can't really thank you enough for everything you've done for me since I got here. Abigail pulled away. I still feel guilty about encouraging you to push yourself and reveal your power in your testing trial, she said, bowing her head. I didn't know that it would all end this way. I'm sorry. I pulled her in for one more hug. I know. None of this is your fault. I stepped back so I could look her in the eye, and so that she knew I was being honest. Thank you. Then I turned to the man who'd taught me so much since I arrived. Warlock, I need to. He held up a hand, stopping my emotional swell of language. No, you don't need to say anything. It has been a true honor to help you, Ava, and I hope that when you return it is as the next High Warlock. My throat clogged up and I couldn't speak. Warlock was the sort of man and father I had hoped for. Maybe one day, I could have a similar bond with my biological father. I swallowed hard to push down the emotions. I blinked back tears. I think we're a long way away from that. He inclined his head. Everything worth having must be fought for. The locket burned my neck and I inhaled sharply. I took the locket in my hand. My mother's voice echoed in my mind. Truer words were never spoken. Oh, now she was a Fae fan. I dropped the locket back onto my chest, nearly rolling my eyes, and smiled up at my mentor. Your lessons have been remarkable. Thank you. For everything. His lips lifted at the edges in the best smile I'd seen on his face. Travel safely, Ava. He said something in Fey to Abigail, and together they turned and retreated to the center of town. Abigail waved back at me once before they disappeared. My heart ached. I'm going to miss them. Tavlor gripped my shoulder. I know. But it's safer for you and them that we leave now. I forced myself to turn away. I was endangering everyone the longer I stayed. And I wasn't sure I'd be able to live with myself if something happened to Abigail. Or Horlo. You're right, I said. I sucked in a deep breath and my chest squeezed painfully. I followed Tavlor through the forest, on our way to one of the many portals in this realm. Where is this portal going to take us? I asked. It can take us anywhere you say or can imagine, he said. Do you know where you need to go? I nodded. Yes. The human realm attached to the magic realm where I met you. Goodness, that seems so long ago. And yet, it couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks. Why did it feel as though I had aged so much since then? Tavlor's smile was strange. Do you know which human portal we need to travel to? He asked. There are thousands all over the earth. Oh. I hadn't realized that. Shit. I never expected such a word coming from you, Ava, he said. I shivered. The way he said my name always left me breathless. I find I like it. He cleared his throat. We're going to have to narrow it down somehow. Tell me how. I let my voice trail off, unclear how I could respond when his voice sounded like this. A strange smell caught my attention and I glanced ahead, wrinkling my nose. What's that? Tavlor looked toward the trees, and he drew his sword from the magically hidden sheath on his back. He gripped the hilt. That's a wolf shifter. And judging by the way he's stopped, staring in this direction, he's here for you. A vicious snarl ripped through the air as the man transformed into a massive black wolf. I had never seen a shifter actually transform. My heart pounded against my chest, and my entire body went rigid. Holy shit! How did one fight against a shifter? Did I use my magic or wait for Tavlor to kill him with his sword? Was there proper protocol? And that was assuming we were even allowed to kill shifters. Granted, if one was all ready to kill me, I was going to defend myself. But what were the consequences of killing a shifter? Would I even be able to kill him with my magic? I wished my mother had prepared me for a time like this. I knew no one could have predicted one would be coming for me, but I would have liked to know how to defend myself against potential threats. Instead, I had to rely on Tavlor. I wanted to be able to rely on myself. What do we do? I looked to Tavlor. Tavlor pushed me back, one hand on my belly while he stepped forward, sword in hand. Get behind me, and use whatever shield techniques you are able to conjure, he said. He wasn't even looking at me. His eyes were narrowed, focused on the shifter ahead of us. Oh no. He's brought his pack. One wolf on the horizon turned into 2, then 3, then 4. 4 vicious, snarling black beasts. A pack. I took a step back. It wasn't like it mattered. There were too many of them, and I had never been a fast runner. They're all here to get me? Yes? He nodded once, his gaze focused in front of him. At least he was honest, though a small part of me wished he would lie to me and tell me everything was going to be okay. I stepped up next to him, pushing that thought aside. I was not going to run. I was not going to cower. I was not going to let the man I cared about fight for me. He was already betraying everything he knew because of me. I took a deep breath and allowed my magic free rein inside of me. I had some training in attacking thanks to Abigail and Horlo, though Horlo tended to focus more on protective spells than anything else. The wolves ran faster, but instead of coming directly at us as I'd expected, they formed a circle around us. Okay. I clenched my teeth together. Tavlor moved and pressed his spine against mine, back to back. Any tips before I start blasting them? I shouted, forming heated magic in the palms of my hands, ready to defend us. I wasn't sure if he had some strategy, if there was one way to do this that was right. Yes, he said. Don't hesitate. With that, the first wolf lunged at me. I lifted my hands and threw the magic at the wolf with all the power I had. He burst into flames as though I'd lit a match to his fur, and hit the ground. The wolf let out a pained howl. Birds in nearby trees shot into the sky. Behind me, I heard the swing of Tavlor's sword and the sickening crunch of flesh and bone separating. I closed my eyes, rolling my shoulders back as a shudder sped down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest with the heaviness of an anvil, loud and persistent. I snapped my eyes open. I couldn't let myself get distracted by sickening noises. If I was going to defend myself, I needed to not get grossed out by the repercussions of a fight. 2 down, 2 to go, I reminded myself. We could do this. I didn't dare blink as I stared at the wolf pacing back and forth before me. He snarled, flashing his razor-sharp teeth at me, saliva falling down his lips. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to pounce. I needed to be sure I didn't give him one. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was difficult for me to breathe. Tavlor was swinging and grunting, and I assumed he was killing the second of his wolves. I wished his back was pressed against mine. I liked the way it felt, to know I wasn't alone. But I had to focus. I had to be able to do this on my own. I needed to take care of myself, regardless of whether Tavlor was here or not. I flared my nostrils, my gaze following the wolf back and forth, back and forth. They weren't meant to kill me, I reminded myself. Perhaps they hadn't expected such a resistance. Perhaps they hadn't expected Tavlor. The wolf continued to pace. I had to strike before he did. I created ice-like magic this time, something that would freeze the wolf in place and hopefully stop him from reaching me. Tavlor turned, stepping up beside me. I risked a glance to his face. Blood had splattered across his cheeks and flecked through his beautiful hair. I couldn't tell if it was his or the wolves he had killed or both. We were both breathing heavily, though Tavlor was much more subtle. Tavlor lifted his sword. Would you like me to finish him off? Or would you? I loved the fact that he was asking, not just stepping forward and taking over. I sucked in a deep breath. I'd like this one, I said, nodding once. Thanks. I focused on the size of the wolf's body and head, measuring the amount of speed and ice required. I wanted to get this right, so I didn't have to do this a second time or a third. I raised my hands and began to build my magic, then all of a sudden the wolf turned tail and ran. I blinked. I had not expected him to flee. Don't let him get away. Tavlor yelled, pulling me out of my stupor. I hated to attack someone with their back turned. In fact, it went against everything I stood for and believed in. They were surrendering. I didn't want to hurt someone who was giving up. But there was more at stake than the morals I'd created when I'd lived in a safe bubble. If he got away, he could go and get more reinforcements. He could be running to tell others where I was. I didn't know, and I couldn't speculate. I needed to take care of him now. This way I would know. It wasn't just about me either. Tavlor was in this with me, and could easily get hurt or killed on account of me. I couldn't let that happen. I hurled the cold magic at the retreating shifter, grunting as I did so. The ice hit his flanks and spread quickly up his spine, along his legs and to his face. In a matter of seconds, he was frozen. I watched with almost a detached gaze as the beauty of my spell overcame the powerful shifter and turned him into a solid piece of ice. A sculpture. I waited, expecting him to melt and continue to run, to fall, something. I didn't think it would work right away. But it did. Tavlor clapped me on the arm. Good job. I reveled in his compliment. I was sure it was difficult to get one of those from him. But we better hurry now, he said, returning his sword to its sheath. He was right. Since these shifters failed, there would be more coming. The problem was, we didn't know when. We turned and darted to the portal. We ran straight past my wolf ice sculpture and kept going. The spell was already starting to fade. I wished I knew if he would be alive once it finished melting or if he was dead. I wouldn't be around to find out. We arrived out of breath and stood before a wall of trees. "This is it?" I asked him as I struggled to get my breath back. I placed my hands on my knees. I probably looked like a hot mess to Tavlor, but at least right now I didn't care. We were almost out. Tavlor nodded. "Yes," he said. How he sounded so nonchalant, as though the run didn't affect him at all. I had no idea. "I will open it, but you will need to tell me where we're going." Frustration clawed at me and I groaned. I tugged my fingers through my hair. "I don't know," I said. "We enter my mother's realm via a small village. I can see it in my head, but other than that, that's all I know." The locket around my neck practically sang with vibrations. The sound pierced my ears and I closed my eyes as though that would help mute the sound. Unfortunately, it didn't. "Shit!" I exclaimed, covering my ears. I grabbed for the locket and my mother's voice rang true. "The town is Adair, Ireland." I looked at Tavlor. "The town is called Adair. It's in Ireland." Chapter 6. Tavlor took his sword and plunged it into the trees, closing his eyes and speaking his native Fey tongue. The sound was melodic, like a song I didn't quite understand. The trees began to rustle. He pulled the sword from the branches. The wind picked up, and magic began to swirl before us in the silver swirling portal. "Let's go." He nodded toward the portal. I stared at him. "You're coming with me." He took my hand. "Yes, of course." He looked at me, as though I was mad for suggesting otherwise. "I told you, I need to make sure you arrive safely." With fear and apprehension pulsing through me, I squeezed his hand tightly. He gave me a look that seemed to imply it would be all right, he would be with me, and I nodded back. I was glad he was here. I was glad I had him. Together, we stepped straight into the whirling vortex. It was just like the other times I'd gone through a portal. There was nothing different about it, simply because it was a portal in the Fey realm. This relieved me, and I nearly snickered to myself about how worried I was for nothing. There was the same strange nothingness, a cold stillness. Then, we stumbled onto the cobblestones of the alleyway from which I'd last seen Aunt Allison. "Oh. I thought we were going to need to travel through multiple portals to get to this place." I pulled my hand out of Tavlor's grip so that I could catch myself against the wall. "I'm still getting used to that feeling," I said sheepishly, my face turning red. Tavlor smiled. "Since you knew the exact town, I was able to channel the energy better, but even I'm surprised we made it in one jump." "Where are we exactly?" he asked, looking around the alleyway as though he expected something to jump from the walls and roofs around us. His hand was on the hilt of his blade, as though he didn't quite trust where he was and what he saw. I understood that. He had never been here before, and he wanted to be prepared. I tried not to laugh. I was sure I looked the same way when I first got to the magic realm. In fact, I remember watching a wolf walk down the street and nearly jumping out of my skin. And no one seemed to care either way. "We're in an alleyway," I said. "The main town is a few blocks that way." I pointed in the direction of Aunt Allison's house. "And my mother's portal is this way." It was a nice feeling to recognize everything here. I began walking along the cobblestones and back toward the main road. Tavlor didn't follow. I turned around to look at him. He stood frozen. "Come on. Follow me. Unless you want to go back now. The portal is just there." I gestured to the wall, where a shimmer of magic was still glimmering on the stones. Tavlor glanced toward the portal, as though he was considering leaving me already. My heart dropped. I didn't want to force him to stay. However, it was disappointing to know that he wanted to leave when I was dying for him to stay. I forced a smile to my lips. "I'm safe now," I managed to get out. "It's okay. You can go." His spine straightened, as though pulling himself together to garner the strength for a battle to come. He shook his head, pressing his lips together. When he walked forward, I giggled, because he really had no concept of how safe we were now. "You okay?" I asked as we walked together along the streets of the tiny town. The sun was shining down. I was expecting rain, but the day was too beautiful for dark clouds to blot out the bright blue sky. It relieved so much of the stress that had accumulated over the last few weeks. "Yes, His voice trailed off as he continued to turn his head one way and then the other, taking it all in. He seemed particularly fascinated by cars and any other kind of vehicle, whether it was a bike or a scooter. Everyone minded their own business but offered friendly smiles when they passed by. Bubbling laughter from a nearby park indicated kids were playing without a care in the world. It truly was a nice place to be, and I was glad I got to be the one to share this with Tavlor. His gaze shot from my quiet street to another, to a young mother pushing a pram. "You don't come to the human realm very often?" I asked him as we stepped onto the main road and headed out of town. A car zoomed by. Tavlor startled, his hand going for his sword. I reached out and took his hand in mine, giving it what I hoped was a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "You can relax," I told him. It was amusing to see this big tough guy, who could kill anyone with his bare hands, jumping in fear when a car whizzed by. "There's no threat here." He stared at me, worry written all over his handsome face. "Are you certain?" he asked, wrinkling his brow. "There could be shifters or fae anywhere. You wouldn't know how to distinguish them from other humans. They are experts at camouflaging with their environment." I nodded at him, giving him the benefit of the doubt. "Okay, well, you can, so keep your eyes open and I'll concentrate on where we're going." At least this would give him something productive to do, more so than simply worrying. "This way." I turned him down another road and headed toward the portal that would take us to my mother's realm. "Hey," I asked him as a thought occurred to me. "Why is it that when my mother died, our house and all our things disappeared, but the realm still exists?" I hadn't really thought about it until now, but Tavlor should understand this stuff more than me. "You may have to ask your mother about that," he said. He knew about the locket. He knew I could still talk to my mother, even though she was technically dead. The most common reason would be that someone else created the realm for her, and they are still alive. Or that she attached the magic to an object or person like yourself, rather than herself. I nodded, the locket on my chest staying cold. My mother didn't want to answer that one, obviously. I wondered why. I was tempted to grab the locket in my hand and demand an answer, but I didn't. Not yet. "Makes sense," I said. When we reached the entrance to the portal, I hesitated. It was embedded in a wall as well. An ancient church brick fence that I had to assume would never be knocked down. "Do you need to come into the realm with me, or would you like to say goodbye from here?" I asked. I wasn't exactly sure which option I preferred, but leaving Tavlor felt like the worst one. Even though we weren't doing much talking, I loved being around him. However, I did hesitate. I hadn't told anyone except my father about my sisters, and although I trusted Tavlor, especially now, their safety was the most important thing for me. I didn't want to risk it, for a selfish reason. "I'd rather see you into the realm," he replied. He looked past me at the portal, before locking eyes with me once more. "But if you don't want me to?" "I'd love you to come with me, but there's something I need to tell you first," I said slowly. I swallowed, shifting my weight. "What is it?" he asked, his lips quirking up. 3 secret children. A husband." I was startled by his attempt to make a joke. He kept smiling, but I wasn't sure if he'd continue to do so once he found out that his job of protecting the illegitimate heir to the High Warlock had just tripled. "Ah, no." I forced a smile, shaking my head. I curled an errant lock of hair behind my ear. "I didn't think so." His smile faded, and a bout of disappointment rippled through me. "Considering what we know about your experience, I doubted it would be that." I rolled my eyes. He never seemed to forget the fact that inside my brain he'd found out I was a virgin. I knew he said it to lighten the mood, but I didn't like to be reminded that he had seen so much about me, and I knew so little of him. It didn't seem fair. Well, inside this realm is my biggest secret, thought-provoking, so please be as calm as possible when you find out, I said. There was a heavy beat of intense silence, and then he nodded. All right. I blew out a breath, feeling the locket on my chest warm with the warning I knew my mother would be sending me. I ignored her. I'd already thought of all the consequences of this. And the fact that she didn't trust me with certain information only made it easier not to listen to her now. She couldn't parent me from the grave. Advise me when I asked, sure, but she stopped calling the shots the day she left this world. I trusted thought-provoking. I lifted my hand and said the incantation my mother had taught us for emergencies. Considering the fact that she never wanted us to leave in the first place, it was a blessing she had shared that much with us. The portal opened, and the warmth of the air made my breath catch in my throat. The scent of familiar trees and flowers from my childhood made nostalgia well, along with the tears in my eyes. Hold my hand. I grabbed for thought-proking's palm again. I had no idea if there were securities set for entering the realm. As far as I knew, no one, bar my sisters and me and our mother, had ever stepped foot into this realm before. thought-proking's fingers slid between mine and gripped my hand. Let's go. I stepped forth, tugging him with me. A shiver of unease passed over me as I walked onto the grass of the field. I wasn't sure if it was because I shouldn't be bringing him here, or if it was for some other reason. With a strange whoosh sound, the portal closed behind me, but we had arrived together and in one piece. I let out a sigh of relief. We made it. thought-provoking looked around, his face strangely open and relaxed. This is your mother's realm, he asked. Where you grew up. He seemed surprised and yet comfortable. There were no wrinkles of tension on his face. Did you expect something else? I asked, gesturing for him to follow me in the direction of my sister's cottage. We walked slowly, enjoying the tranquil nature of the realm around us. He nodded. Yes. He looked around the same way he had back in the human realm, but he wasn't as jerky. He seemed to be taking in the sights rather than looking for danger. I thought that there would be more technology, facilities, but perhaps it all fell to pieces when your mother passed. I shook my head, chuckling. Hardly, I said. I grew up in a large country cottage with a library and big bedrooms and a kitchen. I had chores and chickens to look after. I learned my magic in the living room and practiced spells in a field surrounded by cows. It was simple. Sounds heavenly, he said, his tone strangely strained. I glanced up at him, wondering, not for the first time, just how bad his childhood had been. How they'd tortured him for a parentage he had not chosen. I opened my mouth to ask him a question, which one, I wasn't sure, but the silence around us was broken with my name being called. Ava. I turned toward the horizon as a dark-haired figure ran at me. Bella. My heart soared at the familiar voice, one I hadn't heard in a long time. One I'd missed more than I'd realized. thought-provoking stiffened. I reached for him before he did something stupid or dangerous. Like hurt my sister. Don't. I put my arm out so he didn't draw his sword. Why? Who is it? He demanded. Who knows you're here? Bella slowed down as she neared us, and I got a glimpse of the face my father said looked just like our grandmother. I turned to thought-provoking. I'd like you to meet my sister. Chapter 7. thought-proking's intake of breath was swift and startled. He staggered back, his mouth hanging open in surprise. His gaze swung back to Bella as she inched toward us. Ava, she called, eyeing thought-provoking standing at my side. I wouldn't say she was scared. Bella wasn't scared of anything. But she was wary. And judging by the studious look she was currently giving thought-provoking, she didn't trust him. I rushed forward. Arms wide open. Bella! I exclaimed. I would explain thought-provoking in a moment. All I cared about right now was wrapping my sister into a big hug and never letting go. I embraced her and she hugged me back, slowly at first, then tighter and tighter, until I heard an almost silent sob leave her throat. Her body trembled once, twice. I rubbed her back, trying to soothe her. "It's okay," I said. "I'm here. Everything is going to be okay." "We've been so worried," she whispered, squeezing me tight. I held my sister until the tension began to leave her body, and I could slowly pull away. She wiped at the tears on her face and snuck a look at Tavlor. "You brought someone with you?" She shot a look at me. I should be grateful that she wasn't outright accusing me of something in front of Tavlor. Bella had grown in the short amount of time I had been gone. She had matured more than I realized she would have. Tears tickled my eyes. I felt like I was missing a lot, and yet, there was nothing I could do to slow down time or to go back and relive it with my sisters. I laughed as I took a few steps back, so I stood next to him, blinking back the tears. "You noticed, huh?" Bella's lips quivered up into a smile. "Yeah. Hard to miss." I wanted to hug her again. Her sarcasm was like music to my ears. Even though that sarcasm was typically aimed at me, I was just glad I was able to hear it again. I wasn't sure I ever would again, with everything going on. I glanced up at Tavlor, who'd gone strangely still. I couldn't read his face, not really, but I knew he wasn't going to kill her. "Tavlor, this is my sister Bella," I said. I looked back at my sister. "Belle, this is Tavlor. He is the head of the council guard, and he's half Fae, half Warlock." Tavlor's jaw flexed, as though he wasn't too keen on me telling my sister that. Perhaps that wasn't any of her business, but I knew my sister, and I knew she wouldn't judge him badly. If anything, she'd be intrigued. Bella turned to Tavlor, eager surprise in her face. "What an incredibly potent mix." I laughed. I should have known she would react like this. "Bella is the bookworm in our family," I explained. "She has read a lot about, well, everything." Bella stepped forward, throwing her arms out. "It's so nice to meet you. I have so many questions." Tavlor looked at me, his eyes strangely wide. I pressed my lips together, trying to contain my laughter. I put a hand on his arm. "Don't worry," I said. "I won't let her take too much of your time. But now that you know I'm safe, would you like to head back or?" He interrupted me with, "I have questions too, if I may stay a little longer." The question burst out of him, like he had been trying to hold it in. I blinked, surprised by his enthusiasm. Bella shivered, and I had to clap my hand over my mouth to stop the giggle. A red blush stole up my sister's face, and when I saw Tavlor stiffen, I squeezed his arm again. "Don't assume everyone's reactions are negative," I said. "It's your voice, we like it. Right, Bella?" My sister clapped two hands to her burning cheeks. "Yes, I'm sorry. I just haven't heard anything like it." She twisted her foot in the grass. "Honestly, I haven't seen anyone like you. Like Ava said, I read a lot, but that doesn't mean I've actually experienced anything like this before." Tavlor's shoulders dropped from their stressed-out high position. "See," I said, shooting him a playful wink. He looked at me, bewildered. "Your genetics are very unusual," he said. I laughed. "Oh, you haven't met the weird one yet." His eyebrows flew upward. "Excuse me? There's more." "Yes," Bella said, totally unaware of how unexpected this information was for him. "We have one more sister. She's back at the house." Tavlor gripped my hand tightly. "3. There are 3 heirs to the High Warlock?" Bella furrowed her brow. I cleared my throat, nodding quickly. I squeezed his hand back. "Yep, and all daughters." Surprise. Tavlor went pale. The palest I'd seen him. I shot a look at Bella. She shrugged, telling me she had no idea why someone would react that way. She didn't yet understand what it meant to be an heir to the High Warlock. I wasn't sure how I was going to explain it, or if I was going to explain it at all. Would it be better to leave my sisters in the place where they didn't know anything? Was ignorance better than possessing information that could potentially put them in danger? Ignorance had been my enemy so far. Knowledge was always better. I stepped closer to Tavlor. "Are you okay?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. I didn't think this was how he would respond to the revelation. Bella began to step backwards. "How about we get back to the house?" she suggested, her voice careful as her eyes darted between the two of us. "I can make some tea." Tea sounded absolutely fabulous right now, especially tea from Bella. My sister was great at potions, and I thought with the right training she could become an incredible healer. Plus, she always made my tea a little sweeter than it should be because she knew I liked it with extra sugar. "That's a great idea," I said. I turned my attention back to my companion. "Come on, Tavlor. Bella makes the best food." I tugged on his hand. "Plus, you'll be able to meet Courtney, if she deigns to grace us with her presence, that is. She has a mini fridge in her room, so I'm not sure if she'll come out at all." I was glad to see that Tavlor followed us. Making a man his size come somewhere he didn't want to go would be near impossible. More than that, a small part of me wanted him to see my home. It wasn't the home we grew up in, but it was one my sisters had created. Plus, I wanted him to meet my sisters. It felt nice being able to finally tell someone about them and not have to worry about the consequences. We walked over the field and up to the gorgeous little house my sisters had created when my mother's magic had disappeared, taking our family home with it. "The garden's looking great, Bella," I said, noticing the additions she'd added since I left. Bright red, pink, and yellow flowers were in full bloom, lining up around a white picket fence that reached our knees. There was even a vegetable garden over to the side with juicy red tomatoes and carrots stuck in the ground, tantalizing wild rabbits. "Thank you." Bella opened the front door, bypassing the garden nonchalantly.
Courtney.
"We have company." I pulled Tavlor through the front door and into the small living area. I could let go of his hand at this point, but I didn't want to. I hung on to him. This was as new for me as it was for him. Butterflies fluttered around in my stomach as we waited for Courtney to come down. "Have a seat," Bella said, pulling out a chair at the dining table. He went to step forward, then stiffened as a set of footsteps were heard on the floorboards. We both turned. "Did you say we have company?" Courtney called out, moments before she stepped into the room. Her eyes bugged out of her head. "Ava." Courtney, my gorgeous little rebel of a baby sister, ran straight for me and grabbed me up into a tight hug. Tears filled my eyes. I hadn't been expecting that. If anything, I thought she'd be mad that I had stayed away for such a long amount of time. The only time I sent them word was when I'd sent them that note from the Fae realm. I didn't even know how much time had passed. She pulled back. "We just received your letter." Her face was completely lit up. She actually looked happy, and not filled to her head with sarcasm. "You said you wouldn't be able to contact us, or come home for ages. What happened?" I pulled out of Courtney's grip and moved back next to Tavlor. He kept looking between me and my sisters, his mouth hanging open like he was a fish. I stifled a giggle. Bella had gone to the kitchen and was stirring and crushing plants and medicines as we spoke. The soft tapping could be heard from where I was in the dining room, and it soothed me more than I realized. "Court, this is Tavlor," I said, turning to Courtney. She stared wide-eyed at my companion. I couldn't blame her. He was absolutely gorgeous. He's the head guard to the High Warlock and has come to escort me home. Courtney stared at him, then a huge smile crept over her face as she looked at me. "You brought a boyfriend home?" she asked slowly, her eyes glittering with teasing. "He's gorgeous." "Wow, Ava, I'm surprised. Did you find one for us, too?" Tavlor collapsed into his chair, shaking his head. I couldn't stop the chuckle that rose in my throat. "See?" I asked, knocking his shoulder with my hip. "Told ya." "Told him what?" Courtney asked, grinning with impetuousness. I sighed, wondering how to explain everything all at once. Well, long story short, Tavlor is half Fae, half Warlock, and most of the witches in the magic realm think that's some sort of crime and have treated him like an ugly outcast for most of his life. Ava, Tavlor said, his warning clear. I sat down into the chair next to him, as Bella brought over 2 steaming mugs of tea. Thanks, Bella, I said, taking the mug from her and rewarding myself with a long sip of the hot liquid. Already, I was relaxing under its spell. I turned to Tavlor, offering him a small smile. And sorry, Tavlor, but these are my sisters, and I tell them everything. You can trust them. Who are we going to tell? Bella asked, returning to the kitchen to make her own cup of tea. I mean, it's not like we get any visitors here. Or that Mother let us have friends besides the servants that she magicked into being, Courtney pointed out. It's a sister thing, I added. Courtney collapsed into the chair opposite us. Ugly. Are they serious? You're fucking gorgeous. Tavlor's gaze went straight down to his mug. I didn't think I had ever seen him that embarrassed before. The telltale blush decorated his high cheekbones, and he avoided everybody. Instead, he placed his face near the mug of tea, the steam coating his skin. He was gorgeous. Right now, though, he was adorable. I grinned at Courtney. I couldn't believe I hadn't seen them in. I didn't even know how long it had been. I just knew I missed them. And I was so glad I got to be here with them, introducing them to Tavlor. He was the other important person in my life right now. It was only fitting that they meet. So, what have I missed around here? I asked. I took a seat opposite Courtney before having another sip of tea. From my peripheral, I saw Tavlor pick up his head, as though he thought it was safe to listen to the conversation without being the subject of it. Courtney groaned. Absolutely nothing. She threw her arms out dramatically. It's boring as batshit around here. Bella cleared her throat. I could feel tension surround her, as though she was embarrassed by Courtney's behavior. She sat down with her own cup of tea, so all 4 of us were sitting at the table. That's not entirely true, she said, her voice tentative. My eyes darted between my sisters. Courtney's flair for the dramatic suddenly disappeared, and her eyes narrowed. That was a warning glare, if it was anything. I furrowed my brow and looked over at Bella. Her eyes were pointedly looking at her tea, rather than at Courtney. Bella, Courtney began. I put out a hand to stop her. What's going on? Bella and Courtney exchanged glances. Bella still wouldn't look at me, her focus on the mug of tea, while Courtney's face turned red and her jaw was locked together. It was almost as though they were trying to figure out who would hold out the longest. Then Bella looked at me. Courtney's been leaving the realm to explore the village, she said, tracing the mouth of the mug with her fingertip. I gasped, turning around to face Courtney. You didn't. I said. I completely forgot Tavlor was in the room. Suddenly, I was back here as a sister that hadn't left and was trying to play peacemaker between my 2 sisters. You know how dangerous that is. Courtney groaned, slapping her palm against her forehead. How would I know anything? She asked. Mother never told us anything. You just left because you wanted to go do something. Why shouldn't I go out and see what's out there? Why can't I just come and go wherever I want? You don't get to have all the fun just because you're the oldest, Ava. Fun. You think I've been having fun? I wanted to tear at my hair, but instead grabbed my mug and put the soothing warmth to my lips. My hands shook, and I nearly spilled the liquid all over my lap. Oh my God, she had no fucking idea. This was so typical of Courtney. How had I not expected her to pull some kind of crap like this? I took a sip of the tea, and then another, the spreading warmth filling my belly, and concentrated on the healing aspect of the potion, and not on Courtney's ridiculous statements. I breathed in the scent, loving the warm sensations filtering through me. After a few breaths and a couple of moments, my frustration slowly ebbed away. While I was drinking my tea, Tavlor sat up. Ava is in a lot of trouble in my world, he said. I wasn't sure why he suddenly felt comfortable enough to speak, but I was glad I had someone in my corner. His voice was casual, but his tight jaw indicated that he cared more than what he was actually saying. I asked her to please seek shelter here in your mother's realm, to avoid the people hunting her. He looked at Courtney. If you leave the realm, they may be able to track you back here. My sisters made small sounds of surprise, and I lifted my head to look at them. Bella's eyes were wide as she said, "Hunting you? What does he mean, Ava?" I glanced at Tavlor. He could explain this much better than I could. "I better start at the beginning," he said, taking the hint. He relaxed, but only slightly. He must have been grateful that he wasn't under such intense scrutiny from them. To understand everything I'm going to tell you, you need to understand the politics of our world, so please be patient. He went on to tell them everything that had happened to me. From the trial that exposed my power, to the forced interrogation that made me admit who my father was. Then the death sentence that had forced me to run, and the latest chapter that included a bounty on my head, all orchestrated by the council our father worked for. He wasn't a great storyteller, but he was direct, and he didn't sugarcoat things. He didn't seem to think my sisters needed to be sheltered from what was going on around here, which I appreciated. When he had finished, Courtney and Bella both collapsed back in their chairs with grimaces stretched over their features. Bella furrowed her brow, as though she was trying to reason her way through everything Tavlor had just revealed, while Courtney's eyes were on the floor as if searching for something, though I wasn't sure what. There was a long silence. Then Courtney exploded. "But they can't do that." She threw her arms out and jumped from her chair so she could storm up and down the length of the dining room. "It's not our fault, he's our father. We didn't choose him. So now I can't leave this place and go see different realms because of him. Because he won't stand up to the council." She faced us, stomping her foot. "That isn't fair." Bella lay a comforting hand on Courtney's arm. "They don't know about us, Courtney, do they?" she asked, looking at me. I shook my head. "No. No one except our father knows about you too. So why can't I go?" Courtney demanded, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed at me. "If they don't know who I am, I should be able to travel freely." "No," I said. "Do you really want to put everyone at risk, because you want to see the world? So, you're allowed to do it, but I can't? How is that fair?" She turned to Bella, as though she hoped to get our sister on her side. "Come on, Belle, no one knows about us except for our father." "And me now," Tavlor said, and then cleared his throat roughly. "I'm sorry, Courtney, but it would be in your best interests and everyone else's if you stayed here." "Wait," Bella said.
Ava didn't tell you about us.
"I found out when you called out to her the moment we arrived in your realm," Tavlor said. I was surprised to find Ava had siblings. She never once hinted at it. I snorted. "Of course not. Once I knew how much trouble we'd all be in if we were found out, I decided not to tell anyone." "You made the right choice," Tavlor said, and I smiled up at him. I had been a little worried how he would take my subterfuge. "Thanks. So, what does all this mean exactly?" Bella said slowly. "That Ava has to hide in here with us, forever?" "God, I hope not," Courtney said, and my gaze swiveled back to her. I could feel her fury in one sharp look from her. "We'll have to get back to you sneaking out soon," I snapped. Couldn't she, for 1 second, not make everything about her? She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest, but didn't dispute the accusation. Hopefully, once she knew how dangerous it was to be one of Genevieve Melfi's daughters, she would stop risking her life for a few cheap thrills. "But to answer your question, Bella, we don't really know what this all means. What we do know is that I need somewhere safe to hide for the moment," I said, my voice getting quieter. "The council has every bad guy around hunting for me, and this is one of the only places we could think of that they won't look because they don't know this place even exists. And it needs to stay that way." Tavlor nodded. "Very few witches have realms based off the human world," he said. "It's uncommon, actually. Your mother was smart to choose such a base." We all looked at each other and shared a common smile despite our recent exchange. "Yes, our mother was very smart," I agreed. Then Courtney grinned. "Yeah, with everything except choosing the father of her kids." Chapter 8.
Courtney.
Bella said, pushing at our sister so she rocked on her chair. I couldn't help but laugh. God, I've missed you too. It was true. My heart felt whole with my sisters. If I was going to be stuck somewhere because an evil council had sent bounty hunters after me, I was glad I got to stick it out with them. Courtney grinned. Yeah, well, it sounds like we have heaps of time to catch up, since you're not going anywhere anytime soon, she said. There was a begrudging fondness to her voice, as though she was more pleased by this than she wanted me to know. I bit back a giggle and shook my head. How long's the hunky boyfriend staying for? She waggled her eyebrows and my face began to heat. Of course. Tavlor. I cleared my throat. Oh, he's not my boyfriend, I said, deciding to focus on that part and not the part of him having to leave. This was the longest we had been with each other, since I had been forced to run away. He's only here to make sure I got home safely. He works for the council. Tavlor tensed. I wasn't sure if it was because he would rather have kept that information between us or not. Regardless, it was as I told him. My sisters knew everything about me. Bella quirked one eyebrow and rested her gaze on Tavlor. I couldn't tell if there was wariness or judgment there. She seemed like she was trying to figure him out. If he works for the council, shouldn't he be turning you in for the reward? She asked. Damn their quick thinking. Well, he's the head guard assigned to the High Warlock, so our father's orders are superseding the council at the moment, I said. This was a complete guess, of course. I had no idea what the laws were, and what Tavlor had to follow. I glanced over at him. Am I right? I turned toward him. He was still looking between my sisters, a smile lighting up his face as though this whole ordeal was amusing to him. Yes, he said. If the council found out I was hiding Ava, then I would be punished also. Yeah, and with his hybrid status, they're looking for any excuse to punish him, I put in. I ignored the look he was giving me. I understood he didn't want me sharing so much, but if anyone was going to get us through this, it was going to be my sisters. With all of us together, we could figure out anything. How? Courtney asked, her words breathy. More than likely, I would also be tried and convicted for treason, he said, finally looking away from me. He said it so matter-of-factly. Bella coughed. And the punishment is death, she asked. Her voice was wary. You're willing to die for Ava? The question hung in the air like a weighted knife over a chopping block. My cheeks turned hot, pinching with embarrassment. I couldn't believe Bella would ask him that. And yet, I couldn't help but feel as though I wanted to know the answer as well. I held my breath, part of me, a large part of me, wanting to know the answer. We hadn't really discussed the nature of our relationship. Of course, I trusted him more than anything and anyone, save for my sisters. But that didn't mean he felt the same way about me. Maybe he just liked the way I looked. Maybe he didn't want me to die, but also didn't want to get into something serious with a wanted woman. I didn't know. But I hoped. Of course. His voice was so nonchalant, as though of course I was worth the risk. It made me feel silly for doubting him, but it also made me feel treasured. My heart leapt and my stomach tightened, and it took all of my strength not to respond visibly. I cleared my throat and looked away. I could feel my sisters looking at me. Courtney was grinning from ear to ear, while Bella was more reserved with her response. Then he continued. She is, after all, the heir to the council and the High Warlock. It is my duty to protect her. The exquisite feeling of hope that had clung to my heart dropped away. Now it made sense as to why he was so nonchalant about everything. The thought that he would be willing to fight for me, to die for me, wasn't personal. Instead, it was something that he felt obligated to do, not necessarily because he wanted to, but because he had to. Lovely. Bella's gaze went straight to me, and I struggled not to openly show my pain. I didn't need them feeling sorry for me over a guy, when there was much more going on. See, I told you. I forced myself to shrug. The movement felt stiff. He's only here to make sure I got home safely. I pushed myself to my feet, my heart aching with a betrayal I could barely fathom. I knew we weren't together, but I thought at least I had hoped. Was the kiss nothing to him? Was that part of his duty as well? Just because you thought there was something between you two doesn't mean it's true, I reminded myself. I swallowed hard and forced a smile to my face. Bella, I know you must have 1,000 questions for Tavlor, and I know he has questions for you too, but my head is spinning, and I need a shower desperately after fighting the wolf shifters before we came. The excuse was shit, and I knew it. I was running from the situation. I needed a place to be alone. I needed to cry without my sisters fawning over me, without Tavlor scrutinizing me. I didn't need him thinking I was weak. Not after everything we had been through. Courtney's mouth dropped open. You fought what? She shot a look at Bella, who lifted her shoulders as though to say had no clue as to what I was talking about. My smile this time was genuine. It eased the pain that had stalled inside of me, poisoning me into a paralysis. As I said, ask Tavlor anything you need to know, but I need to retreat for a little. I tilted my head to the staircase. Is there still a room built for me, or? I wasn't quite sure how to finish that sentence. I highly doubted my sisters wouldn't have a place for me for when I returned home. Bella got to her feet and nodded. Yes. I built you one after you left. She moved past me so she could take me there herself. I almost wished she could have just told me where to go. I still wanted some time to digest everything with Tavlor, and I wasn't going to be able to do that until I was alone. It's not very luxurious yet, but it has a bed and its own bathroom. You won't be disturbed. Perfect. I grabbed my sister up in a hug. Thank you, I said. I left my hand on her forearm as she turned for the stairs. I'll find it. Tavlor got to his feet as I walked away, and I waved him down again. Please stay for a bit. My sisters will want to talk to you. I won't be too long. He looked like he was going to object, so I simply smiled and walked away. I didn't want to hear anything else he had to say. I was in too much pain at the moment, and I was afraid of what would come out of my mouth if I spoke again. I walked along the corridor and found a door with my name on it, quite literally. I smiled as I ran my fingers over the Ava inscribed in the wood.
Oh, Bella.
She had such a kind, beautiful soul. I was so lucky to have a sister like her. I pushed open the door to reveal a large bedroom. Bella had been right, it was rather sparse. As I closed the door behind me, I began to throw some magic around. It felt good to focus on something that wasn't Tavlor and his rejection of me. My heart hurt just thinking about it. A spark of magic shot out, creating a large quilt that fit the bed. Tavlor wasn't the sort of guy that got entangled with someone like me. I didn't want his life to be ruined because of me. Then why are you so bothered by his answer? A voice questioned. That was the part that annoyed me. I shouldn't be annoyed by it, because I knew he was right. I flicked my wrist again. A chair with a purple cushion appeared exactly how I pictured it. I was tempted just to collapse on top of it and let myself take a small nap. But I couldn't leave Tavlor there by himself. As much as he was curious about my sisters, I knew he wouldn't last long in their presence. They were far too intense for a man like him. I pressed my lips together. Something was missing. I glanced up at the ceiling. The smooth oak was a chestnut brown, almost red depending on how the light hit it. Lights. Maybe some fairy lights to soften the overall look. I reached over my head and wiggled my fingers, twirling fairy lights appearing above me and making the whole room relax. I sighed as I looked around, then spoke one more word and a fluffy rug appeared beneath my feet. Much better, I said. When I had left, I stayed in a few different places. Some were nice, others were small and filled with tension. But nothing had felt like home until now. I took a seat on the edge of my bed and smoothed out the quilt, the soft material running against my skin. The air was cool even inside, and I glanced over to the window, considering for a moment if I should open it and let fresh air inside. I reached up, unconsciously ready to hold my locket in my hand, the heaviness helping me find my center. With a snap of my wrist, I created a jewelry box next to the bed and carefully took off the locket. My skin suddenly felt cold, almost like I was removing an important part of me. I frowned, hesitating. I didn't want to get rid of my mother just yet, even if I knew it was important to stow her away for now. I set her in the box and gently shut the lid. She would be safe here. I could always put her on after my shower, to have a moment with her before I returned to the others. I turned from the box and glanced at the door in the middle of the wall opposite my bed. It called to me. I stepped inside and found a white, clean bathroom ready for use. "Oh, thank goodness," I said when my eyes came in contact with fluffy purple towels. I always seemed to forget to take one with me when I showered, and was forced to run naked down the hall to grab one or magic one out of thin air. I stripped off my clothes, noticing for the first time the drops of blood splattered over my sleeves. I blinked. It almost didn't feel like this was real. That must have rubbed off Tavlor's clothes. I shivered, remembering the way it had felt to fight those wolf shifters. The fear, the danger, the thrill of adrenaline that came with fighting for my life and for the life of someone I cared about. I hated to say it, but I could probably get used to such a thing. Now that I could look back on it, I remembered a surge of adrenaline coursing through my body. I remembered the way my fingertips pulsated with magic, just wanting to push through and escape from the confines of my body. I remembered the way my lips curled up into a smirk, waiting for the shifters to make their moves, knowing I could do great damage to them with a flick of my wrist. I turned the water on, and as soon as the temperature was warm enough, I stepped beneath the spray. The tears came as the water ran down my face, mixing together. So much heartbreak, so much stress. And Tavlor, who'd been my rock, something to cling to in this time, had just declared I was nothing more than an obligation. Part of his job. I sniffled, wiping the snot that had run down my nose with the back of my hand, and rinsed it underneath the water. Who was he fucking kidding? Part of his job. I scoffed. Though no one could see me, I felt better doing it. It smoothed down the jaggedness in my chest. I grabbed up a bar of soap laying in the dish and began to scrub my body in a way I hadn't been able to do since I'd left this realm. Neither Mallory's house nor the Fey realm had the same facilities I was used to here. The rose-scented soap filled my nostrils and helped ease even more tension out of my body. At least when I was finished, I would smell delicious. Not that Tavlor would even notice. I scrubbed my arms and legs, wanting to wash away the stench of death, the smell of fear that clung to me. I wanted to wash away the heartbreak, the sadness, the disappointment. That was probably the worst one of all. But I should have known better. I knew what I was getting into when I let myself fall for someone like Tavlor. He was married to the job, and duty was always going to be his top priority. It didn't matter that I saw him as a person, and not a cog in a machine. It didn't matter that I accepted him for exactly what he was. He was going to do what he wanted. And unfortunately, that wasn't me. Why did this have to be so hard? I growled at myself as I felt the defeatist mindset begin to win. I couldn't let the Warlocks pull me down. I needed to accept the fact that I was alone, and use it to my advantage. I had survived before I met Tavlor, and even though it sucked, I would survive without him. I tilted my head back and closed my eyes, letting the heat of the water wash over my head and soak my hair. I let out a deep breath, trying to ease the pain, even if it was difficult to do so. There was shampoo and conditioner at the base of the shower. Bella thought of everything. I smiled to myself, shaking my head. I was with my sisters. If I was going to endure heartbreak, at least they were right here with me. I guess I wasn't really alone, not with them next to me. I picked up the shampoo and scrubbed the dirt and grime away. I watched as bubbles formed around my feet, circling the drain before disappearing forever. Then I conditioned my hair and brushed the tangles out, focusing on my physical well-being so that I didn't let the whirling vortex of emotions suck me down too hard. By the time I'd turned off the water and wrapped myself in a fluffy purple towel, my head was mostly clear. I just kept trying to remind myself that it was okay, that I should expect this, that maybe this was a good thing. Except for the ache in my heart where the hopes for Tavlor and I used to be. It was definitely not the relationship I thought I would get myself into, but it was the one I wanted more than I cared to admit. And it was a relationship I knew would never happen. Not with Tavlor duty-bound. It just isn't fair. I sighed as I opened the door to my new bedroom. I needed a nap. I was sure my sisters wouldn't mind if I took a few hours. I stepped into the room and gasped. "What are you doing in here?" I glanced from Tavlor, who sat on my bed, apparently waiting for me, to my closed bedroom door. "You shouldn't be here." Tavlor didn't move. "Your sisters have stopped asking me questions." That seemed to be explanation enough for him. "Well, that's nice. You can go back now, can't you?" I snapped, clinging to the towel that barely covered all my important bits. I didn't need his eyes dropping to the towel either. I wondered what he was thinking as he looked at me. Was he trying to visualize what I might look like without the towel? He stood up, and I scurried around the room, getting out of the way of the door so that he could leave as soon as he wanted to. His eyebrows lowered. "I was hoping you'd want me to stay a little longer." His voice was soft. It might have been my imagination, but it almost seemed as though he was disappointed. "Why would I want that?" I asked. "Especially after what you said to my sisters, about me being an obligation." "Well, we haven't had any time alone or to get to know each other, and after I searched your mind for how you felt about me, I jumped in before he could finish that embarrassing sentence. "What? You thought that because you found out how I felt about you, I'd just throw myself into bed with you?" I scoffed. "I don't fucking think so." He scowled. "But what's wrong, Ava?" I clenched down on my jaw, angry swirls of emotion curling in my veins. "What's wrong? Are you serious right now? You tell my sisters that I'm an obligation, a job. And then you come into my bedroom like you own the place and expect me to grovel at your feet. Come on, Tavlor, you're smarter than that." He moved so fast I didn't actually see him take a step. But he was in front of me, holding my arms, making me look up into his face. "I never said any such thing." His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. "You know you're so much more to me than that." I forced my chin up higher, glaring at him with all the anger inside my body. I needed him to understand what I felt, how much it hurt, even if what he had said was true. "Really?" I growled. "How? How would I know you feel anything other than obligation? You've never said anything else." He growled, the noise strangely feral as he moved his hands around me to pick me up, then proceeded to carry me over to the bed and throw me onto it. I squealed in shock and tried to hold onto my towel, but it uncoiled around me. Then Tavlor was on the bed over the top of me, grabbing my wrists and pinning me to the bed. "Get off me!" I screamed, my chest heaving with anger. He stared down at me. His eyes darkened to black as silver flecks danced in their depths. "I'm not good with words, Ava," he said. His voice was soft, but his eyes burned into me, so hot I could feel warmth pinch my throat, my cheeks. His gaze seared my body, and I liked it. "You have to know that, and I can't let you into my head. There's too much torture in there for you to access." I hesitated. My anger faltered, my body instead reacting to the presence of his muscled form on top of me, rather than the anger that had once burned through me so ferociously. "I don't want to see inside your head," I insisted. "Especially if all I'd see is that you're protecting me, for the sake of my father." And that summed up my worst fear. That Tavlor was only with me because my father had asked him to be. That he hadn't come to see me at the Fey realm because he missed me, because he wanted me, but because he was assigned to protect me, and following his assignments was the only thing he cared about. "Your father does want me to protect you," he began. I put my hand on his shoulder and tried to push him away. He was like a boulder, firm and unmovable. Tavlor spoke a few magical words that made my towel disappear. Literally disappear. I squealed as he pressed his fully clothed body onto mine, his thigh going between my legs to rub against a place that was now throbbing with desire. But he would kill me if he knew what I was doing right now, what I desperately want to do to you, he continued. I blinked up at him, noticing that he was still looking directly into my eyes. He hadn't even glanced down at my naked body yet. I furrowed my brow. What was he saying? What did he want to do to me, exactly? Clearly, he was interested in the physical closeness, but was it because he actually cared about me? Why? I asked, desperately hoping he understood my question. Why do I desire you? Why do I care so much? He asked. I nodded. If he did desire me, then yes, I wanted to know why. It would help me make sense of his frustrating behavior. Because you're the first person to look past the scars, past my parentage, past the anger and betrayal I feel whenever I am close to a witch or warlock, he said. Because you're the first person to see who I really am. And that scares me more than I'm willing to admit. The pain in my chest intensified, but not from distress. My heart beat like a caged canary wanting to escape. I waited, not sure what else I could say. He kept speaking. So, if you'll allow me, Ava, I'll show you how much I want you, need you, desire you. My pulse quickened even more. I shifted underneath him, my nipples hard from the coolness that pinched at them. How do you want to do that? I asked, my throat dry. He grinned, his face lighting up. I won't remove any of my clothes, he said. I only want to give you pleasure. I inhaled sharply through my nose. What would that entail? Could you take your top off, so I can feel your skin a little? He nodded slowly. If that is your request. I bit my lip. Yes, please. Then you consent, he asked, as though I would say anything other than yes. I blew out a breath. Yes, I said, though what I was consenting to, I wasn't entirely sure. All I knew was that I couldn't go another day without feeling this man's hands on me. Chapter 9. Tavlor said a casting word. The word hummed into my ear and I closed my eyes, despite the beautiful sight in front of me, simply because of how his voice sounded when he spoke in such a way. When I opened my eyes, his robe and flowing top had disappeared. He was big, full of muscle, but approachable, at least with me. At least in this moment. Let go of my hands, I said. I want to touch you. More than I can say. I didn't know where this boldness was coming from. I had never done anything like this before, and yet, I was acting like I knew what I was doing and what I wanted from him. The truth of the matter was, I had no clue. I didn't know anything. I was acting based on instinct, on what this inner, more primal part of me desired. He moved to take the weight of his body on his arms, holding himself above me. His eyes carved out my face the length of my throat. I sucked in a breath. I wondered how he viewed me. Was I some form of beauty in his mind? Or was I different, less than what he expected? I reached up under his arms, running my hands along his back and feeling the bulk and twist of his muscles beneath my fingers. They rippled with each touch the way a quiet pond would after someone skipped a pebble across the surface. He groaned, his eyes closing as he took unsteady breaths. Why was he acting like he was struggling with my touch? Am I doing something wrong? I asked shyly, moving my hands over to his arms and marveling in the strength of the muscles there. I hoped I wasn't hurting him. I didn't want to push him away, not when this was what I wanted more than anything. But I also didn't want to do something I wasn't supposed to, something I might not have even realized I was doing in the first place. He shook his head, then opened his eyes, staring down at me with desire clear in his gaze. No, he said, his voice a low murmur sending goosebumps up and down my arms. But I don't know how I'm going to control myself with you touching me like that. He growled, turning his head so he could leave a kiss on the column of my throat. You don't have to, I whispered, aching to know what it was like to be consumed by the power of desire between a man and a woman. He locked eyes with me, his lips pressed together in a thin line. I couldn't be sure, but there was power in those eyes. It was like he was starting to feel the way I saw him. Like he was beautiful, and dangerous, and desirable. I thought we would finally be able to finish what we started, back in the magic realm. My body quivered with the possibility. Finally, he shook his head. "No," he said finally. For a moment, I thought he was rejecting me again. Then, he continued to speak. "Today is only about you, and me showing you how much I adore you." My mouth fell open. Before I could process everything those words entailed, he kissed me. I grabbed for his face with my hands. All thoughts ceased to exist. It was like I had never been happy before. I kissed him back with every ounce of passion I had for him. Since I couldn't find the words to tell him how much I cared, I hoped I was doing a good job of showing him. Every tiny bit of me ached for him. I caressed his face and arched up into him, wanting his skin on mine. I needed him. I had never needed anyone in this way before. He made me stronger and better and happier. I had thought that was only stuff in Bella's ridiculous books. But it wasn't. It was all true. I just had to find the right person who brought those feelings out in me. When he drew back, he was panting and I was confused, wanting him back on me. I whimpered, reaching for him. I was suddenly cold. I didn't like the emptiness I felt now that he was away from me. Instead, he dropped his head, a small smirk on his face. He kissed my neck, my collarbone, and continued to move further down. I squirmed underneath him, not expecting this turn of events. I liked it. I didn't stop him. I wanted his mouth on me. On all of me. By the time he took his hand back, my whole body was relaxed. As though I'd turned into a puddle, melting into a heap of pleasure at his feet. I forced my heavy eyelids open to look at him. He was smiling, and he looked almost as relaxed as I felt. God, he was beautiful. I swallowed, not sure how to communicate how overwhelmed I now felt. Who knew anything at all after that? My brain was mush. I didn't try to fight it. All I could do was give him what I hoped was a smile and said, "Thank you." He pressed a kiss to my lips and clicked his fingers, magicking up a blanket that now lay over both of us. My hair was matted with sweat and yet I wasn't hot. "Can I stay to hold you for a little while longer?" he asked. I rolled onto my side and pressed my back against him. "Please. Never leave me." I kept those words to myself. I didn't want to scare him away. After everything that had just happened, we had already shared something I never thought we would. His arm came around my belly and held me tight, his breath on my neck as I relaxed into the best sleep I'd had in a very long time. When I woke up, I couldn't tell what time it was. Night. Day. The lights were off and shadows danced on my walls. I closed my eyes and could hear the whisper of the wind just outside the window. Tavlor was gone. The bed was empty, and the mattress was cold where he'd once been. He must have been gone for a while. I wished I had felt him leave. I wished I had the opportunity to say goodbye. Then again, maybe it was better this way. Maybe goodbye would have been too hard. I might have started crying again, and the last thing I wanted was Tavlor remembering me blubbering into his shoulder, holding on to him to keep him from leaving. I shook my head. I sat up, my stomach rumbling with hunger. I glanced toward the curtains, noticing it was dark now, but how late was it? I managed to slide off the bed and stand up, though my body felt weird. My breasts were heavy and my skin was sensitive. I closed my eyes. I could still feel his hands on my body, and my pelvis throbbed with desire. I wished he was still here. I wanted to do it again. I grinned. Imagine how amazing it would be to lose my virginity to that man. I didn't have the energy to get dressed properly. So I raised my hand and spoke a simple spell, calling on a light dress and appropriate underwear, though I was pretty sure I needed another shower. I didn't want my sisters smelling Tavlor on me, and yet the thought of washing him off felt like agony. I stood in front of my door and took a deep breath. Time to face the sister music. It was strangely embarrassing, wondering what they'd heard, what they knew. I reached out and opened the door, walking out into the well-lit living room. Bella was laying out food on the table in the dining room, as though she'd known what time I would rise. Courtney was listening to music on her headphones while lying on the couch. They both turned to me with identical smirks as I approached. "Sleep well?" Courtney said, pulling her headphones off and leaving them to rest around her neck. She wiggled her eyebrows up and down. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't contain the blush that spread across my face. "Yes, thank you." My voice cracked and I cleared my throat. "What are we having for dinner?" "Chicken," Bella said. "Vegetables. Some pumpkin soup." She set down a bowl for us, and one couldn't help but lean closer, allowing the sweet scent to overcome my nostrils. "Simple and probably mostly homemade." I moaned. "Sounds delicious," I said. My stomach rumbled. I was hungrier than I anticipated. "Thank you." They joined me at the table, and we began eating. I concentrated on my soup, but could feel the interested gazes from my sisters boring into me. Eventually, I looked up. "What?" Bella glanced down at her meal, but Courtney kept my gaze on me. "So, how was it?" How was what? What had they heard? What had they assumed had happened? "You and the Phi." Courtney let her voice trail off. I opened my eyes wider and lifted my eyebrows. "Yeah. You had sex. Right?" I nearly choked on the soup and started to cough. The soup went down the wrong tube, and it took me another moment before I was able to catch my breath. I waved my hands in the air. No. Not at all." "Well, what was with all the moaning and stuff coming from your room before then? And you've been with him in other realms, so surely you've—" I shook my head. "No." "Well, look. I had to be honest with them. Our mother had told us so little, and surely they were owed some details. We kissed a couple of times before today, but nothing else."
"And today?"
Bella asked quietly, and my gaze moved over to her. She wanted to know as well. She didn't seem as eager as Courtney. If anything, she appeared curious, like she wasn't quite sure what to expect. "Today how could I say this? He did some things to me, but didn't take his pants off." "What?" Courtney said, practically spitting the word across the table. "You had that man in your bed, and you let him leave his clothes on." She shook her head as though greatly disappointed in me. I laughed. I couldn't do anything else. "I didn't exactly have a choice," I said, trying to defend myself. "He's the experienced one. I just followed along with what he wanted to do." They both stopped talking, and a strangely comfortable silence settled over the table. I ate my soup and picked at the chicken, amazingly tired despite the great nap I'd had before. My body was ready for more sleep. I covered my mouth with my hand to stifle a yawn. "I can't believe how tired I am still," I said. Bella smiled at me. "Well, you're home now," she said. I was glad she didn't make any jokes the way Courtney had. As much as I loved my sisters talking to me, I didn't want to keep going over the same thing, especially when I didn't know when Tavlor was going to come back. "You're safe. Your body probably needs the rest." I nodded. "Speaking of that, did Tavlor say anything when he left?" I was embarrassed to admit that I had passed out and had no idea what time he'd gone. "Not really," Bella said. "Just that he had to go back to the magic realm, and that he would contact you when he knew anything more." I sighed and nodded, wrapping my arms around myself. I hated being left behind, but at least I had people working in the background for me. At least I was here with my sisters. "If only Mother was here," Bella said suddenly, shaking her head. My eyes flew open.
"Oh my God.
"You guys don't know." "Don't know what?" Bella asked. I pushed my chair back and jumped to my feet, my heart pounding wild with excitement.
Wait here."
I raced to the bedroom to grab the locket where our mother's essence was stored. They were going to have a fit when they found out they could talk to her again. Chapter 10. I grabbed up the locket and raced back to the kitchen, holding it out in front of me. I must have been smiling hysterically, because both of my sisters were looking at me like I was crazy. Here. I pushed the locket at Bella and she took it. Put it on. Bella glanced at Courtney for help, but instead of doing anything useful, our youngest sister shrugged. I had to stifle a giggle. I loved Court, but she never seemed concerned about things. Not the way Bella was, especially when it came to things Bella wasn't already informed about. Bella reluctantly took the locket from my hand, though she eyed it warily. Put it on, I urged her again, flicking my wrists for emphasis. Mother was always strict, but she's not going to bite you. She heaved a sigh the same way Courtney would have, and put the locket on around her neck. For a moment, she did nothing but sit there, waiting. Bella stared at me. Okay, she said. What happens now? I looked back at her, a sinking feeling starting in my chest and dropping into my stomach. This wasn't supposed to happen. Mother's voice was supposed to fill her head and ask all the questions and tell her all the things. Can't you hear her? I asked tentatively. I cleared my throat. I thought for sure they'd be able to hear her just the way I did. Hear who? Bella blinked. I shook my head, not wanting to explain it out loud. Can I have it back for a sec? I asked, frowning. This didn't make sense. How could she not hear Mother's voice? Did it only work for me? Bella pulled the locket back over her head and handed it to me. I put it on and waited for the characteristic heating of the metal. It didn't come. So I put my hand around it and said, Mother? Nothing. My mouth went dry. What was going on here? Why wasn't she responding? I blew a stray strand out of my face and tried again. Mother? Bella's eyes went wide. Mother? She asked, standing up from her seat and taking a step toward me. What are you talking about? Courtney glanced between us. I paced the kitchen. I wasn't sure what I should tell them, and what I should keep to myself. Mother was just keeping our secret, because she didn't want the others to know. But I was also worried that something had happened to her. Something had taken her away from me. Again. When was the last time I heard her? I asked myself, hands thrust behind my back. In the human village? No, earlier. Back in the Fey realm. I stopped suddenly. Oh no. I whirled around, nearly slipping, and stared at my sisters. Oh no, what? Courtney demanded, her voice somehow insistent and flat at the same time. She furrowed her brow. I continued to stare at them, my heart tight and worry pulsing through me like a heated storm. I think she's gone, I said. I tried to find the right words to figure this out. But not like properly gone. I think. I chewed my bottom lip and shook my head. But how? Bella reached out and took my hand. Come and sit on the couch and tell us what's going on, she said in a gentle voice. I swallowed hard, forcing the lump down my throat, and wobbled my way to the couch. I couldn't lose her again, I couldn't. We had our issues certainly, but that didn't mean I wanted her gone. I had come to rely on her advice. A lot of times I didn't agree with her, and there were times she still needed to understand her role in my life. She didn't have the same ability to control my every move the way she had when she was alive, but she could still help me when I needed her help. And I still needed her help. I began to shake, and Bella wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and sat next to me. Courtney sat down in the armchair opposite us, her face pinched with worry. Both had puzzled glints in their eyes. I took a few shuddering breaths and held tight to the blanket around me. I had to stop panicking. I needed to be strong for my sisters. Despite the fact that they had no idea what was going on, I needed to show them that all was well. If I unraveled, they certainly would, and the last thing we needed was to completely fall apart. Calm yourself, Ava, I told myself. This may not be a bad thing. Okay, I said slowly, picking my gaze up from my lap so I could look at them. I hoped my voice wasn't as shaky as it seemed. I hoped I showed them a cool resolve. I don't know how this is all going to come out, so please just bear with me. All right, Bella said, and Courtney nodded. A tear escaped my eye, and I wiped it away. The stress of the last month was finally spilling over. I swallowed, trying to get some control over my emotions and body. I needed to find the right words so they would understand. I didn't want them to think I was keeping something from them, but at the same time, I needed to be honest with them as well. When Mother was dying, she took my locket, held it, then handed it back to me moments before she passed, I said. At the time, I had no idea what she'd done, and she didn't tell me. I just thought it was her being her normal, mysterious self. Bella gasped, her hand covering her mouth. One look at her, and I knew she knew. Of course she did. Bella knew everything, thanks to all the books she read. Did she instill her essence in your locket? She asked, her eyes wide as she let her hand fall to her lap. Yes, she did. I nodded once. I didn't even know something like that was possible. When she spoke to me the first time, I nearly had a heart attack. Bella put a hand to her heart. Oh my God. She shook her head, as though she didn't believe what I said. So, you've been talking to Mother? Yes, I have been, I said. I dropped my gaze to my hands, picking at the denim of my jeans. How was I supposed to tell them what happened to her, when I didn't even know? I sighed. I needed to be honest, I reminded myself. They deserve to know the truth. But I don't know where she's gone now. Ever since I returned, I haven't been able to contact her, and I'm not sure why that is. Bella held up her hands and straightened her spine. This magic is very powerful but also quite limited, she explained. I didn't know how Bella could be so self-assured right now. I could barely stop myself from shaking. So, let's start at the beginning and see if we can work it out. When was the first time you heard her voice? In the human realm? I pressed my lips together, trying to let the memories come back to me. Why was it so difficult to remember something so simple? Was it at Aunt Allison's house? No. Okay, Bella said, her voice still soothing. Where do you think you heard it? I looked off to the right, toward the kitchen, trying to remember. I chewed my bottom lip. My entire time with Allison was spent in silence. At least, I didn't remember hearing the locket whatsoever. However, once I went through the portal. It was straight after I'd stepped into the magic realm, I said, my words tumbling over each other. I'd barely walked a few feet down the road when the locket began to heat, and when I touched it, her voice filled my head. I was losing track of time, losing track of the sequence of events. It felt like everything that happened stretched out for at least half a year, when in reality, it had only been a couple of months. And yet, even coming back to visit my sisters, I felt like years had passed and we'd all grown so much. Bella nodded, as though her conclusions were confirmed. And did you hear it when you went to the Fae realm? She asked. I nodded. This one, I knew. Yes. Definitely, although I must admit not as much as before. I hadn't thought about not hearing Mother as much. I assumed it was because I had been so busy with training, so focused on hiding myself away from the danger the council posed, that I didn't speak to Mother as much as I had in the magic realm. Bella's lips pulled tight. Then I believe the spell she created is linked to strong magic, perhaps Warlock magic, I'm not sure. She shook her head, almost as though she was upset with herself for not knowing something. I wanted to pull her into a hug and tell her she didn't have to know everything. But it's obvious it only works in certain realms. I jumped to my feet. But this is a magic realm, I said. I spun on the balls of my feet, throwing my arms around. Surely it should work in her own realm. This didn't make any sense. How could the locket not work here of all places? Bella shrugged. I'm not actually sure what this place is, she admitted, looking up at the ceiling as though she could find answers there. It's linked to the earth and human realm, which means it may not be as magical as we think. The human realm? I asked, stopping. Think about it, Ava, she said. How did you and Tavlor access this realm? By going through the portal, I said. Which is where? The human world. Oh. Well, that made sense in a funny sort of way. Courtney reached out a hand from her position on the couch, legs thrown over the arm, back hunched as it tried to mold to the back of the chair. Can I see the locket for a bit? I handed it over to her. Part of me wanted to say no, wanted to keep it for myself, but I refused to do that. She wasn't just my mother, and I had been lucky enough to get more time with her while Courtney and Bella had been on their own. Courtney turned it over and looked at it with a critical eye. I wonder why she gave it to you. I fought the need to be defensive and annoyed. I knew she was disappointed. I did my best to see it from her point of view. She wanted to connect with Mother in her own way. She knew Mother less than we did, simply because she was the youngest. She sounded more hurt than anything else. It wasn't about me. I kept repeating that over and over in my mind. It wasn't about me. Well, I don't know, I told her with a shrug. Perhaps because I was physically with her when she had the strength to do the spell. Maybe because I'm the oldest. I managed to smile at my youngest sister as I said, or maybe it was so she could say I told you so. When I escaped here, found our father, and all hell broke loose. I'm sure she knew that I'd be the first one to disobey her orders. That got a smile out of Courtney. That sounds like something Mother would do. Reminding us how she was right even from beyond the grave. I grinned back. Right. She nodded and handed the locket back to me. Yeah. My shaking had subsided, and I pushed the blanket away. I felt better. It was good to get my concern off my chest. At least I had not one, but two people I could bounce ideas off. Bella probably had a good point. I'd never heard Mother's voice in this realm. And it was possible I might not again, until I stepped back into the magic realm. I just wished Mother had told me this. I wished I had known. I rubbed my lips together. Once again, Mother kept something from me. Once again, I found out from someone else when I could have found out directly from her. I glanced at Bella, needing to break free from my bitter thoughts. Thanks for the reassurance, Belle, I said. I was starting to freak out. Bella pursed her lips together. And rightly so. She nodded, her hair coming free from the loose ponytail. It sounds like you've been clinging to her quite a lot. Has she helped you much? Clinging. I wasn't sure that was the word I would have used. Then again, it wasn't like it was the wrong word either. Maybe I was clinging too much to Mother's ghost. I cocked my head, thinking about the question. A little, I guess, I said, trying to be as honest as I could be. To start with, she was just full of woe and worries. Which in hindsight were kind of correct. Everything she said would happen, has. What I didn't say out loud was everything had happened because of me. I was the one who chose not to listen to her. I was the one who decided not only to put myself in danger, but my sisters as well. This was all my fault. Mother was right. Courtney shifted in her chair, drawing my attention. What's our father like? She asked. I snapped my head out of my pity party and regarded Courtney with a curious stare. She wanted to know about Father. I leaned back against the comfortable couch cushions. He's intense, I said. I wasn't exactly sure how else to describe him. I can see why Mother went for him so long ago, however. He's not charming, but there's something magnetic about him. Courtney made a go-on gesture with her hand. I laughed, then sighed. I should have known I'd have to do a full debrief with my sisters. I should have prepared something to make this part easier. He has dark hair and dark eyes. He wears capes and robes and looks super regal. Does he speak, like, differently to us? Courtney asked. Her voice was small, almost shy, which gave me pause. Not really. I winkled my nose, trying to remember. Everything was starting to fade now. I was paranoid. I wouldn't be able to hold on to the memories the way I hoped to. He is very proper and is a little withdrawn. Withdrawn? Bella repeated. There was a note of curiosity in her voice now. Yes, well, maybe that's the wrong word, I said. I tilted my head to one side and then the other. He tries really hard to keep a lid on his passion. In their world, he's more than just a high warlock. They treat him like a king. What do you mean? Bella asked. All pretense of indifference was gone. She leaned forward, hands on her thighs, eyebrows raised to her hairline. I wanted to laugh at her eagerness. I told them all about the pressure on him to go into an arranged marriage. The way the bloodlines and breeding were manipulated to make sure that the next high warlock would be under the control of the council. The way the council had the real power, even though it was assumed more widely that it was our father. I told them that any threat to everything they had already built would be enough to be regarded as treason, which meant I was going to be arrested and probably put to death because of it. When I'd finished telling them everything I'd gone through, from the trial to the actual court trial and the way our stepmother had outed me on purpose, my sisters were fuming. Courtney's face was so red, the color seeped down to the base of her throat, while Bella's lips were pressed so tightly together I was surprised she didn't make herself bleed. That fucking bitch. Courtney slammed her hands on the table and stood up. I laughed, I had to. Because Courtney was right. I put a hand out to both of them. I am glad of only one thing, and that is that I never told anyone about you, I said. I locked eyes with Bella and then with Courtney. I needed them to know I did everything I could to protect them, and I would continue to protect them no matter what. Well, I did tell our father, but after he denied any connection to me, he isn't about to explain that there are 3 threats to the council instead of just me. I still don't understand how we are a threat to them, Bella said. There was a big wrinkle on her forehead. I wanted to hold her in my arms and tell her that unfortunately, the world wasn't black and white. I sighed. Yeah, I know, I agreed. I think it's a fear of the unknown more than anything, but I do know that there's never been an heir that wasn't a male, nor born from the arranged marriage the council had deemed appropriate. We are, like, way out of left field for them. They want to maintain their power at all costs, and if I'm honest, I chewed on my lip for a moment before saying, if I was high warlock, they are the first thing I'd get rid of. Courtney burst out laughing, then grinned. No wonder they want to get rid of you. Courtney, Bella said, her warning clear. I shook my head. No, she's right, I said. I didn't want to sugarcoat things. My sisters needed to be aware that this wasn't a game. This was serious. We didn't grow up in their realm, and I see nothing but problems with a system that commands martial law over every magical being in the known universe. The bigotry, the rules, the absolute power. It's wrong. And they're right. I am a threat to them. We all are. Because I can tell you that none of us would simply stand by and let the council torture and wage war on every whim. We've got far too much of our mother in us. Bella sighed. You, maybe? She pinched the bridge of her nose and looked down as though she was embarrassed, ashamed that she didn't have much of our mother in her. I squeezed her hand. Our father said you look just like his mother, you know, I told her. I wasn't sure if it would make a difference, but I tried. Bella's eyes twinkled. Really? Yes. I nodded. And I can tell you that our father is not lacking in fire or passion. He may look reserved and try his best to put a lid on his real personality, but it's there, Bella. And it's in you, too. Sometimes you've just got to find something to fight for, something that will make you break the rules and stand up. Bella shrugged. Maybe. The light in her eyes dimmed, as though she didn't believe that was something she could ever feel for herself. No, maybe about it. Plus, we can't all be hotheads. Mother court me. Geez, we'd never get a moment's peace. Bella grinned. We need you to rein us in, Belle, I said seriously. If we all followed our whims, we'd be weightless, floating, selfish. You anchor us, bring us to reality, make us understand that there's more to things than what we feel. You help us see the truth. I sighed and leaned back against the couch. I felt more relaxed. Happy. God, I feel so much better here. I've been so stressed. I put my hands against the sides of my head and squeezed, kneading the pressure against the weird headache that had developed. Well, looks like you're staying with us for a while. So, you won't need to worry about any of that shit. Courtney smiled and stood up to go find something. Her words didn't bring with them the relief I was expecting. Instead, my shoulders were heavy and a frown touched my lips. There was a sadness that I couldn't shake. I didn't want to be without the magic realm. I didn't want to just step away, hide, forget who I was and who I should be. Not forever. If everything was fair and equal, I would be able to do as I pleased. But it wasn't. I didn't say anything to my sisters. I didn't want to worry them any more than I already had. I relaxed with my sisters and chatted for hours before falling into bed and getting another great sleep. Even though I missed Tavlor and everything I'd left behind, when I was with my sisters, I was home. I was safe. For now. Chapter 11. Life with my sisters was the same as it ever had been. That didn't mean it was boring. I relished this, the way nothing happened, the way I didn't have to look over my shoulders constantly, worried someone was going to discover us. Too soon, we fell into a very similar routine our mother had set. 3 meals a day, relaxing after dinner, study and training during the day. The biggest difference was in our magical dynamic. Bella was always the best of us, precise. She knew exactly what to do, and how to do it. Magic came easily from us. Courtney was wilder. Her magic came from her emotions, whatever she happened to be experiencing at the time. This made her unpredictable. And powerful. I'd always been slightly more advanced than my sisters, being the oldest. Bella might have been better, but I knew more and had mastered more than she had. She would never admit it, but I knew she wanted to catch up to me, to beat me. Regardless of my expertise, there were moments I resented the extra attention my mother gave me, simply because I was the oldest. I always felt like I had to be perfect. Had to get mother's approval. But with everything I had experienced, with everything going on, I was leagues ahead. If we had been in different circumstances, I would have enjoyed a battle of magic between the 3 of us, just like old times. We stood outside in a field where we had practiced many times before. I thrust my hand out in Courtney's direction. She flew back with such force that even I winced as she crash-landed. I jogged over to where she sprawled on the ground and offered her my hand. "Where did you learn all this?" she asked, breathing hard as she took my hand in hers. I pulled her to her feet. We walked back to Belle, across the field. I'd knocked her 10 feet backwards, easily, using some of the magic that Horlo had taught me. I missed him. I wished he was here. There was so much more I needed to learn. "From a mage in one of the Fey realms I was hiding in," I said. "One of?" Courtney asked, tilting her head to the side. She began to undo her braid before rebraiding her hair tighter. "How many are there?" I shrugged. "Honestly, no idea," I said. "The Fey realm is different from anything I've ever experienced. I have no idea what type of creatures there are, hiding in plain sight." And I didn't. There was the magic realm, then smaller magic realms, shifter realms, Fey realms, and God knew what else. In fact, the more I thought about it, the more my head began to pinch. I didn't ask a lot of those sorts of questions, I admitted. You would have been so cross with me. Looking back, I realize I probably should have, but I shrugged. I had other things on my mind. I had one goal. Courtney threw her hands up. "You did better than either of us would have, Ava. Don't worry about it." I stared at her, surprised by the strange compliment that came from her lips. "Aw, thanks." I made sure that my appreciation didn't come out like a question. I didn't want her to think I was being sarcastic, not when she was genuinely trying to be nice. "Can you teach me that technique you just employed on me?" she asked slowly. "Sure," I said. I was surprised she would even think to ask me. Normally, she thought she knew everything and didn't give any consideration to what Bella or I had to tell her. I stood next to her and took her hand in mine. I raised it so it formed a right angle to her body, and I thrust out her palm. "Feel that?" I asked. At her nod, I continued. "That's the arm gesture you need to do when you call on the force within you." "The force within me?" she asked. I closed my eyes. "We all have a force inside of us, Court," I explained, slowly opening my eyes. "Humans call this gut instinct or intuition. With us magic users, we can control it. Use it to our advantage. You just have to connect with it." "And how do I do that?" she asked. "Well, you reach inside of yourself. You stay still. It'll find you." I winced. "I know that sounds strange. You just have to trust me." Courtney nodded and closed her eyes. I furrowed my brow. I hadn't been expecting that. I thought for sure she'd brush me off and tell me I was crazy. I didn't think she would actually indulge me. After a moment, her eyes snapped open and a smile beamed on her face. "I feel it," she said. "Or at least, I think I do." "Excellent," I said. "That's faster than me when I found mine." "Okay, so now that you have it, use the gesture. But before you do anything, you have to tell your force what you're going to do. If you don't, it could have disastrous consequences." Courtney blinked. "What do you mean?" "Well, let's just say I acted before thinking and split a tall oak tree in half, all because I had my arm out and didn't control it," I said. Luckily, I wasn't pointing at a person. After a few attempts that fizzled, Courtney hit a home run, sizzling a tree nearby. She clapped her hands in excitement. "Can I have a go at you now?" she asked, her eyes glinting playfully. I shrugged. Why not? I highly doubted she'd be able to do much. It took me at least 3 tries until I was even able to get a small reaction, and Horlo mentioned that had been impressive. Courtney had strong raw magic, but she wasn't Bella and she wasn't me. She was volatile. That didn't make for good control. Courtney ran back to her place across the field, then faced me. There was an eager smile on her face. She rubbed her hands together, ready to get started, ready to try. I smiled. Maybe she might not get it right away, but she was enthusiastic. That was something. "Ready?" I called out to her. "Yes." She practically sang the word, bouncing from one foot to the next. 3. I put up 3 fingers and began to count backwards. 2. 1. I reached out and threw the bolt at Courtney a moment before her magic hit me. It knocked me backwards so fast, pain shot up my backside as I landed on my ass. My shields shattered spectacularly inside my head. Ow. I paused on the ground, reaching up to cradle my head in my palm. I was not expecting that. Courtney's cackle pierced the air. She threw her arm up as she jumped up and down. My lips curled up and I shook my head despite my wounded pride. I got to my feet slowly and rubbed my bruised butt. I was sure her ass was just as bruised as mine, but she didn't show it. Not with the victory grin still etched on her face. I staggered toward her, a little shocked by how well she'd done that. "Well done, Court," I said. I cleared my throat. "That was crazy strong." Courtney limped toward me, looking like she'd twisted an ankle. However, her wince was masked with that grin. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded, flicking her fingers toward her leg, then straightened up after her magic did the healing. "Yeah, but that hurt more than expected," she said. "You did it very well," I said. My ego was wounded, but it was masked by how proud I was for my sister. In the time that I had been gone, she had grown so much. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Bella knocking some sense into her, and forcing her to take her magic more seriously. I never managed to smash Horlo off his feet, I can tell you. Court smirked. "Yeah, I was glad it worked," she said. "But you still shot straight through all of my shields and got me as well." I nodded. "Yeah, not sure how we're going to fix that weakness," I admitted. I placed my hands on my hips and leaned my head to the side, stretching my neck, trying to get all the kinks out of it. You did the same thing to me, and I couldn't keep my shields up either, although part of the spell and the setup is your own wards, so anyway. I shrugged. Court brushed some of the grass off her jeans. Enough for today, she asked, still breathless. Yeah, I said, nodding. May as well go in for some lunch. At that moment, my stomach rumbled. Courtney smirked. Some things don't change, do they? She said, brushing her shoulder with mine as she pushed past me. We walked back toward the house together, my heart singing with happiness to be beside my sisters once again. The sun shone down, not too hot, but enough to make the scenery around us sparkle. I breathed in deeply, glad to be back home. The air had never seemed as fresh as it did here, even in the Fey realm. The trees swayed in the breeze. I slowly reached up, wincing as I tugged more of my injuries and brushed hair from my face. Can I ask you something, Ava? Courtney said as we walked inside and collapsed on the couch. I rested my feet on the coffee table before me, staring up at the ceiling and trying to ignore the bruises forming. Bella was nowhere to be seen, so I had to assume she was off reading or experimenting somewhere. It was almost a relief. I was sure if she had been there, she would have been peppering us with questions. I didn't want to answer hers just yet. Yeah, of course, I said. My stomach rumbled, craving sandwiches. Luckily, I was a witch and could make a sandwich without stepping into the kitchen and fishing through an empty pantry for ingredients. Leaning forward, I waved my hand over the coffee table in front of me and magicked up a platter of chicken and salad rolls. Oh, thanks, Courtney said as she grabbed the nearest sandwich and took a bite. After a minute or two of filling our bellies, her request came back to me. I cleared my throat and wiped my mouth. Sorry, you said you had a question before I rudely interrupted with food. Courtney chuckled. Well, it's not really a question, more of, I don't know. I tore my eyes away from my sandwich and fixed them on her. What was she being so shy about? Spit it out. I popped the remainder of my sandwich into my mouth and grabbed another one. Training always left me more hungry than usual. Well, I don't know a nice way to put this, so I may as well just say it, she said, fiddling with her bangs. What about us? I frowned, not understanding what her question pertained to. I cleared my throat after swallowing the bite I had taken. What about you, in what way? About everything. She threw her hands out, then brought them back to her lap. Our father, the realms, the lineage and heir to the Warlock stuff. What are Bella and I to do about it all? Do we have a role to play? Or are we destined to just stay here forever, like Mother? I blinked, letting the question sink in. I reached for my necklace, only to remember it didn't work here. I groaned. I can't think of anything worse than being stuck here, I admitted. Courtney nodded. You and me both. I mean, you know. Yeah, of course. We both meant no disrespect to Bella, the one of us that could probably be happy to stay in this realm forever, but it wasn't for us. I was suddenly hit with the fact that Courtney had so desperately wanted to come with me, but stayed behind because I told her to. I didn't regret it either, knowing what I knew now. But I could understand why she had a bit of attitude. She didn't like to be cooped up. She was like a tiger prowling in a cage that was too small for her, and when she was finally released from it, she was going to pounce. I don't think Mother really wanted to stay isolated for so long, I said, thinking about what others had told me about her. I mean, she was so liked, happy, powerful. I think she could have done great things in the magic realm in the right position. So what made her come here? Courtney asked, picking at something on her seat. I sighed. Honestly, when she got pregnant, she put her life and ours in danger. I didn't know how else I could explain it. Again, I wished I could have talked to Mother myself and gotten some clarity. So basically, she fell in love with the wrong guy, Courtney said, trying to make sense of my answer. I laughed. Yeah, that was definitely her undoing, I said, nodding. Getting pregnant probably wasn't the smartest thing to do either, especially knowing Father couldn't actually be a father to us. Courtney chuckled, her cheeks turning pink at the thought of pregnancy. It was hard to remember she was barely 21. Yeah, well, she certainly paid for it with 24 years of isolation, she said. I nodded and hummed in agreement, although I didn't think our mother had ever regretted her choice. So, what do you want to know, Court? I asked, narrowing my eyes at her. What are you really asking? She shrugged. I don't know, she admitted. Her voice had gotten small, as though she was suddenly shy with being scrutinized. I wasn't sure what else she expected when she asked questions like this. But, what are we going to do? It sounds like it's way too dangerous for us to come out of the closet, so to speak. But I want to meet our father, too. She threw her arms out. I want to take lessons from the Fae and become stronger, more powerful. Surely this isn't our destiny. To be stuck in an off-human world forever? Her pain was far too real to me. I knew how isolated I'd felt for so long. And yet I got to leave. I got to go on this journey while she was forced to stay behind. I reached over and squeezed her hand before withdrawing to my couch again. Look, Court, I can only tell you what's going on for the moment. I have no idea what's going to happen in the future, I said. Courtney picked up another sandwich. That's fair. Her eyes flickered over at me. So hit me. I inhaled sharply. So. I didn't believe Mother when she said how dangerous it would be for us to find our father, and look what has happened, I said. I took a quick bite of my food. I lifted my hands in a helpless gesture and shrugged. As much as I hate the fact that I was cooped up, I have to admit, Mother was right. And now I feel stupid for putting all of us in so much danger, just because I wanted adventure. Courtney nodded. I know the feeling. Yeah, but I can't even explain how bad I feel about it, I continued. I began to rip the remaining sandwiches into small pieces, needing something to do with my hands. I've thrown the magic realm and our lives into total chaos. I mean, look at me. Back here, hiding, praying to the universe that no one finds us here. I know I'm safe, technically. I just don't say anything because I don't want to worry you about it. I hung my head. I've made things so much worse. I had to stop speaking. My throat was clogging up with emotion. After a moment, Courtney asked, "You okay?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The emotions hit me like a storm, whipping up my guilt and increasing the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. I was the oldest, my mother had trusted me with my sister's welfare, and I'd screwed everything up. All because I didn't want to listen to her. The tears began to fall. I wiped them away, sure I could handle the onslaught of emotion coming my way. But it didn't stop. The hot tears continued to well in my eyes and streak down my face. This is all my fault. If I'd just stayed here or gone to the human village, everything would be fine. I should never have told my father who I was. I've put everyone in danger. My sisters. Me. Hell, even the Fae. Even to a degree, Tavlor. If he is caught helping me, if they find out what he has done, he will die. Oh. My. God. How could I be so selfish? So stupid? So. The self-incrimination kept coming at me, until I couldn't contain the sobs. Snot dripped down my face. My cheeks pinched. Saliva flew out of my mouth as I tried to control my crying. Courtney came to sit next to me, tried to reassure me that everything was okay, but I didn't believe her. She had no idea how bad things were out there. Part of it was Mother's fault for not telling us what we needed to know. Part of it was me, for keeping secrets from them as well. Bella came into the room, and suddenly she was there too, holding me, rocking me, wrapping a blanket around me. Eventually, the tears slowed down, and the pain in my chest dropped to a level that I felt like I could breathe again. Shish, let me. Bella said as she waved her wand, an unusual moment for my sister, and a peace fell over me like a drug. I sighed, not fighting Bella's magic as her intent was pure. I leaned into Courtney and sighed, letting my eyes close. My tears dried up and I was warm again. I opened my eyes and smiled at my sister. Thank you. Bella frowned. What was that about? I swayed a little, enjoying the intoxicated feeling that came with the lifting of my pain. I sighed. The elation of my spirit to have the pain taken away. Bella squeezed my hand. Ava, she said, trying to lock eyes with me.
Come on.
Share. You don't need to keep everything inside. Look at what keeping things in has done to you already. Bella glanced toward Courtney, who shrugged. I don't know what happened. Don't blame me. 1 minute I was asking what was happening with us in regard to our father, and all the magic stuff, and the next thing I know she was crying. I swallowed, some of the feelings coming back. Bella looked at me again. Summarize quickly. I sighed. I just realized, I suppose, how stupid I've been. I never should have left. Never should have revealed my identity to our father. I should have just stayed here or got a job in the human world. I've put all of us in mortal danger, and for what? For a chance to know a man who literally threw me under the bus to save his own ass. I shook my head. I'm so sorry. Bella squeezed my arm. Don't be, she said. It's not our fault that they are so much nastier, so much more fucked up, Courtney finished for her. Bella shot her a look. What? Courtney asked. How are you not used to this by now? You're right, Bella said. The whole situation, the people, their rules, it's all fucked up, Ava. And it's not your fault for assuming that they would act with common decency. That they would treat you like an actual person. And our father, how disappointing for all of us that he's a coward, but really, the only thing that matters is that you are safe. We all are. I glanced between my two sisters. But I may have made it so that you two can never meet Matlock, that you won't be able to travel as you'd like to, I said. I pressed my lips together, looking down at my palms. I sighed, rubbing my nose with the back of my hand. I can't ever undo it or take those mistakes back. And I would if I could. I'd do it in a second. Even if it meant never seeing Tav-Lor again. We don't blame you, Ava, Bella said. Courtney knocked her shoulder against me. Nah, not at all. We're no worse off than before, whereas you've been to hell and back. And I didn't mean to set you off before. I just wanted to know, if you thought things would change. If you could see us ever getting out of here. I took a deep breath. I can. But a lot would have to change. The council would need to change their feelings on, well, everything, I said. It made me feel better to focus on answering questions. Wallowing in self-pity wasn't something I intended to do, and quite frankly, I had had enough of it. They'd have to alter the laws on illegitimacy, give me the rights of the born heir, and generally do a full back flip on everything. And what is the possibility of that happening? Courtney asked. I laughed. I didn't know how else to respond. 1 in a billion, I'd say. But I suppose that's still something. We began to chuckle and giggle together, and I hugged my sisters tight to me. They may have forgiven me, or at least didn't hold me responsible for the shitstorm that rolled around us. But I did, and nothing was going to change unless I decided to fight. But did I want to? With so many lives in the balance? Would I even know where to begin? After my breakdown, I began to see the way forward. It took some time. I gave myself the rest of the night to indulge myself. I cried. I wondered where Tav-Lor was and if he was thinking of me. Was I really worth the risk to him? When the next day came, the worst was over. I began to think more positively than I had the night before. Unfortunately, the path in front of me was still thick with impediments, deathly traps, and perhaps heartbreaking rejection. Did I have the right to fight for a place in magical society? And not just a place. My rightful place. To be my father's daughter, whatever that might entail. Chapter 12. If the council would accept me as my father's heir, I would do whatever they needed me to do in order to conform to their society. They could stick me in a school teaching kids, or being some kind of magic realm police officer, issuing citations for faulty brooms. I really didn't care. As long as my life was safe, my sisters were safe, and I could see Tavlor as much as I wanted. Surely that wasn't too much to ask. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, not bothering to stifle a yawn. I wasn't exactly great, but I was better than I had been. I was with my sisters. We were all safe, for now. I took a seat in the lounge, and decided to grab as many books as I could that might hint at how we could escape our fate. Perhaps escaping wasn't really what I wanted to do. I wanted to change it. I wanted others to accept me and my sisters for who we were. Courtney came into the room, stifling a yawn of her own. She grinned as she slid onto the couch and conjured a coffee with her magic, with a mark on the cup I didn't recognize. "Where's that from?" I gestured to the coffee, ignoring her question for a moment. "Want one?" she asked. I nodded toward the cup of tea in my hand. Coffee always gave me the worst headaches, and I wanted to avoid having one, especially since I had a mission in mind. I waited for an answer to my question. "Oh, they're from a coffee shop in the village," she explained. "There's always one or two waiting on the bench, and I just grab them. Once I've worked out how to replicate it with magic, I'll do it that way." I stared at her, then began to laugh. "You're stealing coffees?" I shook my head. "Well, that's original." She shrugged and kept drinking her stolen cafe latte, or whatever it was. She gestured with her hands and I said, "What?" "I asked you which of your problems you were trying to cure." "Oh." I glanced down at the books again. I'd almost forgotten about my worries. It was one of the best things about Courtney. She was so funny, carefree, and happy. I could forget that I was worried about something for a long moment. It was nice to just relax, if relaxing was an option in the first place. "I was looking up the council, actually," I told her, easing the books off my lap and onto the floor. "Not that there is much about the hierarchy of the magic realm. And looking at legitimacy and stuff." I rubbed my eyes and then blinked once, twice. I took another sip of my tea and sighed. Courtney reached over and grabbed one of the leather-bound books that I'd borrowed from Bella's bookshelf. "What's this stuff?" "Shielding." Her gaze lifted to mine and I shrugged. "Yeah, well, considering how little we were taught about them, I think it's something we need to work on," I said. "At least, I need to work on it. Abigail made it a big deal during my trial. Me shielding blows, I mean." "You know, you haven't really talked in detail about what happened at your trial," Courtney said, her gaze fixed on the book. She started picking at the cover and I winced. I knew Bella wouldn't be happy if she caught Courtney messing up her books, even if she didn't mean to. "Yeah, well, maybe another time." I pressed my lips together. I wasn't trying to shut her out. Really, I wasn't. I just wasn't ready to talk more in depth about it than I already had. Courtney didn't respond right away. For a moment, I worried that she would demand more information. Instead, she sighed. "Okay," she said, setting the book aside. "You showed me this morning how in need of shields I am." She rolled her eyes and the tension eased out of me. "Trust me, we all do," I said. "You are much better at this than I was when I first started. Mother taught us a little about mental shields, but not enough about physical ones. And the witches and wizards of the realms are vicious. Then we definitely need to work on them," she said, her eyes burning with determination. Another thing I loved about Courtney was that she would walk into fire without asking questions. Bella would want to know everything about it. I was just glad I didn't have to answer any questions, at least not right now. At that moment, Bella strode into the room with a heavy-footed purpose. "I agree." I turned to look at Bella, where she stood clasping a large black book to her chest. I shouldn't be surprised that she'd overheard our conversation, but part of me was. How much had she heard? Was she going to start questioning me about my trials? Just because Courtney dropped it didn't mean Bella would. "What have you got there, Bella?" I asked. "I was listening to you and Courtney and realized that you're right," Bella said. She took a seat on the edge of her chair, smoothing down the wrinkles of her shirt before sliding the book on her lap. We don't have any defenses against a magical attack. Mother did not train us, nor set us up for a fight from the outside. Probably one of the reasons she never wanted us to find our father." I nodded. "I hadn't thought about that," I said. This was why it was so important to involve my sisters. They saw things, thought of things I wouldn't be able to do. "So," Bella said, flipping the pages. The gold emblem on the cover somehow caught the light, even though it was practically smothered by her lap. "I found something that might help us, all of us, but it can be pretty painful." I raised my brows.
Painful?
Courtney asked doubtfully. "But it's strong," I asked, not caring how much it would hurt. I would be in more pain if I was attacked in the magic realm. Hell, I'd be dead. Whatever Bella had for us, I would endure if it meant I would be able to protect myself. "Yes, very," Bella said. She sounded certain. Whenever Bella sounded certain, she was right about things.
"And does it last?"
I asked. "Yes, that's the best part." Bella grinned. "The spell creates a tattoo that is lifelong, but it entwines with your magic, and it's painful as it paints on your skin." "Oh. Mother would hate that," Courtney said with glee, clapping her hands and laughing. "Which obviously means we must do it." She looked over at me. "You won't tell on us, will you? Now that we know you're able to still talk to Mother, I don't want the things I've told you in confidence getting back to her." I smiled, shaking my head. I ignored the pained heartbeat. I didn't like to be reminded I didn't have access to Mother the way I used to. We all began to chuckle. Mother had always been a common enemy, and joined the three of us, even at times when we were more likely to fight. And in this bittersweet moment, the connection between us grew and strengthened. I sighed, looking down at the stack of books around me. Had Bella been through these already? I hoped she didn't mind that they were now full of sticky notes and barely legible writing. I looked at Bella, then Courtney, as the laughter began to die down. "Well, I'm in," I said seriously. "Anything to give me a fighting chance against those assholes." "I'm in too," Courtney said. "I know I'm not heading out with you just yet, but I don't see the problem with strengthening our defenses. Just in case." Bella squirmed in the chair. A stray strand of hair fell in her face, but she did nothing to move it. "They won't stop some attacks, of course," she said, hesitating. "It isn't perfect." "Like what?" I asked. I trusted Bella, and I definitely wanted the extra protection, but I wanted to know what I was getting into before I rushed into it. "Like a dagger to the heart, for instance," she said. I coughed, remembering the fight with the wolf shifters in the Fey realm. "Ah, okay. But it will stop people poking into your mind, blasting you with hot magic," she continued. "Not perfectly, of course. A powerful warlock or witch can work around any defense, but I think this will help. And honestly, knowing what I know, anything is better than nothing." My foray into books was far less helpful than the research my bookworm sister had been doing. I still didn't understand how I could slave away for hours and not find the information I was looking for, but Bella could walk in and have a protection spell in a matter of minutes. "When can we get started?" I asked. I stretched out my legs and they screamed in protest. I had been sitting for too long. My back ached. I placed one hand on the small of my back and arched, giving it a good stretch as well. "We can do it now if you like," Bella said. "I'll have to do you and Courtney, then tomorrow, maybe when you're feeling better, you can do me." My stomach tightened, my pulse quickening. Is it really going to be that bad? I looked over at Courtney. She pursed her lips and shrugged. Bella's smile was tight. "I don't know. The book just says to be prepared for anything from a light burn to falling unconscious due to the pain." My mouth fell open. Whoa! Goosebumps rose on my skin, but it didn't dent my resolve. I was going to do this no matter what. The council wanted me dead, and I needed all the help I could get. "Well, shall we do this in our bedrooms then?" I suggested, standing up. I decided to leave the books where they were. I didn't want to have to clean up and waste time. I'd rather get this over with now, if it was possible. So we can lie down straight after if necessary? Part of me wanted to go second, of course. Put off the pain as long as possible, and see what happened with Courtney. It was selfish, and I knew it made me chicken shit. Courtney was the baby of the family. If anything, it was my job to lead the way, pave the path, let them know there was nothing to worry about. I glanced over at Courtney. Fear filled her eyes. She didn't even bother trying to hide it, either. Her teeth gently gnawed at her bottom lip, and her fingers tightened into fists. She was scared. I didn't think Courtney could be scared of anything. Bella nodded. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, she said, standing as well. She took the book with a mysterious gold emblem with her. You want to go first? I inhaled. Yes. Definitely. My nod was sharp and jerky. I hoped they didn't call me out for being afraid, even though I was. May as well rip the bandage off, so to speak. Before I could chicken out, I marched down the corridor and opened the door to my bedroom. I rolled my wrists, trying to soothe the fear that hissed through my body like a scared cat. When I twisted back around, Bella was standing in the doorway with the book clutched to her chest, and Courtney was leaning against the wall. She couldn't even look at me. Her hands kept fiddling with her pants and then her hair and then her face. She wasn't ready for this. I opened my arms, palms up, waiting for Bella to hit me with whatever magic was going to level me. Where do you want me? I asked. Ah. Bella glanced down at her book as she held it out in front of her. Her eyes scanned the text and she nodded. However, when she lifted her head so she could lock eyes with me, she gave me a hesitant smile. Can you strip down to your knickers? Might be easier for the tattoo to work. Oh yeah. Sure. I wasn't sure why I needed to be practically nude, but who was I to argue? I stripped off my jeans and tank, and stood in my matching black knickers and bra. Okay. I'm ready, I said, and closed my eyes, not sure I wanted to watch as Bella shot me up with some sort of magic I hadn't heard of before. My eyes shot open. Where did you find this spell, Bella? I asked, eyeing the way she was reading the book. She looked up from the place she was reading. It's in one of the advanced magic books I'd hidden inside my skirts the day Mother died, she said. I've been poring over it, hoping to find some clue as to whether Mother's magic killed her because she was burning through so much of it just trying to keep our realm up and running, or if it was something else. I blinked. Sorry, what? Bella blushed a pretty shade of pink. Well, after Mother got sick, I started going through the hidden parts of our library that she'd told me not to look in. My eyebrows lifted. I had never expected Bella to break rules. Courtney, absolutely. Breaking rules was practically her middle name. But Bella? And in one of the books, it taught me how to create these hidden pouches in my skirts. I can hide anything in there, books, jewelry. Doesn't matter the size. They all fit. I put a hand up as I tried to process what she had said. My sister had hidden depths I didn't know about, in more ways than one. Are you telling me that you hoarded Mother's ancient books? I asked slowly, putting my hands on my hips. It was only then that I remembered I was questioning my sisters in my underwear. Ah, yeah. A massive smile slid onto my face. Brilliant, I said, shooting my gaze over to Courtney and pointing to her. Did you put her up to this? This is all Bella, Courtney said, her grin matching my own. Bella tapped her finger on the book, her face turning pink. So, you're okay for me to try this? She asked tentatively, catching my eyes. It was almost as though she didn't trust herself and needed me to reassure her. I trusted her, but I wasn't sure about this spell. Still, I had to be brave for them. Yes. Definitely, I said, gesturing. Bring it on. Bella swallowed hard. She glanced between Courtney and me, and then down at her book. She pulled her wand from her pocket and began to speak in an ancient language I'd heard my mother use only a handful of times. An enchanted breeze whipped around Bella's dark hair as she spoke faster, and her fingers began to glow. I rocked back, the air around us pushing me as though I was caught in a storm. I planted my feet more firmly, bending my knees a little to stay where I was. I wanted the protection of this type of magic. I was strong enough to endure it. I was sure. My fingers tingled. I bounced on my toes with excitement. I wanted this. I needed this. I was the daughter. We were all the daughters of the most well-bred warlock in all the realms, and an incredibly powerful witch. We had to be made for more than this. The end of Bella's wand began to glow a soft pink that transformed into a deep dark ruby. She lifted the wand up in the air, speaking louder and faster, chanting a string of words I didn't understand. The house around us creaked and shifted. And then, with a powerful shout, Bella struck me with the magic in her wand. I stumbled backwards, pain centering in my ribs, around my heart, exactly where the spell had hit me. I gasped, placing my hand over my chest, trying to catch my breath. The strength in my legs went, and I staggered again. I let go of my chest, and grabbed onto one of the 4 posts of the bed, so that I didn't do anything so weak as to faint. I would never be able to live it down. Whoa! I gasped for air as breathing became harder, the pain spreading out. I winced, hissing, trying to do everything I could to keep the tears that accumulated in my eyes from falling. Like a venom in my veins, the pain pulsed along my limbs with the beat of every heart thump in my chest. I coughed, hoping for some relief. "Ava, are you okay?" Bella asked, as she rushed over to me and put a hand on my arm. I squeezed my eyes shut for a single moment, wishing away my tears and swallowing the urge to cry out. Then the pain began to ease, and I collapsed onto the bed. I forced myself to breathe in and out and opened my eyes. Both of my sisters peered down at me with concern written all over their faces. "It's okay." I managed to wheeze, looking down at my body. "Where is it? Can you see the tattoo?" I couldn't see it on my breasts, my belly, my legs. I turned my arms over, and couldn't see anything there either. "Is it on my back?" I twisted around on the bed so that my sisters could see my back, but when I turned around again, they were shaking their heads. "No, there's nothing new, Ava," Courtney said, then frowned. "Was it really terrible?" I shook my head. "Not really." I paused, trying to find the right words to describe it. It wasn't bad per se. But it also wasn't pleasant. I didn't want to scare them off from enduring it either, not if it was something we needed to do in order to protect ourselves better. It was intense, but over quickly. I'm not sure why the spellbook warned us it would be that bad. "Oh," Bella said, standing over me. She swallowed and peered down at the book. Her face went pale and she began to flip through the pages, careful not to damage the brittle parchment. It wasn't exactly something I wanted to hear from a witch who just performed a complicated spell on me. I lifted my gaze to Bella, still feeling quite weak and unable to stand. "What-oh?" I asked, trying to keep my voice even but failing. I looked over at Courtney, hoping to get some sort of information from her. She shrugged. I jerked back around to Bella. "Don't say 5 minutes after performing a spell like that." Bella grabbed Courtney and yanked her back, away from the bed. Fear rippled through me as the pain in my heart began to burn once again. I placed a hand over my chest. My eyes filled with water. "Bella," I said. My voice croaked, like it was struggling to come out of my throat at all. What's going on?" She stood with Courtney in the doorway, not releasing her arm. "That was only the first part of the spell," she said, the words tumbling over each other. With the way the pain seared into me, it was difficult for me to piece together what she was saying. "The protection guard is going up, bonding with your magic. The tattoo comes a few minutes afterward, and when it appears, that's the hard part." My forehead beaded with sweat. So everything I was enduring wasn't the most difficult part? I scowled at her. "I don't see," my sentence was cut off as I cried out. Pain ripped through me, from my chest arrowing down into my belly. I curled up on the bed, my arms going across my stomach, as though that would help cushion the blow. I hunched over as my skin began to burn like someone had set a hot pitchfork inside of me. Sweat formed across my skin. I rolled over onto my side, panting. My face contorted into a grimace. The sweat rolled over my cheeks like tears. I hurt too much to actually cry. I screamed as the tattoo began to form, ripping my belly skin in a pattern that would forever be a part of me. I thought the tattoo would hurt a bit, a pinch here or there. But this was like someone was branding me. This was the most pain I had ever had to endure. "Don't fight it, Ava," Bella shouted from somewhere that sounded far away. Her voice was soothing, though I could detect a hint of worry in her tone. "Just pass out and you'll be fine." I cried out again, rolling over fully into the middle of my bed, refusing to let the pain win. But as the magic sunk deep into my core, darkness consumed me. Chapter 13. When I woke, I couldn't bring myself to even open my eyes. Everything hurt. I'd watched movies and read human books about waking up after a hangover, and with their descriptions in mind, I began to catalog my symptoms. Pounding headache. Check. Dry mouth, inability to swallow. Check. Will to live, yeah, not high. I grunted. I forced myself to sit up, though it took some rolling, some groaning, and some overall embarrassing behavior. I felt like a fish, flopping on the deck of a ship. I was surprised not to hear Courtney laughing at my struggle. That only reiterated how pathetic I really was, if Courtney herself couldn't even tease me. By the time I was sitting at the edge of my bed, sweat had popped on my brow, and my heart pounded like I'd run a marathon. I wanted to wipe the sweat away, but my hands were shaking, and I didn't want my sisters to notice. I opened my eyes and then blinked. My sisters were gone. Had I imagined them being there in the first place? What was wrong with me? At that moment, my door opened and Bella walked in, holding a large mug out in front of her. I could smell the tea even from where I sat, and the scent of chamomile made me feel so much better. "How are you doing?" Bella asked. I waved at her, not sure I could talk yet. My eyelids were as heavy as boulders. "Here," she said, holding the mug out in front of me. I didn't ask what was in it. I just drank. I could only moan as the sweet honeyed flavors flowed over my tongue, coating my throat and somehow lifting my headache. I began to think more clearly now. Bits and pieces started to return to me. How Bella cast a spell that branded me to help with protection, how it had been an incredibly painful experience. How I never wanted to go through anything like it again. By the time I finished my tea, I was halfway back to feeling normal. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. I didn't know how much time had passed since I'd fallen into a magical coma. Part of me didn't particularly care. At least I was capable of thought again. The fogginess of my mind had cleared, and I could finally open my eyes without pain. I sighed and handed the mug back. "Thank you so much," I told her, meaning every word. I'm not sure what else was in that besides the tea, but whatever it was, I needed it. She shrugged. "I figured you'd wake up feeling pretty terrible, so this is kind of my cure-all," she said, which didn't actually tell me what that was. I'd let it go. For now. "Well, it was perfect," I said. Cleared up my headache quick smart. I peered out the window, trying to judge the time of day. From what I was starting to remember, we'd done the spell mid-afternoon, after lunch. And I was still in my underwear. Damn. "What time is it?" I asked. Her lips quivered into a smile. "It's about 2 o'clock. "What, in the afternoon? Had I seriously been asleep only an hour?" She nodded. I blew out a breath and struggled to stand so I could dress again. I held onto the bed, just in case my legs weren't as strong as I expected them to be. "Wow, I thought it would be way later than that," I said. Bella laughed. I frowned. "What's funny?" I asked. I probably looked weird, holding onto the bed, keeling over, but Bella had never been the type to poke fun at someone feeling unwell, not even me. "I performed the spell yesterday," she said. You've been asleep a whole 24 hours, and Courtney's still out for the count. I stopped. I was glad I was holding onto the bed, because I would have fallen over right there. I had forgotten that Courtney was going to do her protection spell right after mine. What I hadn't expected was that it would take us this long to recover. I stared at her with my mouth hanging open. Whoa. She giggled. Yep. The house must have been quiet without us, I said. You have no idea, she agreed. I was able to do more reading, that's for sure. I glanced down at the clothes I'd worn yesterday, laying over a seat next to the bed. Then I suppose I should have a shower, I said. To be honest, I couldn't remember the last time I'd showered, except when I thought Tavlor saw me as nothing more than a job. But that had to have been around a week ago. I was sure I showered after Courtney and I trained. I lifted up my armpit and took a deep inhale, just to see. I started coughing and dropped my arm. Exactly, Bella teased. But check out that awesome tattoo on your belly. A moan sounded from a nearby room. Bella backed toward the door. I've gotta help Court, but see you after your shower, she said. She turned and bolted down the hall, probably to grab another one of those awesome drinks. I trudged to the bathroom to check out my new acquirement in the mirror above the sink. The lingering scent of black tea filled my nostrils and made me wrinkle my nose. I wasn't a fan of black tea. Not like Courtney was. I looked in the mirror and my eyes went wide. Cool. I stared at my reflection. A large tattoo wrapped around my belly button. It looked like a strangely ancient sun, pointing out in all directions with fiery reds and oranges blasting from its center. It was prominent enough to notice, but it wasn't tacky. Very cool, I said as I flicked on the shower and took a sniff of myself once more. Oh, yep, definitely need a shower. I must have been sweating all night because I stank. I stepped beneath the water and let the spray wash over my hair, my face, and down my body. The water at my feet turned brown, so I knew I had accumulated some dirt from my last shower until now. I wondered if the water would affect the tattoo in a negative way, but Bella seemed to approve of the shower. I was sure she would have said something if it wasn't safe for me to do so. A tingle quivered through me that I couldn't quite decipher. Something new, something foreign. Something different. I couldn't be sure if it was a good different, or not. There was a sort of strength inside me, like a lightning bolt straight to my core. Was the spell Bella had worked some sort of phi magic? Because that was how I envisioned their magic to be. Wound around the earth, the trees, the energy of this world and the next. Like I was one with nature, with spirit, with my physical body all at the same time. By the time I'd washed, dried, and dressed in clean clothes, I was buzzing with energy. I practically skipped out of the bathroom. It was like my body was reeling from untampered, pure joy. Bella hadn't said that feeling invincible was a side effect of the spell. I hoped to never be rid of it. I had never experienced this before, and I didn't want it to end. I walked out my door, stepped up to Courtney's door and knocked. Hey Court, I all but sang. I bounced between feet, like there was some song stuck in my head that I couldn't help but dance to. You in there? Yeah, just dressing, she called. A pause. I tried to determine if she was having that same sensation, but couldn't tell just yet. Come on in, she said. I took a moment, and then pushed the door open as Courtney tugged on a pair of boots over her leggings and funky top. She always had the best fashion sense of the three of us. I would never say that out loud, of course. I didn't want to add to her inflated ego. A grin spread over my face as I looked her over, trying to figure out where on her body the tattoo decided to show up. So where's yours? Her grin was as big as mine as she pulled up her top. Same place as yours, I think. She flashed me her belly button and I dropped my gaze to check it out. Her tattoo was similar to mine, but smaller and with more orange than red. It flickered with magic in a different way. Did that mean anything? Perhaps the protection was different, based on the person. That is very cool, I said and then lifted my top. Here's mine. Courtney gasped, Now that is hot, she said, then wiggled her eyebrows. I wonder what Tavlor's going to say when he sees it. I laughed. Oh my goodness, I don't even know. My face heated. Anyway, you were right about it being hot. I crossed my arms over my stomach. Felt like my insides were on fire. Courtney groaned, swiping at some hair in her face. I know. I almost chickened out after I saw you go through with it, but I knew I had to. If you could do it, and you were willing to be first for my sake, don't deny it, Ava, I know you too well, then I could do it too. So I just marched quickly to my room and made Bella do me too. Don't remember much after that though. She shrugged. I think I passed out pretty quickly. I put a hand on my hip. I don't think it's a sign of weakness or anything, I said. From the testing done on me, they said my magic is pretty powerful, and I passed out. And I've always thought you were at least as powerful as I was, so maybe it's a reflection of that strength. Our own power interweaving with the spell. I wasn't sure if that was true, but it made sense. She shrugged. Maybe, but either way, it's done now. She rolled her shoulders back, seemingly relieved. For you guys maybe, Bella said from the doorway. I swiveled around to where she stood, holding the ancient book. Her lips were pinched and her skin was pale. You okay, Bella? I tilted my head, hair falling over my shoulder. You look so worried. A weird laugh quivered from her lips. Well, I've been alone for 24 hours, watching you both sleep. She rubbed her fingers against the spine of the book. It seemed like she was trying to comfort herself. I tried to wake you up, but I couldn't. I thought. Well, the only thing stopping me from thinking the worst was the fact that I could see you breathing. She swallowed hard, her throat working. At first, I thought I'd killed you. My heart ached at the sadness on her face. Poor thing. She'd gone out on a limb, offered a spell that she hadn't tried, watched us go through immeasurable pain, then had to sit in the house alone in silence for a whole day. Must have felt like an eternity. I rushed forward to pull her into a hug. You're amazing, Bella, I told her. I can't even imagine what that would have been like for you. I squeezed her as hard as I could. I wanted her to feel me, to know that I was really here with her, that I was unharmed. When I pulled back, she had tears in her eyes. Well, now it's my turn to feel the same way. I said. You ready to get it done too? She nodded and dashed away the tears that fell on her cheeks, a giggle bubbling up through the mask of a sob. Yes. She turned and walked across the hall to her room. I followed, though my stomach churned. I'd never thought of having to do this sort of spell on my sisters. Knocking them on their asses occasionally in a play fight was one thing, but intentionally causing them massive amounts of pain. No wonder Bella was traumatized. I just reminded myself that this was for the best. That she needed to experience a short amount of pain. I wasn't going to be around forever, and I would never live with myself if I had an opportunity to give Bella protection and squandered it because I was scared. I wouldn't be selfish. Bella had to do it to both me and Court. I only had to do it to her. I would not fail her now. Bella stripped off her dress and leggings, standing in the middle of her library-style bedroom with a grim look on her face. It was clear she didn't trust me. I didn't blame her. I could attack, and my defenses were coming along nicely. But protection spells? I hope this doesn't hurt as bad as it looked, she said, grimacing. I cleared my throat. I wasn't exactly sure what to say to that. I didn't want to baby her, but I also wanted to reassure her that she could handle it. If Courtney could, there was no reason why she couldn't. Instead of replying, I put out my hand for the book. She hesitated, and then handed it over. It's open to the right spell, she said, though I could tell she resisted the urge to take the book back from me. I glanced over the spell. It wasn't difficult, neither the language nor the power required. I was surprised that it wasn't more complex. I thought that especially with it being ancient, it would be harder to cast. However, there was something hairy about the warnings that sandwiched the spell, as though people who didn't deserve the protection wouldn't receive it. I frowned. The wording was difficult to understand. I glanced up at Bella. Did you read this caveat? About only receiving the gift if your soul was pure. She nodded. Yep, I wasn't worried, she said. She seemed more confident, speaking on our innocence, than the actual spell and the effects it might have on the three of us. Thanks to Mother, we're all as pure as the driven snow. Her lips quirked up, but she stood as if bracing for impact. I rolled my eyes. I don't think that's what it means. She laughed. It almost sounded maniacal. I probably should do the spell and get this over with. It seemed like she wasn't particularly comfortable waiting. I know, she said, but I still wasn't worried. Worst case scenario, it wouldn't work. Best case, we all receive a gift that most witches don't even know exists. I cocked my head on the side. Why not? I asked. Isn't this book a commonly published one? I know it looks old, but still. Certainly, most magic users have access to it in some form or another. Bella shook her head. No. Her voice seemed calmer than it had been, which was good to hear. It's handwritten, and from what I've read, I'm pretty sure it's one of Mother's relatives who wrote it, which means it belongs in our family and our family alone. I looked down at the book. I marveled at the detail. I didn't know why I hadn't noticed it before. The paper was thicker and more brittle than most spellbooks. I was almost afraid to touch it, as though it would shatter with even the lightest of caresses. My fingers itched to trace the printing on the parchment. It was obvious it had been done with ink and a quill. The lettering was perfect and slanted to the right slightly. Strange notes in a different hand cropped up in corners and under incantations. These looked more recent. Wow, I murmured to myself. I lifted my eyes to Bella. You're right. I know, she said with a confidence only my bookworm sister had. I laughed, rolling my eyes. I was glad to know that she wasn't just throwing herself into this, that she had taken the time to do her research. Then again, I would expect nothing less from Bella. Now that that's settled, let's get to it then, I said. I crossed the room to stand in front of her. She stared up at me, waiting, as I mouthed the words before I spoke them out loud. The last thing I wanted was to say something wrong, and for her to come out of this with a second head. When I was confident I had the right words, I began to read the enchantment aloud. Without warning, wind filled the room and whipped around me. Strands of hair slapped my face and tickled my eyelashes, but I was too afraid I would lose my place in the book to brush them away. I got to the end of the reading, and it said to repeat. I inwardly cursed, making sure not even to mouth the bad word. I wasn't sure what to expect if I had. Regardless, I repeated the incantation. I was more confident with the words once I'd finished the second time, and I was ready to go a third time if the spell required it. The magic swirled harder, stronger, but the glow in the end of my wand had not begun. When it said to repeat again, I did. I kept doing it, just as the text stated. Apparently, it was completely subjective. I would repeat the incantation until it was time to release. Once I felt it was ready, I would stop. It was a strange spell. I wasn't sure how I felt about using my intuition to guide me along. I preferred it when someone told me what to do, rather than relying on myself to help me along. I began to speak the words again, focusing on my sister, what she wanted, and let the power flow through me. Something warm trickled through my chest. It started right where my heart was and swirled through my blood. It flowed through my body, soaring through my senses until I felt the light burning so bright inside of me. The light appeared on my fingers. It went from bright like the sun to a glowing pink. My eyes widened. It was only when a prickle teased my fingertips that I shook myself from the daze, and remembered what I was doing and why I was doing it. I kept going, repeating the spell over and over until the light shifted to a deep, rich ruby. It was as if the colors were bleeding into each other. My gut tightened and I knew this was it. This was the moment when I was supposed to let go. I finished the spell for the 6th time, and pointed my index finger at Bella with the final word of the enchantment. I let out a slow breath and felt a release inside of me. All the magic that had been building up in me, all the warmth and tingly feelings that kept me buzzed with energy, gathered at my chest and began to seep from my fingertip. The ruby light shot across the room like a shooting star, bright and beautiful and hard to look away from, straight into her belly. She stumbled back. She began to shake and collapsed onto the bed. I dropped the book and raced to her bathroom to get a towel. I shoved it into the sink and ran cold water over the towel until it was soaked. I knew how I felt yesterday, and hot was an understatement. When I hurried back into the room, Courtney was hanging over Bella, looking deathly white and worried. Her eyes shot to me, and without words pleaded with me to do something. I didn't know what I could do other than to offer her comfort. She looked down at Bella, chewing her bottom lip, as though she was debating with herself over something. I held the towel in my hands as Bella slowly raised her head, the pain clearing from her face. I slung the cold towel over her neck and brushed her hair out of her face. "Take a breath," I said, my voice coming out raspy. It was difficult not to mask my worry. I cleared my throat and forced myself to try again. "This is the easy part." She nodded and moved back on the bed so she could lie down. Tension eased out of her once her body became horizontal, as though it was too much for her to be upright anymore. Courtney and I exchanged a glance as we waited for the second wave to hit. Bella gasped, and both of her hands went to her belly, where I knew the third of our tattoos was being burned into her skin. She cried, writhing in pain. I winced. My hand twitched as magic pushed against my fingers, begging to be let out. It wanted to offer my sister comfort and relief. I clenched my jaw and stopped myself from giving in. As much as I wanted to help, I couldn't. It was easy enough to do. All I needed was to cast another spell over her. But I didn't know if that would interfere with the protection spell. I didn't know if it would stop the barrier from forming. And I couldn't chance it. It wasn't worth risking for the sake of a couple of minutes of pain. "Let go, Bella." "Just pass out," Courtney said. Bella groaned, and then the room went silent as her eyes closed, her head lolling. Courtney grabbed my arm. "Thank God for that." I nodded. Bella's chest moved up and down in a slow rhythm as she fell into a deep sleep. Courtney tugged me from the bed. I followed her into the kitchen where she poured herself our version of a stiff drink, a homemade wine Mother had enjoyed on occasion. Courtney and I would sneak it when Mother was sleeping, something Bella admonished us for time and time again. Her hands shook as she poured 2 glasses. "You okay, Court?" She nodded and downed her glass of wine. "Yeah, it was just watching it happen to you, experiencing it myself, then Bella." "Crap." I picked up my wine and took a sip, my nerves strangely settled despite what I had just inflicted on Bella. "Well, as we know, the hard part's done now," I said. "All we have to do is wait." A smile finally lifted Courtney's lips. "And when she wakes up, we'll all have tattoos," she said. "Who would have thought?" I laughed. "Yep." I kept the rest of my thoughts to myself. The tattoos were just the beginning. Now, the fight for our birthright could truly begin. Chapter 14. "When do you think she'll wake up?" Courtney asked from her seat at the kitchen table, as she chomped on her second bowl of cereal for lunch. My stomach rumbled, but I couldn't bring myself to eat. I glanced at the clock on the wall, arms crossed loosely over my chest. Yesterday, I'd noted what time Bella had gone down, knowing that 24 hours was the amount of time she'd said that we had slept for. As such, she was expected to be out for at least 24 hours, to ensure that she was well rested, and that the spell could take effect. In about half an hour, I'd say. I sighed and glanced around the kitchen. I wish I knew what to make for her to drink, like she made for us yesterday. That helped so much with the headache. I know it's chamomile, but I wonder if she gave that to me because she knew I liked it, and added something to it to make me feel better. Courtney nodded toward the fridge. "There's a potion in the fridge," she said. "I saw it there yesterday. Do you think she made it for herself?" I grinned. Yeah, sounds like something Bella would do, I said. She wouldn't trust us to make it. Not when we could completely botch it up. And knowing you, you would. Hey, Courtney said playfully as I walked to the fridge. That's offensive. It's also true. I took out a jug of something that smelled very similar to what we'd drunk yesterday. Honey. Sweet. It was the perfect fit for tea. Smells like it too, I said. I glanced at Courtney. Do you think we should heat it up? I could make her some tea and pour this in it. Probably. Courtney shrugged. I mean, I would. I busied myself making the tea, trying not to look at the clock and count down the minutes. I just wanted to make sure Bella was okay, since I was the one who conducted the spell on her. I wanted to make sure I had done it correctly, and hadn't completely messed up. When the tea finished steeping, I grabbed a mug from the cabinet and poured the tea inside. I left some space so I could add the potion to it as well, and stirred it in slowly, methodically. I spoke a quick spell and the mug warmed even more. I didn't want her tea to be lukewarm because the potion had been refrigerated. Done, I said, nodding once. Now we just wait for her to wake up. On cue, a groan came from upstairs. Carefully, I took hold of the mug and climbed the steps to her bedroom. I could hear movement in the room, and if she was anything like me, she wouldn't be able to stand up straight, much less remember what was going on. Bella. I called when I got close to her room. I'm coming in. I opened the door. She leant over, one hand gripping the quilt on top of her bed. I rushed to her and held out the mug. She struggled to sit up on her bed, dripping in sweat and moaning softly in pain. I had never seen her like that. Worry filled my system. Even though I knew she would be better once she took a drink of the potion, it still tore at my heart to see her in pain. Here you go, hun, I said, practically forcing the mug in her face. A couple of drops spilled onto the quilt. Bella took the mug, smiling weakly but gratefully. She let out a breath of relief, and I was suddenly aware that maybe she thought she wasn't going to get her drink because she actually hadn't told us what to do. I frowned. I had hoped Bella knew she could rely on me whenever she needed me, but maybe she didn't. I promised myself right then that I would start pulling my own weight so she wouldn't think she was in this alone. She downed the tea in a few swallows. I hoped I hadn't heated up the wrong potion and poured it into the tea. I probably should have asked her before handing it over. She smiled and didn't throw up, so I took that as a good sign. How are you feeling? I asked, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. I didn't want to crowd her, but I wanted her to know I was here and ready to help with whatever she needed. She had already done so much for me, so much for us. Bella stretched her neck from side to side and blinked a few times. Surprisingly good, especially after my tea, she said. I'll have you know that I did my best, I said. Bella smiled. Thank you for bringing it straight in. No problem, I said. I leaned back on the bedspread, making sure to keep a safe distance from her. I didn't want to overwhelm her so soon after she went through the transformation. I knew how much it helped me yesterday, so I wasn't leaving you to fend for yourself. Bella smiled and got to her feet. I sat up but didn't leave the bed. I suggest a shower, then maybe something to eat, I said. As someone who has experience, let me just tell you with all the love and affection I have for you in my heart, you smell. Bella laughed. I appreciate your honesty, she said. For a moment, the two of us stared at each other. I've missed you, Ava. I'm glad you're back. She turned from me and wandered off to her bathroom. I sighed and forced myself to stand up. An incredible wave of relief coursed through me. We'd made it, all three of us. I walked out of the bedroom and found Courtney munching on French toast downstairs. My stomach rumbled. Please tell me you saved me some, I said as I plopped on the couch. Mother would have had a fit if we had eaten anywhere but the dining table, but Mother wasn't here to enforce the rule, and Bella was in the shower. When we finished eating, we both decided Bella would want something as well, so we forced ourselves to wobble into the kitchen with our full bellies and start thinking of what she would want. We began to magic up some hot pies and a salad, and cut up some fruit from the fridge. Bella tended to like healthier things than French toast, even if we lathered the bread with berries. By the time she came downstairs, we had it all done. I stood back, proud of myself. It wasn't like I cooked anything, but it still amazed me what a little conjuring could really produce. "What did I miss?" Bella asked, brushing her wet hair over her shoulder as she stepped into the kitchen. She sat down at the table where we had laid out her meal and began to pick at the fruit. Her shoulders were slumped and there were bags under her eyes. Despite her shower, she still looked tired. It probably had to do with the fact that she had to give the spell twice before receiving it herself. That must have taken a lot out of her. I sat with her. Not a lot, I suppose, but we're pretty excited about what these tattoos might do for us. Bella glanced between Courtney and me. "I'm glad," she said. She popped a blueberry in her mouth and chewed on it a bit before swallowing it down with juice. It was a risk, performing such magic, but I hope the results outweigh the potential damage. "You did the right thing," I reassured her. I looked up at Courtney. "We've been talking about what I can do now that we have the extra level of protection." "What you can do?" Bella asked. Chunks of blueberry nearly fell out of her mouth, but she caught them. "Yes, well." I took a breath, not sure how I was going to explain this to her. "Just tell her," Courtney said simply. As if it was so easy. "Tell me what?" Bella asked, glancing between the two of us. Her movements were sharp, jerky. "Did something happen while I was healing?" I shook my head. "Not exactly," I said. I sucked in a breath. I just needed to tell her, like Courtney said. "I've decided that I'm going back." Bella's eyes widened. "Back? To the magic realm? Why? How?" The panic in her voice was strong, and I understood that she would be worried for me. After all, anyone who loved me would be. "Why?" "Because I sighed, trying to find the right words. I cleared my throat and gestured to the three of us. We were not meant to be hidden in the shadows, forgotten and excluded. We are worth so much more than that, and I refuse to be treated like some criminal who needs to be silenced and killed off. And I refuse to let the same thing happen to both of you." "But Ava." The warning was clear. She was the voice of reason, the calm part of my mother that had been perfectly replicated into Bella. She looked down, twisting her fingers. "Bella, no." I shook my head, my lips pressed tightly together. "I am not Mother. I have not chosen this, nor am I deciding to just hide for 20 years. I've already done that. We've missed out on so much, all because Mother chose our father. A man she couldn't have. A man with whom it is literally illegal to reproduce. And then we were punished because of it. We had to be the ones hidden away because of her choices. Because of the world we came from. I will not sit by and waste my life because of her misguided decisions." My heart pounded angrily in my chest and I stared Bella down. "But the danger, Ava." She wouldn't look at me. She knew I wouldn't be pleased that she was still arguing. "Yes, it's dangerous," I admitted. I wasn't going to hide that from her. "Which is why I will be going alone." "No." Courtney jumped up from her seat. Her body was squared toward me, her hands balled into fists. I stared at her. Her breath was heavy, her lips curled into a snarl. I was ready to fight back, to snap, to yell if I had to. But I stopped myself. I took a breath and tried to remind myself that if I was in her position, I would be acting the same way. "Yes," I said calmly. "It is not time for you two to come out of the closet yet. You have no experience in the magic realm, no knowledge yet, and if I am captured and killed, at least they'll never know about you." "You barely know the magic realm," she snapped. "How long were you there before coming back?" "A couple of weeks, at most." "Don't talk to me like we're different." My forehead pinched. My defenses were slowly rising. I sucked in a deep breath. It was getting more difficult not to take the bait. "I know," I said finally. I looked between them. Don't make the same mistake I did. I wasn't there for a while, but I learned a lot anyway. If you want to be a part of their world, blend in. Don't contact our father. Make up some story about being related to Aunt Allison, and just make do with what you can get. I swallowed hard. This time, I focused on Courtney. I tried too quickly, pushed for too much too fast. I know that now. I'd expected our father to want to know me, but he doesn't want that. Not now, anyway. It's too dangerous for him. I looked over at Bella. So please let me go, let me do what I need to do. For myself, for our future. And if I fail, you need to go on. Smarter than I was. But Bella's voice trailed off, and when I glanced over at Courtney, she was swallowing hard amidst glassy-eyed tears. I was surprised. I thought for sure she would be angry. I smiled as brightly as I could, knowing full well that if Courtney or Bella were delivering this news to me, I would be in full-throttle fight mode trying to stop them, just as they were trying to with me. I needed to let them know that I was all right, that we would all get through this, no matter how difficult. As much as they wanted to help, the burden wasn't on them. I had gotten us into this mess. I was the firstborn. The leader. I wanted only the best things for them. Even so, my throat clogged with tears as I glanced at the two people that I loved the most in the world. The good part is, though, if I succeed in this, you two will be able to join me in the magic realm, I said. That was why I was doing this. That was why this was so important to me. Even if Courtney hated me, I knew I was doing what I thought was best for her. You'll have a future. Succeed in which way, specifically? Bella asked. What do you hope to achieve, Ava? I took a big breath, almost afraid to say the things I wanted aloud. Nothing like jinxing the future by speaking a dream out loud. However, they were my sisters, and they deserved the truth, even if I didn't necessarily want to give it to them. I didn't want to scare them. But I remembered how my mother kept important information from me, because she didn't trust me. Because she didn't think I was mature enough to handle the truth. I remembered how frustrated, how hurt I felt, and I refused to do the same thing to my sisters. I want Father to be on our side, I said slowly. I looked down at my hands, my shoulders sagging. I shouldn't feel this sad. I should know that he was in a complicated situation himself. I wasn't exactly the child he wanted. But I still wanted his acknowledgement. It wasn't as though I asked to be born into this. I want him to admit that I'm his, and declare me his heir. Bella sucked in a breath. You want to be High Warlock after him? She asked, tilting her head forward as though she hadn't heard me correctly. I shrugged. I'm not sure it's possible, I said slowly. There's never been a female High Warlock before, and I'm not sure I'm up to the task. I don't want to fight over that anyway. I don't care about that right now. My concern is being allowed to exist in the first place. I will not be shoved into some jail cell and forgotten. That's not fair, especially not when I know that things could be better. Could be different. And the only thing keeping them from acting the right way is tradition. Tradition can be changed. I know it can. I shook my head. There was so much segregation and discrimination within the other realms. Wars. Surely they needed help, a new perspective. Someone who could knock the council down a peg or two. Not that I said that out loud, that felt like suicide. I could never be sure if they had the power to listen, even in a realm they knew absolutely nothing about. Courtney sat with her shoulders slumped and her lips pouting. She looked so hopeless. I wanted to comfort her, but I didn't want to take away what she was feeling. Bella reached across the table and touched my hand, forcing me to look away from Courtney and over to her. So what's your plan? My plan is to get Tavlor back here, talk to him about what I can do to get a fair trial, I said firmly. Get them to look at the illegitimacy laws. I don't know. I shrugged. There has to be something we can do. I'm sure Tavlor knows more than we do, even with all of the books you've managed to sneak away. Bella bit her lip. I haven't been helping much with that side of things, she admitted. I've been researching ways to make us stronger, protect us like this spell. She gestured to her belly. But I could start looking into that for you as well. I smiled at her. The thought of Bella doing everything she could to help caused me to breathe in relief. Thank you. I looked over at Courtney, whose eyebrows were lowered into an angry stare. I'm doing this for you too, Courtney, I said. Again, I tried not to get defensive. I knew what she was feeling. But she couldn't continue to be angry at me. I was doing what was best for all of us. You can see that, can't you? She grimaced, looking away. She picked at her jeans. Of course I can, she said with an edge to her voice. You've always done your best to protect us. But I hate that you'll be doing this alone. We can help. If you teach me some more magic, I can fight next to you. You saw how quickly I was able to learn. You know I'm more than capable. I may not be Bella, but I know I can fight. A quiver of fear shot straight through my heart. I grabbed for her hand. Court, I would love to have you next to me, I told her, searching her eyes. I needed her to understand that I would do anything to have her with me, as long as it didn't risk her safety. I would. And I know that you could help probably more than any other witch or warlock. I trust you 100%. That's not the reason I need you to stay home. She stared at me and I sighed. How could I explain this to the youngest child? She'd never had to worry about anyone other than herself. I can't be out there fighting, taking risks, and know you're out there too, I continued. They will use you against me. They will figure out who you are, and they will use us in order to bend us to their will. The witches on the council are evil and vicious and cruel. Can you imagine if I win some fight, then find out they have you or Bella? I shook my head. No. I couldn't stand it. I'd give up my rights, my freedom, my life to save you. And the magic realm would be worse for it. Instead of helping, they'd tighten up their laws and make sure none of us would ever be free. Courtney looked away. I waited, needing my words to sink in. She crossed her arms over her chest, letting out a breath. I tried to smile but found it hard. You two are my greatest strength and my Achilles heel, I said warmly. I didn't want them to think they were burdens to me. I love you too much to ever see you hurt. Courtney pouted, but I could see the fight had gone out of her. That's not fair, Ava, she said, her voice quiet. I sighed, heavily. I know. Maybe I was thinking too much about this one. Maybe I was protecting them by turning them into a weakness, when they could be an asset. Maybe I was going about this in the worst possible way. You're right, I said. I know I need to fight for my conviction to be overturned, but maybe we need to talk more about how I do that, and if you come with me. I pinched my nose. Was this the right decision? I didn't know. But who was I to make it for them? Who was I to take away their freedom of choice? Like Mother had taken away mine. Courtney pounded the table with her fist. Yes. That's more like it. Bella met my gaze, and my own fear was mirrored in her eyes. Well, let me find some more wine, she said, slowly standing up. I think we're gonna need it. I'll go. I pushed myself to my feet and wandered around the kitchen looking for a bottle, and then remembering I could whip one up in a moment with my magic. Was Courtney right? Should I take them with me? Was I being selfish in wanting to have them safely hidden away while I went on to fight my battles alone? I closed my eyes, wishing I could hear my mother's voice in my head guiding me. Chapter 15. I lay on the floor, studying some ancient texts about the council we'd found in Bella's secret stash. Bella, what are you staring at? Courtney asked. You have this pinched look on your face, like you're constipated. I think there's a man walking toward our house, Bella said, staring out the window. What? I said. She sounded far too relaxed about the situation, considering we were supposedly alone in this realm. Had this happened before when I wasn't here? Bella turned to me and grinned. He's got pointed ears and a scowl on his face, she said. And no, I don't get constipated, thank you very much, Courtney. I eat my proper daily intake of fiber, so I can assure you that area of my life is well. TMI. Courtney put her hands over her ears. I ignored my sisters. My worry had lifted so fast it was startling. It's Tavlor. My voice came out hesitant. I didn't want to hope for something that probably wasn't going to happen. And yet, even my magic couldn't slow my beating heart as it increased its pace. She nodded. I think so, she said. I've never met anyone like him before, and that scowl isn't easy to forget. I laughed out loud, unable to control myself. I jumped up and bolted for the front door. For the moment, everything else fell to the wayside. Ancient spells, the council, the protective tattoos now etched onto our skin. All I cared about was being in Tavlor's arms once again, feeling them coil around me. It had been a week since he left, and I'd missed him every single day. I tried not to think about him, especially when I was still in danger. But it was impossible. I didn't even try to play it down. Let him think I was weak, that I was terribly romantic. I didn't care. I yanked open the door and ran for him, straight out the door, down the path and into the field. The grass scratched at my ankles, as though it was telling me to calm down. The wind tugged at my hair, trying to pull me back, afraid I was going to make a fool of myself. I kept running. Tavlor's face lit up, and he picked up the pace to meet me. I nearly tripped over myself. Had he really missed me that much? I flew across the field as fast as my legs would carry me, and threw myself into his arms. I hooked my arms around his neck, and he caught me without faltering. He chuckled as he held me to him. He buried his nose into my hair and took a long inhale. I was suddenly grateful I had showered. I squeezed him tightly as I inhaled his scent in return, that perfect combination of sweat and mail and clean clothes. I let out a sigh of contentment, closing my eyes. His heart echoed in my ears, and all the tension inside of me eased out. Tavlor was here. He's really here. When we drew back, his face was lined with worry. Are you okay? He asked, searching my face. I laughed. It came out maniacal, crazy. I hoped I didn't scare him off. Of course I shrugged. Tears filled my eyes and I quickly blinked them away. I missed you. With a smile, he cupped my face and drew me to him for a kiss. I was surprised by such a public display of affection. I wasn't sure if he knew my sisters were right inside the door, waiting for him just as I was. If he did, he didn't seem to care. I couldn't help but feel a swell of happiness bubble up in my heart. I loved kissing Tavlor. But to know he wanted to kiss me so badly, he was willing to do so in front of my sisters, made me feel special. But alas, we were not alone, and I would have to pause my desire for him, at least for the time being. When he pulled back, my knees were weak, and my head swam as though intoxicated. I was glad he had dropped his hands to wrap around my waist, or I knew I would have fallen flat on my ass and my sisters would have had a field day. I managed to smile, though my lips felt bruised and probably bright red. Hi, I said. I had no idea why I was suddenly shy. He knew my body better than I did. He had seen me completely naked. And yet, he could still render me into a puddle of molten caramel. He laughed properly this time. It's very good to see you, Ava, he said, his voice filled with warmth. I have missed you also. I turned toward the house and began walking with him. I wanted to reach out and hold his hand, but I was scared that was too much. Which sounded silly after that heated kiss we just shared. Have you brought good news? I asked, my voice cracking. I blushed even harder. He took my hand as we walked and held it tight. Yes and no. I ignored the way my heart sank slightly at his admission. But I have an update, he continued. It is why I came. I didn't ask any more. Courtney stepped out onto the porch and moved to meet us in the field while Bella lingered in the doorway. Both had small smirks on their faces, though Bella did have a telltale blush, as though the thought of romance with someone as gorgeous but as different as Tavlor was something she still wasn't used to. "Tavlor," Courtney greeted when he was closer. He nodded, though he didn't let go of my hand.
"Courtney."
His voice was slightly wary, slightly friendly. We walked down the little path to the house together and crossed over the threshold. "Is Bella here too?" Tavlor asked. I opened my mouth, ready to point out that Bella was just in front of the door, but she was gone, almost as though she ducked inside when she realized we were coming closer. That little sneak. At that moment, I realized that was a strange question to ask. Why wouldn't she be? Why did he want to know? "Of course," Courtney said. "I think she went to the kitchen." We all made our way through the house and sat down in the lounge, arranged on the couch and armchairs. Bella returned from the kitchen and pulled one of the dining chairs over so we could all sit on separate pieces of furniture while still facing each other.
"Bella."
Tavlor nodded. He was the first to initiate the greeting. Apparently, he was working on his politeness. He was still tense, but this time around he seemed less suspicious. That had to mean something. Bella nodded back. "Tavlor." He smiled more genuinely this time, and I made a mental note to ask Bella more about the Fae and their customs. Maybe I was missing some major etiquette cues that I didn't know about. Even so, I wished he would tell me. I didn't want to offend him, and I was sure Courtney didn't want to either. Then again, Courtney might know and choose not to adhere to it. Not to be purposefully upsetting, but because she was stubborn, and she had her own way of handling people. "Is everything okay?" I asked him. He didn't respond straight away. Instead, he stared at me in a way that told me that things weren't as well as he'd like. He didn't want to scare my sisters. He was keeping quiet for their sake. And to a degree, mine. "That bad?" I asked. He inclined his head. "They aren't any better," he said carefully. I inhaled sharply, my chest aching. Damn. Why had I hoped that my father, or Tavlor, could have worked a miracle by now? It wasn't Tavlor's fault. But my father. Why couldn't he be more courageous? Why couldn't he step up for us? "Go on," Bella said. Tavlor glanced between us. "Firstly, I was asked by your father to send his regards to you all. He is most unhappy that he can't be the one to liaise with you." Bella and Courtney both looked at me, their eyes wide. "All of us?" Bella repeated. "As in, us too?" Courtney asked. Tavlor smiled. "Yes. He is unusually conflicted about how to play his part in this." I snorted. As much as I wanted to believe what he was saying about my father, it was difficult. "Good to know he can't work out just how much to lie," I muttered, more to myself than to anyone else in the room. Tavlor stared at me. I looked up at him, unsure why he was looking at me like that. "You shouldn't think of it like that," he said, his tone serious. His eyes penetrated me, and I shifted my shoulders, trying to get rid of the sensation. I huffed out a laugh, though it wasn't funny. "Shouldn't I?" I asked. "My father lied to the whole council about who I was, knows the existence of my sisters, and does nothing but sit pretty in his powerful position and lie to keep his status." I crossed my arms over my chest and stared back at Tavlor, challenging him to correct me with an arched brow. I'd like to see him explain that to me. He shifted in his chair, though he didn't actually look away. "The High Warlock gains nothing by losing his position and his life, Ava," he pointed out, his voice surprisingly gentle. "He has to act strategically. For you, for your sisters, and for his own well-being." I looked away. I hated to admit that Tavlor's explanation made sense, more sense than I wanted it to. "It's still horrible to be in our shoes, Tavlor," I insisted. "He could be helping us, and instead he's hiding." Tavlor reached out and lifted my chin with his fingers. "No, he's not," he said. "He's researching and covertly asking everyone he knows for favors, finding out what can be done to bring you home, and put you rightfully on the seat next to him." Tears swam in my vision and I struggled to swallow. Unfortunately, that was exactly what I wanted to hear. And the ice around my heart, my anger, melted like a snowflake in summer. But I let my voice trail off. I didn't want to feel sympathy for my father. It would cause all of my emotions regarding him to come crashing around me. It was easier to just be mad. There are no buts. Tavlor corrected. This is a difficult and delicate time. We need to be careful, and we need to do this right. There will be no second chances if your father is hung for treason. Which is very possible if he is caught. Treason. Bella repeated, as though tasting the word on her mouth and trying to figure out if she liked it or not. Explain that to me. Tavlor let go of my chin and turned toward my sister, allowing me a moment to get my thoughts in order. If my father wanted me at his side in the magic realm, then that was where I should be. Fighting to be with him. Fighting with him. Protecting him, if he needed it. Not hiding here. Not putting my sisters at unnecessary risk. If my father knew about them, did the council? Tavlor explained all the details of my father's case to Bella and Courtney, while my resolve solidified. I couldn't simply sit back and wait for everything to fall into place. I couldn't. It could be years. I couldn't wait years. I had already done that, thanks to Mother. I needed to act. When there was a gap in the conversation, I grabbed Tavlor's hand, wanting his attention, but also needing an excuse to touch him. A spark nipped at my skin, reminding me of all of the possibilities, all of the things that hand had done to my body. I want to go with you, I said. I cleared my throat as my cheeks pinched. I hoped he wasn't looking through my mind. Back to the magic realm. Tavlor's frown etched deeper into his skin. You can't, not right now, he said, his voice firm. That's not what I came for. I know, I said flatly. But I can't just sit here and hide for the rest of my life. It wouldn't be that long, he said, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. He didn't know how long this stalemate would continue. So I tried another tack. How's the bounty hunt going? I asked, looking at the nails on my other hand, trying to be casual. He frowned. It's mayhem, he said. We've had complaints in every realm of people being assaulted, followed, captured. All in the name of this crazy witch hunt the council has pushed upon people. I stared at him, horror ripping through my chest. I swallowed, but my throat had suddenly morphed into cement. There was a witch hunt going on in the magic realm that was affecting other people. This was my fault. People were getting hurt because of me. I needed to do something about it. Then I have to go back, I said, releasing his hand so I could put mine on the table as I stood up. There's no choice. Tavlor shook his head. No. There was no room for argument in his voice. It's too dangerous. For who? I asked, anger whirling in the pit of my stomach. How many people are you going to let die in the name of keeping me safe? His jaw tightened as I watched him struggle with emotions and thoughts. I knew he wanted to say that he would let people die if it kept me safe, but his heart wouldn't allow those words to emerge. He cared too deeply. Especially for those who were helpless in this. He would always put duty first. And that wasn't a bad thing. Tavlor, I can't sit here for months, years, waiting for the storm to blow over, I said, looking into his eyes and pleading with him. And if my father or his sidekicks never find a way around the ruling, then I'll never be able to return to the magic realm. Tavlor glanced around. He swallowed. Instantly, I knew that what he was going to say wasn't going to be something I wanted to hear. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? He asked tentatively. You're safe here, I can visit, we can? He stopped, I assumed because I was putting as much anger into my glare as possible. My fingers dug into my palms so tightly, they would leave tiny little crescent-shaped marks. Not so bad? I asked. I lifted my hand to gesture at him. Coming from a man who spent his life traveling to every known realm. You have no idea what it's like to be isolated, locked up. I want so much more than this, Tavlor. I want a job, friends, a husband, children. I want someone I can count on, who didn't have to be put in a position to choose between two different duties. How is that meant to happen from inside this bubble? Tavlor's jaw tightened, and I wondered if it had something to do with the husband and kids comment, or the duties dig. I didn't mean for him to be hurt, but I couldn't keep things bottled up to make him feel better. Of course, if it was my choice, he would be the one fathering my babies and making me his forever partner. But now didn't seem like the ideal time to talk about that. You're not safe anywhere else, Ava, he said. None of you are. I set my jaw and met his iron gaze. I am coming back with you, I said, flaring my nostrils. You can take me in as your bounty. Tell them to call everyone else off, and then we will convince them to give me a proper trial. Tavlor sat back. He blinked, as though surprised by the ease of my plan. I'm listening, he said. I gave him my full attention. We all know that charging me with treason is utter rubbish, I said. If I can get them to agree to give me a proper trial, in front of a larger audience of my peers, then we have a chance to get all this craziness to stop. And for you to be able to move freely within the various realms, Tavlor finished for me. So you aren't stuck in one place, be it the magic realm or this one. And that was what I wanted. To be able to have a normal life. Yes? I nodded, then quickly added, for me and my sisters. Tavlor's lips twisted. We haven't found anything to help us yet, he said, throwing out his arms almost helplessly. But helpless and Tavlor were two words I couldn't pair together in a sentence. There is nothing in the scriptures or the ancient books. He shook his head. Well, actually, there is, Bella said quietly. We all turned toward her. Have you found something? I asked, surprised she hadn't said anything yet. All thoughts of Tavlor and feelings for him vanished. I would get back to those later. Well, yes. I think I have. Let me go get it. Bella pushed to her feet and hurried off to her room. Tavlor turned to look at me. Did you know about this? I shook my head. No. Not at all. Bella tends to be quite secretive, but she's extremely intelligent and has an incredible memory for books and knowledge. If she says something's there, I believe her. What had my incredible sister found, or come up with? She rushed back in holding a book that looked ancient. What is it, Bella? I asked, my gut tightening with worry at the look of concern on my sister's face. She stepped forward and sat in the chair, holding the book in her lap. This is a book on the history of the witches and warlocks in our family, she said, carefully opening the cover. They go into a lot of detail on the council as well, and why they were formed in the first place. Really? Tavlor's voice held nothing but surprise. I glanced at him. Aren't there history books about the council? He shook his head. No. That's why we've been struggling so hard to find information for you to go forward. So little is known about the council and their origins, their rules. They don't give anyone any knowledge that could be used against them, and they keep most of the archives in their own private realm. I pursed my lips together and snorted out my nose. Not surprised. Bloody hypocrites. I turned my attention back to my sister. Go on, Bella. Well, it seems that the council was initially voted in every 10 years, she said. Now that she was talking about information, facts, she grew more confident. Like any normal sort of government. Her gaze slid toward Tavlor. They were also a mixture of fae, shifters, and warlocks, she added. Tavlor's breath hissed between his teeth. That's interesting. I said, sliding my hand onto his knee. An abomination, my ass. Bella continued. But they fought too much, and often didn't pass a lot of new laws or rules, she said, looking between the three of us. They elected a warlock to be the High Warlock, as a president of sorts, to help push through new legislation. But he soon began to change too much of the tradition that had already been set forth and agreed upon. Wars broke out, the factions split, and within 100 years the council was suddenly made up of only witches and warlocks, with a warlock still in a position of seemingly presidential power. And the High Warlock became an inherited position woven deeply into the power of the council. I finished for her. No wonder they don't want things to change. They'd lose everything. Bella grimaced out a smile. Yep. Those bastards, I said as I collapsed back onto the couch. They stole all that power and kept it for themselves. Bella nodded. Yes, and from what I gather, the council has created more and more rules over the years, rules that ensured their power couldn't be questioned or threatened. That was why they brought in arranged marriages for the High Warlock, and controlled breeding and succession. They could have complete control over the person who was supposed to be in charge. That never used to be a thing. She put her hands out. Her gaze darted excitedly between me, Courtney, and Tavlor. Think of the magic realm's government, like certain parts of the human realm. There's one person in power with a small body of elected officials to ensure that one person doesn't get too power-hungry, and use his position to his advantage. With the council, it's the opposite. The body is filled with people who are controlling the main person, so the people think their government is balanced when it's not. I sat up and looked at Tavlor. She is correct, he said. Though no one knows this. At least, the people do not. Do you think it's enough? I asked. To appeal to laws and rules that go back 1,000 years. Looking at the history was one thing. Implementing action was a different ballgame, and I wasn't sure we were ready to play just yet. Tavlor's jaw tightened and his eyes darkened. It's more than we had, though I'll need to study the texts, he admitted. I glanced up at Bella and she didn't move.
Can he look at the book, Bella?
I asked, surprised by her reticence. She glanced from Tavlor to me. There was something she was keeping from us, something I couldn't figure out. I'd rather show you, if that's okay. I furrowed my brow. Why would? Tavlor inclined his head, placing his hand over mine. Of course I would be honored at your assistance, he said. But tell me, where did you find this incredible book? Bella stood up and said with a smile. Our mother. Chapter 16. Tavlor blinked. He turned his head, shooting his brows up so high they nearly disappeared behind his thick hair. Your mother. I laughed. It amazed me how adorable he looked when he was confused about something. I knew it was because he wasn't expecting half the things that came out of my mouth. Or my sister's, for that matter. Well, sort of, I said. Bella, the sneak, found Mother's hidden stash of books when she was unwell. Mother was always reading and studying and learning, like Bella, even though she was trapped here with us. I took a breath as he waited. But she also had a set of books that she said weren't for us to read. So of course, Bella wanted to read them. The thought that someone could prevent her from reading books was unheard of, so she did the uncharacteristic thing of sneaking them when Mother was sick. Apparently, they were filled with spells that were too powerful, Courtney chimed in, rolling her eyes. Too much for young uns like us. Too dangerous. I giggled at Courtney's imitation of our mother. She wasn't half bad. I wondered if it was because she had nothing better to do than to sit in this realm all alone, practicing. And in this secret collection she had this book? Tavlor asked, tilting his head to the side. I shrugged. I didn't know that she did, I said. I never bothered trying to read them. I glanced over to Bella. You explain. Bella's cheeks went a pretty shade of pink as she blushed. She cleared her throat and shifted in her seat. I found the secret library a year before she died, and I couldn't help myself from reading some of them, she admitted. Her voice was small, like our mother was the one who caught her and not us. They were amazing. Such advanced spells and history. I didn't take any from the library to begin with, but as Mother got sicker, I started to borrow them to read. To learn. To try and stop whatever illness was claiming her life. She stopped, her throat working as emotions caught her. I wanted to save her. I continued. Well, lucky she did, because pretty much all of our belongings vanished when Mother's magic did, I said, turning my eyes back to Bella. A swell of pride filled my chest. But Bella had created a hidden pocket in her skirts to hide things, and luckily for all of us, it seems, she had a couple of mother's books on her when our house and lives were destroyed. Bella gripped the book to her chest. "Yes, these are irreplaceable," she said. Tavlor stood up and walked over to Bella. "I agree with you," he said, his voice gentle. "I haven't heard of any such history books existing anywhere. And if we can prove that the High Warlock was once only a member of council, with no such restrictions as marriage or succession plans, we may have a way for Ava to be accepted as the High Warlock's heir." He turned to me, his eyes burning into mine. "That is what you want?" My stomach twisted. Was that what I wanted? "Yes," I said. I gave Bella an encouraging smile, so she understood I wanted this for her. There's no going back to a normal life now. It's all or nothing. They would either accept me as the heir and give me all the rights that went with it, or they would kill me. I couldn't slip back into the realm as a simple teacher, and I wasn't hiding in my mother's realm for the rest of my life. I had to accept who I was now, and who I was destined to become. "And your sisters?" he asked, glancing at Courtney and Bella. "What about us?" Courtney asked. She sounded defensive, but in a way that suggested she was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. "Are we going to the council to ask for their pardons also?" I shook my head. No, I said, turning to Tavlor. "The council don't know about them yet, and I don't want them to. When the time is right, maybe. I just can't risk anything happening to them." Courtney inhaled sharply as though to object. I knew what she was thinking, because I would have been thinking the same thing if I was in her position. "Not forever," I told her, wanting to reassure her. "I mean just for now. What if we go to them, ask for a fair trial, and I'm executed on the spot?" Bella gasped, her hands covering her lips. "Ava," she exclaimed. "Don't say that." I stifled a sigh. Courtney was generally the dramatic one, but every now and then, Bella did a decent job too. If she was going to start this, I needed to put a handle on it right away. There was a good chance Courtney and Bella's emotions might feed off each other, and that was the last thing I wanted. Not when we all needed to focus, come together, and figure out what to do next. "But it's true." I gestured to Tavlor. "Tell them." Both of my sisters turned to him, and his spine stiffened. "Ava's right," he said. He shifted his weight. He still looked every inch the deadly fae, but the way his eyes kept flicking between my sisters made him seem uncertain as to what to expect. "The sentence has been determined. So, if they want to, they have the power to execute Ava the moment she is spotted in the magic realm. Or any realm, for that matter. She'd have to be taken back to the magic realm for them to enact her sentence, but she could be found by any bounty hunter in any realm." Courtney sagged against her armchair, and Bella looked away as though she was hiding tears. I rubbed my hands together. The last thing I wanted was them to be worried about me. And yet I knew they were, and they were trying to be strong. I stood up and addressed my sisters. "I'm not trying to hide you," I began. I had no idea what I wanted to say. I wished I could reach up and clutch my locket and hear my mother's voice. For all of her faults, I knew without a doubt, she would know what to say to make everything better. "I'm trying to keep you safe. If I fail, then you can choose when you come into the magic realm and learn from my mistakes. Never tell anyone of your parentage. You think you'll be safe. You think that might warrant you protection, but it won't. It just means you're a threat to everything they stand for, and they'll do anything they can to take you down." Bella wiped at her cheeks, I assumed to dispel the tears. "And if you succeed?" Courtney asked, her voice cracking. I looked at my sister, her blue eyes so hopeful. I couldn't tell her that there was a good chance I wasn't going to win this. But I couldn't lie to her, either. Instead, I forced a smile. "Then we will assess how safe it is to bring you into the realm, and launch you on the world." "Promise?" she asked. Her voice was small, like she didn't believe me. Like I was mother. Except, instead of slamming the door directly in her face, I was dangling a carrot in front of her. I nodded. I promise to do right by you, I said, looking between my sisters. Both of you. We shared a moment where my heart swelled and the magic of us whirled and gathered and strengthened, as it had done when we were kids. I closed my eyes, trying to memorize this moment, trying to hold on to it. I knew that by making this decision, to go back and fight to be recognized, our lives would change. There was a good chance we wouldn't be able to have this time of solitude, where it was just the three of us, together. Ever again. Tavlor cleared his throat and my gaze slid to him. I blinked. I didn't want to be rude, but I had forgotten he was there for a moment. I offered him what I hoped was a polite smile. He wasn't jealous, but I think he wanted closeness too. We were on our way to have that, but it was different being a lover, and being a sibling. I shook myself. You haven't said how long you are staying for, I said to him. His eyes darkened. I didn't have a specific time frame, but staying longer than a day would not be safe in the current climate. I nodded, my stomach tightening. Of course. I wasn't sure why I expected any differently. So you'll stay tonight? I asked. I hoped my voice didn't sound too eager. And tomorrow we'll work out what we're going to do. There was no way I was letting him leave without me. I loved my sisters, but I couldn't wait around for someone to get my sisters. I needed to be proactive. His gaze bored deep inside me, and I let him. Let him see my desire, my vulnerability, the beginnings of love, and the deep respect I had for him. Let him know without a doubt how I really felt. Then he looked away, and the connection was broken, but not before lust had swirled through my body, tightening my nipples and making my belly melt. I didn't realize how badly I needed him, until just then. I thought I could be satisfied with what happened between us last time, but that was a lie. Bella, he said, addressing my sister. I blinked. Focus. It was difficult to do so, trying to shake his desire for me away from my memory. Where is it best to study the texts you have found? Ah, probably my bedroom, she said. She glanced at me as though for permission, and I smiled. She thought I didn't trust her, when that was the furthest thing from the truth. I wasn't worried about either one of them. Lead the way, Tavlor said, and they disappeared from the room. I shook my head. Courtney came over and whacked me in the arm. Could you be more obvious? She asked in a low voice. I narrowed my eyes at her. In what way? You guys practically devoured each other with a look, she said. He wants you so bad. I groaned, slapping my forehead with my hand. Courtney. I did not want to talk about this with her. She cackled with laughter. You don't realize how obvious you make yourself, she said, and then poked me in the arm. And I mean it. Don't leave me out of the fight, Ava. I'm not weak. I can help. I grabbed both of her hands and focused all my attention on her. Court. You are stronger than me and Bella put together. Courtney's eyebrows rose and she suddenly looked uncomfortable, as though she didn't believe me. But I was telling the truth. I continued. If I can, I will have you fighting beside me straight away. But please, all I ask is that you trust me. If I tell you to hang back and wait, you have to. Please. You know I'll only do what is right for you. She stared at me for a long time as though assessing my honesty. I didn't look away. I didn't dare. She needed to believe me. Because if she didn't, she was going to be combative, and that was a battle I didn't want to fight, on top of everything else. Okay, she said slowly. But just know I feel the same way you do, Ava. I'm not going to sit back and hide forever like Mother did. I'm not built that way. She began to back away, and I laughed. I don't think Mother was either, Court, I said. The more I learned of what was going on in the magic realm, and what would have happened to her and to us if we stayed there, the more I found myself understanding her. I didn't want to admit it. The last thing I wanted was to relinquish some of my anger, because I still didn't think what she did was right. But I did understand it. But she did what a good mother would do, and she sacrificed her life to make sure we survived. Courtney stared at me, soaking in what I was telling her, then nodded.
Okay.
She pulled her headphones onto her ears and walked off to her room, leaving me alone in the lounge room with my thoughts. I collapsed onto the couch, letting the air leave my lungs in a big whoosh of relief. We were on the right track. Bella had come to my rescue, and Tavlor looked more excited about the prospect of reinstating me than I'd thought. Now I just had to get ready for the night ahead. With everything going on, with what was going to happen, I wanted a night where I was in full control of the outcome. Where I knew exactly what to expect. Where I could feel love and give love and not be scared, for once in my life. Tonight, I was determined to finally lose my virginity to Tavlor. The rest of the day went quickly, with Tavlor and Bella studying, Courtney relaxing in her room, and me doing anything to stay busy. I cooked dinner. I went for a short walk, then had a long shower and washed my hair. I didn't want to be smelly before our time together. God, I didn't even want to think about it. Even though I wanted to make love to Tavlor if he'd have me, I was still nervous. I wanted to make sure everything was perfect, but deep down I knew I couldn't control that. Regardless of my concern, I knew without a doubt that I was ready for tonight. For Tavlor to spend the night in my bed. Assuming he still felt as he did last time he was here. I was finally ready to cross the threshold that separated us, and join together as one. Dinner time, I called to the house as I arranged the food on the table. Instead of conjuring everything up, I had decided to actually cook the food I served, which left me more nervous than I cared to admit. I'd managed to make a salad with everything Bella had grown in the garden, some eggs from the chickens, albeit from magical origins, and a meat pie. That reminded me of Mallory. At the thought of my mother's friend who'd betrayed me, I frowned at the food. Maybe I shouldn't have done the pie. Are you all right? Tavlor asked as he passed by me and squeezed my arm. My skin tingled at the touch. Yeah, what did the food do to you? Courtney said with a chuckle as she sat down at the table. I tried to laugh it off. All good, I said. I didn't want to tell them about Mallory. I didn't think I needed to make a big deal of it. There was nothing that would change it now. Just thinking about a few things I shouldn't be. Let's have some dinner and relax. They all agreed, and we tried to stick to light topics through the meal, which generally meant stories of our mother and our weird childhood. Tavlor didn't offer any stories of his own, but listened intently to us. He even had a glass of our mother's wine and laughed while we joked with one another. He still looked stiff, still looked unsure between the three of us, but he was smiling a lot more, and his shoulders were down so there was no tension in them any longer. By the time we'd eaten and laughed the night away, it was dark. And it was time to go to bed. My heart fluttered. My mouth went dry. I rubbed my hands together, but they were clammy. I wasn't sure any more about tonight. Did I really want this? If you don't do it now, you might not ever, my inner voice pointed out. If you want this, take advantage of it. Don't wake up tomorrow, regretting that you had an opportunity that you let slip away, all because you were scared. I opened my mouth and smothered a fake yawn, looking toward my sisters. Bedtime, I think, I said. I hoped I wasn't as obvious as Courtney seemed to believe me to be. Bella hid a smile in her books as she packed up to go to bed, and Courtney sat on the couch with a huge grin on her face, as though preparing for a long-awaited show. Tavlor looked at me as though waiting for instructions, and I stood up and flicked my head toward my bedroom.
Coming?
I asked in a voice that was terribly high-pitched. I cleared my throat. He nodded and got to his feet. I was glad he didn't ask questions. I was already nervous, and I didn't need him to inadvertently add to it, or I'd lose my nerve for sure. My face was hot with a blush, but I stuck my nose in the air and walked all the way to my room without looking back at my sisters, who I knew were watching us. Let them think whatever they wanted. Eventually, they would be in the same position as I was. As the oldest, I took it as my duty to show them it was okay to feel for a man. As I stepped into my room, faint laughter trickled from downstairs. I bit back a smile and closed the door, I tried not to let them get to me, but it was difficult. My heart danced, like it was skipping every other beat. I rubbed my hands together, trying to get control over my nerves. I couldn't relax. Regardless, I was determined to see this through no matter what. This is what you want, I reminded myself. If it's the last thing you get to choose to do, this is what you want. The giggling continued, and I cleared my throat. The walls were definitely not thick enough. I pointed to the door. Can you do the privacy spell on this room, like you did at the library? I asked, arching a brow. Yes. Tavlor nodded once, but confusion settled in his eyes, as though he was asking why I would want to shut my sisters out. Again, his lack of having a sibling was obvious. Wait. I put a hand up. Can you teach me? Might as well learn something if I could. Of course. He told me the words to say, and the visualization required, to complete the spell. I released a breath and faced the door. I repeated the words. Magic rushed through me and around the room. I waved my hand to check the integrity of the spell, but I didn't trust myself. Can you check? Tavlor nodded and with a smile, tested the walls with his hand the way my father had. Perfect, he said. A pulse of pride spread through my chest at the look on his face. I loved the fact that he liked how powerful I was. Though I still had so much to learn, he didn't seem to be intimidated by my abilities in the slightest. Thanks for the lesson, I said. My voice had gone quiet. He stepped toward me as I shifted to look into his eyes. I wanted him to touch me. I wanted him to kiss me. I don't know if he read my mind or I was subtle as a brick, but his hand slid around my waist and he pulled me closer. Into him. And as he tilted my chin up with his fingers, my heart began to pound harder. Is there anything else you'd like me to teach you? He asked, his voice husky. I sucked in a breath. His irises had gotten dark, the aura around him intense and bordering on intensely magical. Yes. I would, I said as bravely as possible. Then I ruined it by swallowing, obviously nervous. He smiled. And what is that? I slid my hands around his waist and clung to this man who made my heart sing. I want you to teach me everything. Chapter 17. Was it a good lesson? He asked quietly. I laughed against him and turned my lips to press them against his sweaty skin. Best teacher ever. I looked up. I hope this isn't the only lesson you're going to teach me. I can think of so many ways in which I could improve. He stared at me, as though assessing my honesty. I didn't understand the depths of fey magic or intuition, so I opened up my mind and my heart to his exploration. I had nothing to hide. No hidden agenda. Nothing but love and trust for him. When he looked his fill, he pressed his lips to mine in a lingering sweet kiss. Then he pulled me into his body even tighter, and let out a sigh that echoed in my head for long moments afterward. Are you okay? I asked after a while. He didn't sound like he was. I sat up and reached for the covers, pulling the blankets over us for warmth as the nighttime stillness crept over me. I'm concerned about what is to come. The way he said it made me feel like he knew what was to come. My heart began to pound. Do you have some sort of intuition I should know about? Or did some mage tell you something? He shook his head. No, I simply don't want anything to happen to you, and this is going to get dangerous. I relaxed against his shoulder and put my arm over his belly, hugging him tight. I appreciate you saying that. So tell me, who do you think will be my biggest threat? The council as a whole or who? My dear stepmother. I giggled at the joke, though I practically snarled as her name went through my head. Charity. What a misnomer. He sighed again, heavily. It was only them. However, now with the bounty on your head, it's everyone. I loved the fact that he cared so much about me that he was scared of the future, but we needed to be in this together. I propped myself up on my elbow and stared down at him. Listen, I understand that you're worried about me, but this is important. This is my life. Our life, if that's something you want to talk about now. Or later. He rolled onto his side and propped his head up with his hand, giving me his full attention. We have time now. I sucked in a breath, happy butterflies fluttering in my belly. Well, firstly, I suppose I need to ask, if we get through this, would you want to be with me? He nodded. Of course I would, but would you want to be with me? A half-breed mongrel. I frowned at him. Stop speaking about yourself like that. I've spent time with the Fae people, and they are beautiful and powerful and wise. Why wouldn't I be happy that you have those traits in you? But the witches. I interrupted him. I'm not like those bitches, I promise. They can keep all their pure blood crap. It's a load of absolute shit. My only issue is the length of our lives. How old are you now? Will you live a lot longer than me? He smiled. I'm 37 years old. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Oh, that's not much of a difference. Well, certainly less than I'd anticipated. But what is your lifespan? I know the Fae live forever. He nodded. Yes, but my Warlock blood dilutes that a lot. By how much? I asked. There was a beat of silence, as though he was wondering how honest to be with me. Come on, tell me. There aren't a lot of half-breeds like myself, but it has been approximated that I will live a few hundred years. If I'm not killed in battle beforehand. I inhaled sharply, pain splintering through my chest. Ah. That's a lot longer than me. He nodded but waited. I lowered my gaze, wondering how to handle this new situation. Then my head cleared, and I laughed to clear the tension. Well, considering I could die tomorrow, I don't think I should be worried about that. He frowned. Oh, sweetheart, stop, I said, cupping his face with my hand. I am so blessed to have found you. And to have you feel the same way. I don't want to think about where we'll be in a decade, or a century. Let's get through the next week, the next month, then worry about forever. The only important thing for me right now is that you want to be with me. Now. He nodded, as though he couldn't speak. I trudged forward. I need you to be on my side, though. Support me in fighting the council. I don't think I can do it without you. I could try, of course. But the likelihood of succeeding was slim to none. Tavlor knew the council, the politics, the realms, and a hell of a lot more magic than I did. His jaw hardened. I will stand beside you, Ava. No matter what. You are the High Warlock's daughter, and a powerful witch. There is no reason at all why they should reject you. Without you, they have no one. I suppose they could elect their own High Warlock again. Hey, do you think that's the plan? To have another Warlock step up, maybe from one of the council members' families. I hadn't thought about a plan B that I might be interrupting. It's possible, although that would require a rewriting of the council laws as well. I nodded, the possibilities whirling through my head. So at the moment, the plan is to get me into the magic realm without anyone capturing me, or recognizing me, and asking the council to give me a proper trial. Tavlor nodded. With the information I got today from the book your mother had in her possession, I believe we can appeal to an ancient reset of the laws. Especially as there is no current successor. You aren't opposing anyone. So, Bella found something useful? I asked, though I was pretty sure I knew the answer. Oh yes, that book is the key to everything. I grinned. My sisters are pretty awesome. He nodded, but a seriousness stole over his face. What's wrong? I asked. You know we may never be able to bring Bella and Courtney into society as the High Warlock's daughters? I stared at him, digesting the words. Yes, I know. There were too many variables in this plot, and my sisters' lives were too valuable to even put into the equation. Tavlor nodded once. Then we take one day at a time. Each battle as we need. I nodded and let him pull me into his arms for sleep. My sisters, especially Courtney, were never going to be totally happy here, isolated from the world, but I was sure I could find an alternative for them. As long as I was alive to do it. Chapter 18. Waking up in Tavlor's arms was one of the most surreal moments of my life. And yet it felt good. Right. Like this was where I belonged, where I was meant to be. After sleeping alone my entire life, if I didn't count the times my sisters had crawled into my bed when we were kids, it was strange to have someone next to me. I pawed at my face, trying to wipe away any drool that had pooled on the corner of my mouth. I made a move and his grip on me tightened, as though he didn't want me to leave. It made me feel hot and cramped and so totally different. It wasn't exactly a bad thing, but it wasn't something I was used to. Maybe I could run into the bathroom and at least brush my teeth so my breath wouldn't smell. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice filled with slumber. "Oh, hey," I managed to say, though my eyes were fogged from sleep and I needed to throw the blankets off. I was way too hot. I thought about magicking myself near the door and giving myself the space to breathe. "Good morning, Ava," he said, and the words rolled over me like a caress. I closed my eyes and relaxed into it. Despite my discomfort, I enjoyed being with him in this embrace. I sighed, wishing I didn't actually have to get up, that I could just stay here and pretend bounty hunters weren't after me, and I wasn't a threat to an entire magical realm based on outdated laws. I shivered and closed my eyes, locking his words and the feeling they created in place forever. My perfect moment. His hand reached out and touched my naked shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked. It was like he could read my thoughts. Then again, he could. But I knew him well enough to know that he would never do so without obtaining my consent first. I opened my eyes and beamed at him. Just the thought of him, how much he cared for me, was enough to make my worries disappear. "Absolutely." He smiled softly, then glanced at the door. "Shall we get up and go see your sisters?" I looked in the same direction. Why, are they calling for me or something? No, but I think they need to know the plan. I can hear them bustling about. They're anxious. Plan? I pulled away from him so I could sit up. The cover fell away, but I clutched at it, not because I was embarrassed by my body, but out of nervous tension about the future. "Yes?" He nodded once. "Okay." I pressed my lips together. I decided not to question him, at least not right now. "Sounds good," I said, though I wasn't sure what I was agreeing to. Since we'd agreed last night to be partners and support one another, I was willing to forego demanding an explanation from him. He slipped from the bed and instead of standing up straight away, I lay back and watched him. Part of me enjoyed seeing him this way. Completely vulnerable, naked, in a way that most would never get to see him. He moved like a large cat, sleek and dangerous. His muscles were so defined and beautiful, and his ass flexed as he picked up his clothes and began to dress. Every time he moved, his muscles rippled. It was hypnotizing. I was in awe. I sighed with disappointment as the clothes covered his perfect body, deciding I might as well get dressed since there was nothing keeping me in bed. A small part of me had hoped that we would be able to tangle ourselves back up once again, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. Embarrassment flowed over my cheeks as I stood up, naked. The cooler air of the room wrapped around me, and as Tavlor turned to look at me, I had to swallow the squeal that rose in my throat. Now, I was nervous being naked in front of him. Now, I wanted nothing more than to crawl under the covers and pretend he couldn't see me. Outside, the heat of passion and lust, awkwardness and my own insecurities had crept back in. It was like I was comfortable with him looking at me with lust if we were going to make love, but once the sun came out and we were getting dressed to resume our normal lives, then I was nervous. I closed my eyes, visualized a pair of yoga pants and a tank top, and magicked my outfit together. When I opened my eyes again, Tavlor was smiling at me. "That was unfair," he said. "I was looking forward to the reverse striptease." I laughed. It was still strange that he was attempting to make a joke. "Reverse striptease?" I asked, arching a brow. He nodded, sobering for a moment. Yes, your body is very beautiful. I look forward to having you beneath me again. I rubbed my lips together, my mouth going dry at the raw honesty in his words. My hands touched my cheeks, as though I wanted to mask the flush that currently encased my skin. You're embarrassing me. He chuckled, then ambled toward me and bent forward before he curled a stray strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers lingered on my skin and I shuddered. He had such power over me, it was almost as embarrassing as being naked in front of him. I'll have to speak that way more so you get more comfortable then, he said in a husky voice. I closed my eyes, letting his words wash over me. Yes, I said. That sounds good. Then, before I could be seduced into bed again, I turned toward the door and forced myself to leave our little cocoon and step into the world once more. I was already dressed, and my stomach was begging for food. Plus, I didn't want to keep my sisters waiting. The noise from my sisters hit me right away. Courtney's music thumping in her room. Bella clanging and banging around the kitchen. I smiled. It was the sounds of home. My heart clenched painfully. I didn't want to leave. Now that I was home, I didn't want to go back to the magic realm. I wanted to stay. But if I stayed, I would go stir crazy, just like I was sure Courtney already was. I would start to resent this wonderful home the same way I used to when my mother was alive and refused to let us leave. If I didn't go, if I didn't continue with this plan, whatever Tavlor had come up with, then we would be trapped here forever. Nothing would get done. My life would be at risk, and since I was staying with my sisters, they would be at risk as well. I couldn't do that to them. I was surprised they hadn't come bounding to the room until I saw a tingle of magic shimmer when the window caught it just right. Damn, I forgot about the privacy spell. I shook my head and headed down into the dining room. Morning, Bella. Bella turned to me with an excited smile. Morning, Ava. She reached out and squeezed my hand, as though she was glad to see I was tangible and I hadn't disappeared. How are you doing this morning? Fine, thanks. You? I asked, focusing on keeping my face looking as normal as possible. I was sure they knew what happened last night, or that they had an idea about it, but I didn't want to be interrogated by them right now. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Do you need a tea? She squeezed my arm again, trying to reassure me. Any pain or cramping? Tavlor stepped into the room and I shook my head. No, I'm all good, I said honestly. As expected, my sisters knew exactly what happened last night. I was being way more obvious than I intended to be, but there was nothing I could do about it. I was just surprised that Courtney wasn't down yet to give me a hard time about my night with Tavlor. I figured she'd be first in line, popcorn in her fingers, ready to pop the salty treat in her mouth. My stomach rumbled again. Courtney came bounding into the room. I was wondering how long you guys would sleep for this morning. There it was. There was my sister. I waited a beat to see if she intended to dive into the conversation about my sex life. She waggled her eyebrows, but blessedly didn't actually say anything more. I've made breakfast, Bella announced. Courtney rubbed her hands together. Sit, everyone. Bella flapped her hands at us, and we congregated around the table as she placed platters in front of us. Cut fruit, waffles, cream, and melted chocolate. Wow, Bella, I said. I was surprised I actually had the ability to say anything due to how hungry I was. You went all out. She smiled softly as she sat down. Well, I kind of figured this was a bit of a farewell meal, she said, her tone sad. She waved her hand and hot chocolates appeared in front of us, melting pink marshmallows sitting atop the rich dark milk. I leaned forward and inhaled deeply. What? What does she mean? Courtney asked, her eyebrows rising high on her forehead. Bella looked at me pointedly. I glanced at Tavlor. He's the one with the plan, I said, gesturing over to him. Ask him. I wanted to know, too. I picked up my hot chocolate and took a sip, moaning with the flavor that burst across my tongue. God, I'd miss the decadence, the sweetness. I didn't think I could go anywhere and have hot chocolate as good as this one. This one reminded me of home. I grabbed a waffle and poured chocolate over it. If this was the last meal I had with my sisters for a while, then I was going to enjoy it. There was no such thing as calories at a goodbye meal. Today, I will take Ava back to the magic realm and we will go to the High Warlock with our plan, Tavlor said simply. And what plan is that? Courtney asked. She looked at me, shaking her head slightly, as though she was tired of playing these petty games and wanted an actual answer. Tavlor motioned to Bella. We will take the book that Bella and I were studying yesterday, he said. I plan for us to argue that the council has no right to convict Ava or to do anything illegal to her, and that she should be the true heir to her father's throne. I glanced from Tavlor to my sisters and back again. His face was passive but his jaw was tight. His eyes also left little room for argument. Whoa. He was serious. I looked down at my food and stabbed at a strawberry. I wondered what he and Bella found in that book that made him seem confident enough to try and use it in order to get what we wanted. It had to be something, even if we were grasping at straws. How are we going to get in? I asked, arching a brow at Tavlor. I didn't want him to think I doubted his plan, but we needed to get on the same page about logistics. I'll be recognized so easily. He nodded as if he expected that question. We use magic to disguise you, he said, as though it could be that simple. A lot of it will wear off once we enter the council buildings. The council and the High Warlock have safeguards and wards set up to stop people from hiding their true identities. But I'm sure I can conceal you well enough to get you there. I stared at him, amazed. Why had I not thought of that? The answer seemed simple enough. Too simple to work. But that didn't mean it wouldn't. In fact, I appreciated how intuitive the approach was. That's a great idea, I said. So, you're going to take Ava into the lion's den, so to speak, and hope they don't kill her on the spot, Bella said, her tone flat. It surprised me to hear her speak that way only because she was typically much more polite. Yes, Tavlor said, nodding. I shivered, the fear of impending death a strange feeling indeed. I rubbed my lips together, trying to hide my worry from my sisters. If they were going to be on board with this, I couldn't let them think I was worried about anything. Well, it sounds like the best plan we have so far, I admitted. I took a deep breath, trying to get my sisters to understand. And I want to go. I want to fight for the life I want, and for the lives you guys could have. Courtney frowned. And you still want us to stay here? Yes. Please. I will feel so much better and safer knowing that you guys are out of danger. I glanced over at Bella. Plus, you guys have already helped me shield myself the best I can. The rest is up to the universe. Courtney swallowed hard. And if you don't come back? When I went to answer, she waved her hand to stop me. Not that I'm doubting your abilities, but look at this from our perspective. You get to go and come as you please, all because you're older than we are. You tell us to wait, but what if something happens to you? What are we supposed to do then? I sucked in a deep breath. As much as I didn't want to admit it, she made a good point. Then you two decide what you want to do, I said. Aunt Allison is your best contact, and I can leave all her details here for you. But if something happens to me, and you still want to be part of their world, you need to never tell them who you are. Tavlor reached over and squeezed my hand. There's nothing wrong with wanting a family, wanting what you are entitled to. He turned toward my sisters. I too will leave a list of people you can contact for help. In the Fey realm. Because if Ava goes down, you can assume I'm gone too. I squeezed his hand back. My death was much easier to consider over Tavlor's death. In fact, I didn't want him talking about his death at all. Was he implying that he expected we weren't going to make it? That was an ending I refused to believe. I forced myself to smile at Tavlor and let the silence around us sit. Thank you for looking after our sister, Tavlor, Bella said, her words soft in the air. Tavlor looked across the table at her and nodded once. He frowned, obviously wondering why Bella would thank him in the first place, as though he considered this another part of his duty. And it was, but at least now I was confident that there was more to it. "Well, let's finish our breakfast then," Bella said and began eating. The waffles before me had lost their appeal all of a sudden, but I pushed myself to smile and eat and drink. Though Courtney's mood was dark, and Bella's happiness was obviously hollow. I understood how they felt. Left out, lost, worried. They wanted to help, but I was telling them not to, that they weren't allowed. It wasn't fair to them. But I couldn't empathize too much with them. I had a huge battle ahead of me. One I wasn't sure I could win. At the very least, I was just glad I had Tavlor with me. We finished breakfast and Tavlor went off with Bella to check out the rest of our mother's ancient books, saying perhaps there'd be something else useful in one of them. I put my mother's locket back around my neck and sat on my bed for a while, gathering my thoughts. There was no real reason to pack anything else. I could magic up any sort of clothing or food I needed. However, I appreciated the quiet I was surrounded with. It gave me time to find peace. All I wanted was my sisters at the end of this journey. I wanted them to have freedom. I wanted them to come with me with no risk to themselves. But I couldn't take them with me. "You need any help with a disguising spell?" Courtney asked from the doorway to my room. She tilted her head to the side, and I could tell she wanted to do something, anything that would make her feel involved. I hadn't actually thought that far, I replied honestly. As much as I wanted to tell her that of course she could help, I thought it was best to defer to Tavlor. At least right now. I swallowed. I don't know if Tavlor wants to do it, or... Courtney straightened. "I'm pretty good at them," she insisted. There was a fierceness in her eyes that made me look away. That stubborn streak I missed. "I've been using them to visit the village, and I've been watching people. I can disguise you as anyone you want." I stood up. She needed this. If Tavlor wanted me to look completely different later, fine. We would handle that once we left this realm. But now, I could give my sister something to take her mind off being left behind again. I could give her that little feeling of control, that she did make a difference. I looked at her, and my heart suddenly filled with gratitude and love pouring through me for my sister. "I'd love your help. Where do you want me?" I put out my hands, wondering what sort of look Courtney was going to go for. "Outside is probably better," she said, nodding in the direction of the front door. I heard Tavlor packing up and getting ready to go. I nodded. "Okay, then we better hurry." Courtney whirled around and headed out of my room. She didn't even bother to turn her head and see if I was following her. I bit my lip to keep a smile from my face and followed her to the front door. "Ever wanted to be a redhead?" she asked, waggling her eyebrows at me. I laughed. "You know I've always wanted your hair," I said. And it was true. I remembered how, right before bed, back when Courtney was about 10, she would come into my room, brush in hand, and demand that I help her brush her hair. She couldn't go to Bella, because Bella would just magic it, and Courtney didn't want it to be magicked. She couldn't go to Mother either, because Mother would say Courtney's desire for her hair to be brushed before bedtime was just her trying to stay up later than she needed to. As such, she came to me. I would always brush her hair too, and I would tell her how much I loved her hair. Red curls it is. Once we got outside, Courtney positioned me with my back facing the trees. I could see Bella and Tavlor coming out too, chatting away still. The sun was beginning to set, and goosebumps formed up and down my arms. Now that we were out of the house and Courtney had her finger pointed at me, I wasn't sure I wanted to see this. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. Her spell hit me in the chest, but it didn't hurt. Instead, tingles moved out from the point of impact, like ripples in a pond. Cold and somewhat shivery, but smooth and easy. Then the sensations stopped, moving away like they'd never been there. I popped open one eye, making sure I could still see, then the other. Courtney stood in front of me with a big smug smile on her face. So she thought she'd done a good job. What would the others think? I twirled around to face Tavlor and Bella. I forgot they had come outside as well. Both of them blinked at me as though they'd never seen me before. I wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. Well? I asked. How do I look? Tavlor didn't answer. Instead, he spoke a few words and a mirror magicked up before me, giving me a full view of my new body. Whoa! I stared at the reflection before me. No way. I moved my hand up to my face, watching the person in the mirror do the exact same thing.
Amazing.
It was hard to believe I was looking at myself. I didn't expect to feel so pretty. I had red curly hair that bounced up to my shoulders, freckly skin, a cute button nose and bright blue eyes. I was also skinnier, with bigger boobs. Nice. I ran my hand up and down my sides, wanting to actually feel it. To feel me. I didn't look anything like myself. I walked over to Tavlor and Courtney joined us. I still felt like myself. Still walked the same, moved the same. I had all the same thoughts in my head, and I was still hungry the way I was in my body. It was strange. Do I pass? What do you think, Tavlor? I asked, addressing him on purpose. His opinion was the most important here. If I couldn't fool him, then there was no point in being this person. He coughed, clearing his throat. I couldn't have done a better job myself. Courtney clapped and giggled, and I grinned at her. Thank you. Both of you. I opened up my arms and both sisters flew to me. We clung to each other in a three-way hug. I inhaled their scents, luxuriating in the love that we had for each other. After long moments, they pulled away. Bella had a tear or two staining her cheeks, and Courtney looked like she'd been fighting them. Well, I have a new look from Courtney, and a new tattoo from Bella, I said with a grin and a hand to my belly. Feels like I'm taking you both with me. Tavlor stepped up beside me. Are you ready to go, beautiful? I was surprised by the term of endearment. Not because I didn't think he was capable of seeing me as beautiful, but it wasn't like him to use such niceties. I nodded, my gaze devouring my wonderful sisters' faces. Yes. I am. I smiled at them. I left the details for Aunt Allison in my room. In a book next to my bed. Just in case. And I gave Bella Horlo's details, Tavlor said. Oh, I have one more thing to show you, Bella said, pulling another book out of her bottomless pockets. Don't look at it now, but I think it will help you once you reach the council. I took the small brown leather journal from her. She frowned and bit her lip. Are you sure, Bella? I asked. I didn't know the significance of the diary, but if Bella was giving it to us, then it had to mean something. She nodded. Yes, you'll see when you read it, she said. I wasn't sure I wanted to share it or part with it, but it's the right thing to do. I glanced at the book. Not sure where I'll put it. Bella grinned, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a Hessian backpack that could be slung over my shoulder. I made this for you. It has the same enchantment on it that my pockets do. You'll be able to hide practically anything in it. She handed me the bag and I transferred both of the books into the depths of the tiny bag, then slung it over my shoulder. Thanks, Bella. What am I going to do without you? I glanced at Courtney. Without both of you. I inhaled sharply, the pain of departing getting to me more than I thought it would. I forced a smile to my face and made my tone happier than I was feeling. Well, I love you both, and I hope to be seeing you both very soon, I said, my voice shaky, my eyes watery. Leaving them suddenly felt too soon, like I needed more time before saying goodbye. Love you, Ava, Bella said with a wave. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Courtney said with a grin. I laughed. That would be impossible. That was the note to leave on. So I turned and took Tavlor's hand, walking back toward the portal from my mother's realm back to Ireland. I tried not to look back. But I couldn't help it. As we reached the entrance to the portal, I glanced back at my sisters, who were still standing where I'd left them. watching me go. I raised my free hand and waved to them. They both waved back, and my stomach quivered with nerves and feelings of unease. Tavlor squeezed my hand. "You ready for this?" I nodded, focusing on his face. I had no idea if I was ready for what was to come, but I didn't have a choice. This was the right path. I knew it in every fiber of my being. Let's do it. With that, we plunged back into the portal, to begin the dangerous trek back to the magic realm, so we could finally face off with the council. Chapter 19. As much as I wanted to immerse myself back in the human realm, I didn't have the time to linger. The grass was green, the sidewalks clean, and the people smiled and nodded hello to one another. Everyone was friendly. They didn't know about the magic realm or the Fey realm. They didn't know of the shifters who roamed the streets. They were able to live in ignorant bliss. As of right now, they weren't threatened by any realm, just their fellow man. I wasn't sure if this was the life I wanted to have. If I would have preferred to not know about any of this. I was tempted to knock on Aunt Allison's door when we passed by, but I couldn't. Mostly because I was afraid of what sort of shitstorm I'd bring down on her if people learnt I'd been there. I had already put my sisters at risk by seeing them. I didn't want to add anyone else to that list. As much as Allison had taught me, she wasn't strong enough or prepared enough for a council level of attack. She was living in the human realm after all, which meant suppressing her natural magic. Suppressing her magic meant suppressing her powers. She'd be a sitting duck. This world is very. Tavlor stopped, glancing around the quiet village streets and pretty houses. We walked down an alleyway, heading for the portal to the magic realm. I was suddenly tempted to grab his hand and pretend we were two humans going on a romantic stroll. But I didn't. It was too easy to get lost in the facade of what normalcy could be. I smiled. "Very what?" I asked, bumping shoulders with him.
Quiet.
"Pretty. Simple." He shrugged. "I'm not sure. But I like it." "I do too." It was a great plan B for my sister Bella. Life in the human village would be better than life inside my mother's bubble, and she would get more social interaction. Not ideal, of course, but it was better than the alternative. Courtney might enjoy a visit, but there was no way she'd be able to tolerate how slow-paced this place was. It didn't matter that they'd have Aunt Allison if they didn't have me. Courtney would leave after a few days, demanding an adventure from her life that she probably believed she was owed. I struggled to ignore the pulse of unease in my gut. If things turned bad with what Tavlor and I intended to do, I wouldn't be able to be there for them anymore. I wouldn't be able to keep them from making terrible decisions. I shook the thought from my head. I couldn't let myself think like this. Not when I needed to focus and keep my head on straight. Despite what I'd been through, I still couldn't imagine leaving them forever. I didn't want to. We walked through the streets until we found the alleyway with the portal. I inhaled shakily and looked over at Tavlor. "You sure this is going to work?" I asked. I hoped my voice didn't reveal my trepidation. I trusted him completely, but that didn't mean I wasn't scared. Tavlor grimaced ever so slightly. "I can't guarantee anything, Ava." He stopped walking, turning to face me so he could give me his full attention. "But this." He waved a hand to indicate my changed face. "And this." He indicated the book he still carried. "This is the best plan so far." He looked down at his feet before bringing his gaze back up to me. "Truth be told, it's the only plan we have right now." I nodded once and clenched my hands into fists at my sides. "Then let's do it." Together, we plowed through the portal and into the magic realm. The familiar feelings of cold passed over my new face, and then we were stepping into the sunshine, onto the path that led to the shops where that traitor Mallory worked. I sucked in a breath. The last thing I wanted was to alert her to our presence. Right now, I was masked. But could somebody like Mallory see through me? The locket around my neck began to hum and burn with warmth I'd missed. Mother. I grabbed for the locket, wrapping my fingers around the gold charm and pressing it so tightly in my palm there would be an imprint in my skin. Ava. Where have you been? I've missed you so. Tears tingled in my nose and the backs of my eyes. I sniffled. I didn't want to catch Tavlor's attention and have him see me crying for no apparent reason, but I couldn't contain my emotions. It felt so good to hear her voice again. I went back to the human world and back to your realm to see my sisters, I said quickly, dropping my voice so I wouldn't be overheard by passers-by. I couldn't hear you at all while I was there. Oh. I didn't realize that would happen. Do you have wards up around the realm or something? I asked. Tavlor must have known whom I was speaking with because he remained silent, a steady presence beside me. I do. No, one can enter or perform magic that doesn't have my bloodline. Well, they could, but they had to have been brought in by me or my sisters at one point to enter. That's clever, but still not sure why the locket stops working, I said, thinking out loud. Surely my mother would know. She had knowledge far superior to mine. Maybe because your father gave me the locket as a present. I don't know. But at least you are safe. For now, I said with a shrug. It was hard to remember that she couldn't see me. We're back in the magic realm, and we have a plan to go to my father and... Ava, no. Go back to your sisters. You'll be safe there. Safe? I snorted. This time Tavlor did look at me, arching a brow in my direction. For how long? Forever. That's how I designed it. I scowled and hissed angrily at the locket. That is not the life I want, Mother. I paused as we passed a couple of young witches, eyeing Tavlor with feral grins and whispering behind their hands. They stepped around us, giggling. Once I was sure we were alone, I continued. Hiding in the shadows for the rest of my days. And what if we get sick like you did? You used up every bit of your magic maintaining the illusion of our home, and now you're gone. You aren't here to keep us safe because you used up all your magic. Do you really think we intend to do the same? Have you thought of that? Silence. Yeah. Figured. I clenched my teeth. I let go of my locket and ignored any continued humming to get my attention. I needed time to think. As much as I loved having my mother back and having the ability to talk to her, I still didn't appreciate her telling me what to do. When was she going to realize that she wasn't here any longer? That I could make my own choices? When was she going to trust me? Are you all right? Tavlor asked, stepping closer. I grunted at him, struggling to get my anger under control. I just expected her to support me more. I huffed out a laugh, releasing the bitter tension. I shook my head and my hair fell over my shoulder. I began to play with the ends. But why should I? She didn't support my dreams when she was alive, why would now be any different? Tavlor smiled. He reached for me, seemed to think better of it, and let his hand drop to his side. She's a mother, he said, and from what I've gathered, a good one. Perhaps overprotective, but she raised 3 independent, powerful witches. Alone. Surely you can't deny how impressive that is. I crossed my arms over my chest. Just because he wasn't the sort to let his emotions get in the way, didn't mean he needed to take her side over this. You didn't have to live with her, I muttered. My mother wanted me to be the most responsible, and then she wouldn't trust me with that responsibility. You wouldn't understand. He sighed. No. I was raised by my aunt, who for all intents and purposes did her best to shield me against the hatred I got from the rest of our community. My cheeks pinched and I dropped my arms back to my sides. I was being selfish. Sorry, Tavlor, I said. You're right. I had no idea what it was like to grow up with anything but unconditional love, even if it had been stifling. You are allowed to feel your frustration, of course, he said slowly, tilting his head. It must have been a new sensation for him, to think about someone else's perspective when he had only ever been directed by his superiors, and thinking wasn't a requirement. I don't want you to feel guilty for feeling the way you are. But perhaps it might behoove you to try to understand it from her perspective. She might be feeling the same way about you." I sighed and rubbed my lips to keep from saying something I might regret. Instead, I did as he suggested. "I guess I wish my mother was here helping me through all this," I said finally, lifting my gaze. I wanted to touch the locket again, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to talk to her about everything we were planning on doing just yet. Tavlor grinned. "I do too," he said. "It sounds like she was an incredible woman. From what I'm told, you remind your sisters of her. She sounds like a formidable person. I would have been honored to meet her." He cleared his throat. "And speaking of which, what was that second book Bella gave you to look at?" There was movement to my left. A wolf shifter was stalking us, watching us, and moving stealthily. I don't think now's the time to get it out," I said. "We're being watched." I glanced to the side, nodding as subtly as I could. Tavlor stiffened, his eyes narrowing. "Well, since we've been detected already, then there's no need for me to hide my magical print any longer," he said. I didn't understand how he could be so calm about this. We had just been discovered by a wolf shifter, and he was looking at the bright side. Part of me wanted to laugh. "Hold my hands." I had no idea what he meant, but I gave him both my hands. Without warning, without even a word from his mouth, cold wind swirled around us, whipping through my hair and tugging at my clothes. Before I could try to get a sense of what was going on, the world disappeared behind a whirl of color. I squeezed his hands harder, not wanting to let go. I had no idea if I would fly away, or if it mattered whether we touched at all. But I didn't want to take that risk. Then we stopped, and my stomach twisted with travel sickness. Yuck. I swallowed hard. "Where are we?" I asked as I nearly keeled over. My stomach tumbled and turned, and for a moment, I thought for sure I was going to throw up. Luckily, I managed to get control of the feeling, breathing in and out over and over again, until my stomach settled and I could stand upright. Tavlor looked to his right, and I glanced in the same direction. We were at the top of the stairs, right in front of the council's building. I sighed, my stomach twisting again. "Brilliant," I muttered. "I hate those stairs. Especially after traveling." Tavlor chuckled, and as a pair we turned toward the doors. "Moment of truth," I said. I sucked in a deep breath. Nerves prickled my skin, and I tilted my head to the side. Do I still look like me? Tavlor frowned, his eyes going over my features. My heart jumped into my throat. A frown? What did that mean, exactly? "You still look like the redhead Courtney turned you into, but I'm afraid the doors to this building will strip you of that enchantment," he said. I had a vision of being stripped naked, and I put a hand on my chest. "But I'll keep my clothes, right?" It was probably a stupid question to someone who understood magic and what magic meant. However, the last thing I needed was to have to worry about whether or not I'd keep my clothes on. He nodded, and a flash of desire lit up his eyes, but then it was gone again. My lips curled up as a pleasant chill shuddered down my spine. I couldn't wait to indulge in him all over again. But we had a war to fight. I would be with him later. "Are you ready?" he asked. His eyes had gone from desirous to serious so quickly I thought I imagined it. Instead, I focused on his voice, on his question. What a big question. Was I ready for the storm of anger, hatred, and utter stupidity coming at me? No, not really. But I couldn't avoid it any longer, and I refused to do just that. Yes. I clenched my teeth together. Let's go. I walked forward and pushed on the doors to enter. A strange feeling coursed over my skin, like cold needles. Not sharp and painful exactly, but almost. I shivered where I stood, waiting for Tavlor to join me. I had to assume that was the spell he'd been talking about. I looked down at my hands, at my clothes, but there was nothing different about either of those things. I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or to worry something was wrong with me if even the spell Courtney cast wasn't falling away the way it should have. I reached for my hair and felt the cool straightness of my once again Ava blonde hair. So Tavlor was right. I was back to normal. The locket at my neck burned with heat, but I ignored my mother. I wasn't taking any more of her advice, unless she was getting on board with our plan. Not only that, but I couldn't allow myself to be distracted. I tried to remind myself that she was just worried about me, which was fair, all mothers worried, but I couldn't have the stress of her on me when I already felt as though I had the weight of the world on my shoulders. I couldn't exactly keep my head above water, if she was going to add to it. Tavlor gestured for me to walk forward, and he addressed the little blonde-haired receptionist. "Hello, Nicole." I cleared my throat. "I'm here to see the High Warlock," I said. My voice echoed around the room, and I tensed so I wouldn't jump. I needed to appear calm and confident, like I belonged here. Like it was my right to be here. I couldn't let her see that I was afraid of my own voice.
Can you let him know I'm here?
The woman looked me over, her eyes bulging. She looked at Tavlor. Do they know she's here? For the first time since I had known him, Tavlor was decided to be the lesser of two evils. Instead of talking to me, she'd resorted to talking to him. He shook his head. "No," he said, keeping his voice low. "I want the High Warlock to be the first to see her, and decide what he wants to do now that she's here." "Is she your prisoner?" she asked. I inhaled sharply. Was I? Would that get us in the door? I would be whatever Tavlor thought was best. Whatever would get us the quickest access to the council. "Ava has come willingly, with the one condition that she speaks to the High Warlock before giving herself up to the council," Tavlor said, his voice firm. The blonde stiffened. "She has no rights. She is a fugitive of the state." She let her voice trail off, but the look she gave Tavlor seemed to indicate that he should know all of this because it was obvious. Tavlor sighed. It seemed as though he wanted to roll his eyes but instead, lifted his hand and spoke a few words that I didn't understand. If I had to guess, I would put my money on him reciting some kind of fey incantation. The woman went mute, her eyes glazing back. She went rigid, but there didn't seem to be any indication of pain across her features. She reached out and pressed a few buttons before opening a door to the next level.
What did you do to her?
I asked in a low voice, trying to shield my face with my long blonde hair. I didn't want to use my magic to get through this part, but they leave me no choice when they try and tell me that you don't have a right to speak to someone they think is going to condemn you to death, he said. We stepped through the door and whooshed into the next level. We were confronted by multiple bodyguards. They looked from me to Tavlor. He used his magic on them as well, and this time we were directed to a gold door that would take me straight to my father's realm. I inhaled quickly as my stomach did a jig alongside my tangled nerves. "Ah, why does your magic work in here?" I asked. I wasn't trying to accuse him of anything, but I did want to know what was going on and why he was so effective. "I thought you said there were wards to stop such a thing? Or had I been wrong?" He smiled. "My fey magic works in part. In their arrogance, they only have wards up against warlock magic. Of course, I never let them know their mistake just in case I needed to take advantage of it. Like now." "Ah, sneaky," I said, giggling inappropriately with stress. Tavlor put a finger to his lips. "Don't tell anyone. They would change everything if they knew." I nodded. "Our little secret." He walked over to the door and opened it. "After you," he said, gesturing for me to enter. I blew out a breath and stepped forward. I was back, and I was about to see my father again after so long. "Well, here goes everything," I said, and then stepped into the inner sanctum of the High Warlock of all the realms. Chapter 20. I held my breath. I stood inside my father's office, but my father was not there. Instead, a man I'd never seen with beady black eyes, silver hair tied in a ponytail, and an air about him that made my skin crawl, stood in his place. I couldn't explain what it was about him that set my insides off. It could have been the narrowed eyes, the sneer on his old face, or the way he looked at me as though I was little more than dirt on his shoe. Who are you? I asked, pulling up all my mental shields and placing my feet in a fighting stance in case I needed to get out of the way quickly. My father had special wards in place to stop people doing magic within his inner sanctum, but my powers still worked because I was of his bloodline, the same way it worked with my mother's magic, and I had no idea if the man in front of me had altered the original rules or not. If he was even powerful enough to do such a thing. Best to be prepared, as Horlo always said. I ignored the feeling of my heart squeezing painfully at the thought of my Fae trainer. You'll see him again, Ava. You just have to get through this first. Rassilor. Tavlor said, sounding surprised as he stepped into the room behind me and shut the door. What are you doing here? Rassilor ignored the question. Tavlor, it is good to see you back and well, he said. It was as though I was suddenly forgotten about. Which was fine with me. We heard you had an altercation on ferry with some wolf shifters. Tavlor stiffened but didn't show any outward signs of guilt. It was almost as though he hadn't expected them to find out what had happened at all. What sort of reach did mages have if word got back to them from the Fae realm? I was attacked, and completely unnecessarily, he replied. We were told that you were aiding Ava Melfi in her escape. His eyes slid sideways to me, an evil glint in his dark gaze. Ice skittered along my spine. But it seems like they were wrong. Ava has come to speak to the High Warlock about the charges against her, Tavlor said. It was some kind of talent, the way he danced around Rassilor's insinuation without outright lying. I would have to get Tavlor to teach me how to do that, if we survived this, of course. She does not wish to run and hide, although she was doing a very good job of it when I found her. She wants a fair trial, and a chance to prove her innocence. Her innocence? He sneered. I thought you cleverer than this, Tavlor? Or have you finally been breached by a pretty girl? I thought you were an immovable soldier, and yet you come here, actually believing there's a chance that this girl is innocent? Is she not the illegitimate daughter of our High Warlock? Is she not a threat to everything we have built, everything this community stands for? He spat on the floor and I flinched. Hybrid fool. This is why your kind will never be taken seriously. I snarled. Tavlor did not look at me, but he clenched his jaw. At least Rassilor's words affected him negatively now, instead of just rolling off his shoulders like what he said had any sort of truth to it. Suddenly, Rassilor's words sank in. I knew I was a threat to the council, but what did he mean by me being a threat to what the magic realm stands for? What are you talking about? I demanded. All I ever wanted was to know my father, after being denied any access to him my whole life. I didn't mean to threaten the very fabric of your life. I'm one person. I wanted to yell and scream and pull at my hair. I wanted to stomp my foot. I wanted to cry. Why did everyone keep blaming me for my very existence? I had to keep my composure, though. I had to show them that I was stronger than what they expected of me. Yes, you are, he said. And by all our laws and standards, you should not exist. There was more venom in his words than I'd ever heard anyone use before, even more than when people spoke about Tavlor. It was as though Tavlor was dirt under a shoe, and I something even worse, a squashed bug on a windshield. Disgusting to look at, difficult to wash away. I stared at him, shocked. Was he serious? Of course he was. This entire realm was based on bigoted laws. I flicked my hair back and lifted my chin. I was not afraid of him. I would not let him intimidate me. They're afraid of you, Ava. Don't let yourself forget that. I nodded to the voice inside my head. Rassilor frowned, looking as though I had done something incomprehensible. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Their fear of me. I should not exist. I repeated. Rassilor's mouth pulled down at the edges. Well, I suppose you need to blame my father then. No, wait, he's the High Warlock, so you can't possibly blame him. It wasn't hard to inject disgust into my tone as I threw that at him. I was still annoyed with my father. My father, who had yet to show up. I didn't need him to come save me by any means, but it would have been nice to have him by my side. To know without a doubt that he would support me, his own flesh and blood, rather than a corrupt institution who only cared about their own power. So who's left? I snapped. I threw my arms out. Me? The child of a union I didn't choose nor ask for. What the hell kind of logic is that? The same logic that made the witches hate Tavlor. The children of forbidden unions. It was insane. I needed to change that. I couldn't live in a world that thought this treatment of their people was acceptable. If I couldn't do that, I would die trying. I refused to let others feel the pain I felt. Not anymore. You will be executed within the hour, Rassilor said with a snarl, ignoring my arguments. You disgusting filth. I gasped, then tried to stifle my reaction. Rassilor beamed with a triumphant grin. Shit. Never let a bully know they got to you. Never react. Then they win. I thrust my chin up again, and tried to incline my head in a way that got rid of the tears that accumulated in my eyes. I would not let them fall, no matter what happened. I wouldn't allow him to think he could hurt me. I want to speak to my father, I said. My voice quivered, and I hated myself for it, but there was nothing I could do about it now. I sucked in a breath. Where is he? Rassilor didn't answer. Tavlor stepped forward. Our shoulders brushed, and I was suddenly filled with a sensation of safety. Even though Rassilor posed an immediate threat to me, I would overcome it with Tavlor by my side. Where is the High Warlock, Rassilor? Tavlor asked.
We need to speak to him.
Immediately. I loved how strong and calm Tavlor's voice sounded, and I forced myself to focus on that, and not the anger boiling in my belly at the pure stupidity of the situation. Somehow, despite Rassilor's insults, Tavlor rose above it. He did not let the words affect him. At least, he didn't show it. And that was something I desperately needed to work on. Rassilor stuck his nose up like he was the most important person in the room. I wanted to laugh at his ignorance. Matlock is not here, nor will he be here while she is in the room. He didn't even find it in himself to acknowledge me. He didn't have to. Excuse me? Why was he talking like I was some sort of disease that my father had to avoid? Rassilor stepped closer to me, making sure he had my full attention. Your father, he said, spitting the word as though it tasted foul, wants nothing to do with you. He has relinquished all control over these matters to the council, and has agreed to step down until it is all resolved. As he should. I looked over at Tavlor to check the validity of what was being said. He shook his head infinitesimally, but it didn't stop the pain and grief descending and wrapping me up. I needed to keep a clear head right now. But how was I supposed to do that? My father wanted nothing to do with me. No. Tavlor had said. I took a few steps back, away from the intensity of the situation, reeling from the emotional blows. I didn't want Rassilor to think anything he said had the capability of actually hurting me. I needed to be strong. I needed to remain focused. But Tavlor. I started. He turned on Rassilor, his hands clenching into fists. We demand to see Matlock. Now. Worry began to claw at my insides. Was Rassilor right? Had my father abandoned me to my fate? Had he turned everything over to the council when he knew they wouldn't give me a fair chance at proving myself? Rassilor huffed as though he was amused. Don't raise your voice to me, you filthy half-breed, he said with a sneer. We all know the only reason Matlock keeps you around is out of pity for you. But what about me? I was still a threat. If Tavlor was an abomination, I was much, much worse.
Pity.
I didn't realize I was the one who spoke until my voice echoed off the walls. Even so, I could not help but laugh at Rassilor's words, breaking some of the tension within my body. I couldn't seem to defend my own relationship with my father, but I knew why he kept Tavlor around. They all did, and for Rassilor to imply otherwise, it amused me more than it should. Yeah, right, I scoffed. None of you pity Tavlor, you fear him. He's more powerful than all of you supposed purebloods, and you know if he turned on you, you wouldn't have a chance. So, don't go belittling him. I won't stand for it. You, Rassilor said. He wrinkled his nose. And what do you think you can do about it? Considering I'm the High Warlock's daughter and this hybrid has both magic abilities and fey abilities, I would say we would give you a run for your money, I snapped. A strange smile spread across Rassilor's face. Oh, isn't this sweet, he said, clapping his hands together. The dirty half-breed and the illegitimate trash. You two make a perfect pair, don't you? The slur hurt more than it should have, because it wasn't true. But the amount of hatred pointed at us both was hard to handle. Especially since we had done nothing to this man, to anyone. Our only crime was being born, and that wasn't exactly something we could help. I squared off against him. At least I had a direction for my anger, and didn't need to keep it bottled up inside of me any longer. It felt good to spar with someone, especially if that someone deserved it, which Rassilor most assuredly did. Where is my father? I said with a growl. I'm not going with you, and I'm certainly not leaving this room until you get him. I have a right to speak to him. He would want to talk to me. Rassilor cocked his head to the side as though assessing me. Your father doesn't love you, Ava, he said, his voice gentle. I wasn't sure why he was speaking nicely to me, unless he was doing his best to try to convince me that what he was saying was the truth. He never has, and he never will. Surely you know this. Look deep down inside yourself and the answers are there. Your father does not care about your existence. You are nothing to him except perhaps a nuisance. Each word hit me like a well-aimed knife, straight to the heart. It was suddenly hard to breathe, but my body tensed. It was my exact worst nightmare come true, and I could feel the walls around my heart cracking and tumbling down around me. How had he known? Tears stung my eyes despite my efforts, and if I didn't do something to hide them, Rassilor would see. I turned away, holding my breath against the need to sob. I pushed my shoulders down. I couldn't have him see them bob up and down as a sob threatened to rip out of me. Tavlor wasn't saying anything. Part of me was upset, but the other part knew there wasn't anything he could say. If my father truly believed I was a nuisance, the last thing I wanted was it to be confirmed. And if it wasn't, did we want Rassilor to know my father did care for me? Where was my father, anyway? Where was the man who had loved my mother, conceived me, and turned his back on me when I'd asked for help? The man who claimed to know nothing about me, and who refused to help me when I asked him for it. Who refused to acknowledge me as his daughter, even though that was what I was. This was his office. Surely Tavlor would have contacted him to let him know we were coming. Surely he knew we were here. He must know we needed him. And yet there was no trace of him. No sign that indicated he was coming at all. So perhaps Rassilor was right. My father doesn't love me. Of course he doesn't love me. How could I have been so stupid as to believe otherwise? My father didn't even know me. But to lose one parent and to be so spectacularly rejected by the other was making me want to crawl into a ball and die a slow, embarrassed death. This giant undertaking, I was arrogant enough to believe could be overcome just because I wanted it to, was a farce from the beginning. I should have stayed home. I should have stayed with my sisters and ensured this hadn't happened in the first place. Arguing was going on behind me, and I attempted to pull myself out of my melancholy. The voices grew louder and louder the more I focused on them. There was anger. More than that, there was spite. What were Tavlor and Rassilor yelling about? I wanted to close my eyes to see if that might help me figure it out. But I couldn't. He was already winning, what with his cruel truth. I couldn't let him break me.
Get him.
Get him now. Tavlor was practically screaming. He is not here, Rassilor said. He wants nothing to do with this situation. You're lying, Tavlor said. I didn't know why Tavlor was so adamant about this, but he was. How would you know how the High Warlock stands on this matter, you great big mutt? Rassilor roared. Who do you think you are, to talk to me in such a way? You will mind yourself, Tavlor, before I put you out, just as I put out the rest of the garbage. Tavlor's hand whipped around Rassilor's throat and squeezed. My eyes widened. My mouth dropped. I never expected Tavlor, of all people, to lash out this way against a council member. The man's beady eyes boggled out of his face, and the skin of his cheeks went red. I rushed over to Tavlor and placed my hand on his forearm. Tavlor. Stop. I managed to say, though my words were weak and even I wouldn't have listened to me. Not after all the nasty things he'd said to Tavlor. He knows where the High Warlock is, Tavlor said, his focus on the council member.
And he's going to tell me.
I sobbed, unable to hold it in. My chest ached. My heart hurt. All the hope I'd built up about my father wanting to help me, it was all gone. And in its place was only pain.
What does it matter?
I asked. I hated how pitiful I sounded, but I couldn't help it. The plan hinged on my father's help, and if he didn't give it, we were done for. He doesn't care if I live or die. I collapsed on a chair and watched, unable to look away, as Rassilor began to turn purple. Okay, he managed between gasps, hitting at Tavlor's hands.
Okay.
Tavlor dropped him to the ground. Rassilor coughed and spluttered, crumpled in a heap. He's in a meeting, he managed to say, clawing at his throat and trying to breathe again. He doesn't even know you're here. And I suppose that meeting will keep him busy all day? Tavlor asked, his tone threatening. Of course. Rassilor sneered up at Tavlor. And you'll never get to him. He got to his knees with a feral grin on his face. Once you're gone, Matlock can refocus on his duties to the council and we can choose his next successor from our own families. I clambered to my feet. So that is the plan. You want me out of the way so you can choose your own High Warlock. Hope sprung anew in my chest. That means my father hasn't abandoned me. Before I could continue, the inner door burst open. I spun around to face it as the High Warlock stormed into the room. Chapter 21. I never expected to be so happy to see my father, but a brilliant smile crossed my face the second I saw him. I wanted to run to him, to hug him. His eyes filled with relief and he stepped forward. I didn't want to hope, but it almost seemed as though he had the same thought I did. We wanted to hug each other. We wanted to be glad the other was all right. But then his eyes dropped to Rassilor on the ground, and his gaze narrowed. He came to a halt. What is the meaning of this? He pointed his finger at Rassilor. Though it seemed like a dramatic gesture, the fact that one word from Matlock could cause magic to jump from that finger and kill Rassilor was enough for even Rassilor to stiffen underneath it. What's he going to do? Without warning, Rassilor flew into the air, held captive by my father's magic. I blinked. I hadn't even seen or heard my father do anything. It had happened so fast, it was difficult for me to believe what I just witnessed had actually happened at all. I gaped at my father. Now that's pretty cool. I'd have to ask him how to do that. If, of course, he was willing to teach me in the first place. Something slammed into the wall, drawing my attention away from my father and Rassilor. There was a commotion going on just beyond the open door. I threw my magic that way, closing the door and clicking the lock into place. Hopefully that would be enough to hold them, whoever was out there. I wasn't up to fighting the whole council today. Not unless I had to. I made my way to my father's side. He still had Rassilor with his magic, but he shifted his gaze so he could look at me. You came, I said. Of course I did. His reply seemed firm, almost as though he was shocked I thought anything else. As soon as I worked out something suspicious was going on. He paused. You didn't doubt it, did you? Well, you let me go to jail and... I shrugged. What else was I supposed to expect from this man? He couldn't even acknowledge my presence once he found out about me. I couldn't trust what he was going to do. Tavlor grabbed my hand and squeezed, silencing me from saying anything else. He didn't actually have to do that. I couldn't think of anything else to say anyway. We need to focus on the items at hand, Tavlor said. He kept glancing at my father, almost as though he was waiting to be reprimanded for speaking out of turn. The fact that Tavlor was brave enough to do so, however, meant a lot to me. It told me he was finally starting to see himself as important, as more than just a drone who only carried out orders. Firstly, the act of treason Rassilor tried to undertake here today. My father's gaze shot to Rassilor still dangling in the air. Confess your plan and your conspirators, he demanded. Orange magic zipped out the end of Matlock's finger and hit Rassilor in the chest. Rassilor's eyes squeezed shut so tightly, little crow's feet punched at the corners. His mouth went wide like he was screaming, except no sound came out. Clearly, the man was in more pain than even I could imagine. I couldn't stop the grin that spread across my face watching my father hold this man accountable for his actions. I should have felt guilty enjoying Rassilor's pain, but I didn't. He deserved everything he got. Treason, no. Matlock. Rassilor gasped as the orange magic pulsed up his throat and over his face. Tell me, Rassilor, Matlock said, his tone firm. His muscles twitched with the amount of power he possessed, enough to hold a grown man in the air for as long as he was without breaking a sweat. I wondered how many times my father had to do this before now. What was the plan? Rassilor's face went blank, and his eyes grew strangely devoid of personality. All the pain vanished from his face. If I didn't know any better, I would say he looked dead. What's he doing? I hissed at Tavlor, my eyes never leaving Rassilor. I didn't trust this man. I knew my father was powerful, but I wanted to be ready to strike just in case. Tavlor's grin bordered on malicious. Truth spell, he said. They're not that legal outside a trial, but he's the High Warlock, so no one's going to hold him accountable at this point. I scoffed. Not that legal? I said. Charity had no qualm throwing them at me at my learning trial. I turned my attention back to Rassilor. The plan for Ava. Matlock repeated. His voice was crisp and cool, like the breeze of an autumn day. He didn't even seem disturbed by what he was doing, by the torture he was inflicting on Rassilor. He didn't even bat an eye. I wondered if I should be more concerned about this, about what he was capable of. He was helping us now, sure, but what about the people before? I was to come and wait for her to arrive and take her to the executioner, he said. His voice was monotone and each word was dull. It was like he was in some sort of trance. He is, duh. Matlock hissed like a snake. Without telling me, he growled, his teeth clenched together like a wolf snapping at the feet of a sheep. Without alerting anyone else? She has been convicted and sentenced, Rassilor continued, sounding like a robot. There was no need to do anything but carry out the sentence. Those assholes, I said, swallowing hard at the bile rising in my throat. All I cared about was hearing what Rassilor had to say. And what he had to say was more than what I expected, even with the truth spell. Although it shouldn't matter, that definitely made their crimes worse in my eyes. If they needed to convince me of Matlock's diffidence, it meant that my father did care. Maybe he wasn't showing me he cared, not yet, but he did. And who are your co-conspirators? Matlock asked, squeezing his fingers closer together but in a way where they weren't yet touching. Charity, Nephim, Serum and Tannin. Tavlor cussed beside me. I didn't think I had heard him utter a bad word like that before. If it had been under different circumstances, I would have laughed. It's half the council, he muttered. I huffed out half a laugh. Really? I said. Well, I guess I should look on the bright side. I was expecting the whole lot. Enough, my father said and released his hold on Rassilor. Rassilor hit the floor with a thud and I flinched. I didn't want to feel sorry for Rassilor, not when he clearly wanted me dead. He lay in a crumpled heap, his eyes staring at nothing. Is he alive? I couldn't help but ask, gesturing to him. I cleared my throat, my belly quivering with nerves. It wouldn't sit well with me if I was responsible for his death. Oh yes. Just unconscious, my father said. I resisted the urge to run to my father. I wanted him to tell me that we'd fix this, that everything was going to be okay. I wanted him to make me feel the way all dads were supposed to make their daughters feel, safe, protected, taken care of. But that was a childish expectation, grown out of a childhood with no father. I had always taken care of myself. Sure, mother had been there to teach us, to guide us, but I was the one taking care of her mistakes, and it would have been nice, for once in my life, if someone could have been the one to take care of me. I released a breath I didn't realize I was holding, and shook my head. Now was not the time to be thinking of such things. I needed to focus on the task at hand. I couldn't let myself get distracted by fantasies of what this show of solidarity meant for my relationship with Matlock. There was a good chance it meant nothing at all. Instead, I straightened to my full height and looked him in the eye. "Thank you for coming when you did," I said. I was still angry at him for not standing up for me in the trial, but I could thank him when he deserved it. "Yes," Tavlor said, sidling up next to me. "Rassilor had almost convinced Ava that you were deliberately hiding away while they carried out the sentence." Matlock looked at me, his gaze wary. "You believed I would do something like that to you?" Discomfort crawled over my skin. "Well, I know you were shocked when I turned up, and I've been nothing but grief for you since I revealed who I am to you." I let my voice trail off. I didn't understand why I was having difficulty explaining this to him. I wasn't trying to be rude, only honest. Before I could finish, my father grabbed me up in a rough, weird hug that had my heart soaring for a long moment while he held me. He didn't say anything, but he hugged me as though he would never let me go. He rested his fuzzy chin on the top of my head, his shoulders hunching forward. I closed my eyes, trying to memorize this. I wasn't sure if I would get another moment like this again. He smelled like musk with a hint of cinnamon. He was growing his beard. His hands were rough with calluses on his palms. He was warm. I liked hugs from him. A strange thing to realize, but true all the same. I hoped he never let me go. I hoped this wasn't an emotional response in a highly emotional moment. I hoped it actually meant something meaningful. Then he pulled back, clearing his throat roughly. "I suppose we need to sit down and have a quick talk," he said. He didn't wait for a response, simply strolled over and sat on the couch, and then looked up at me. Tavlor receded to the corner of the room, becoming strangely invisible in his stillness, but I knew he was there. And it was comforting, despite the strangeness of the situation. I liked the fact he didn't need to involve himself in something that wasn't about him. His ego, his pride, wasn't wounded because Matlock and I needed to talk without him. I sat down opposite my father and smiled. "We're back where we started, I suppose," I said, looking around. The room looked the same and yet felt different to me. "This is where we had our first conversation." I was trying to make a joke, to lighten the conversation, but my father's lips turned down instead. His bushy eyebrows furrowed, and it almost looked like two fuzzy caterpillars were crawling over his eyes. "Yes, in retrospect, I did not handle that conversation well at all," he said. He cleared his throat like he was trying to find the right words, and was coming up empty. "I was conflicted, and felt incredibly guilty for not being there for you when you were younger." "Were you?" I wouldn't have guessed. "Oh yes," he said, missing the sarcasm in my voice. "So many times, through the past 20+ years, I'd wished that I'd run away with your mother when she asked me to. Had a life with her. But I'd been raised to be the High Warlock, to see the responsibility of my mantle as more important than any selfish needs or wants. I also didn't want to hurt Charity. Back then, I believed her to be a decent woman, and I did care for her, to a degree." I snorted, and he smiled. "Well, yes, I can imagine it's hard for you to see my point there, but people change a lot in 25 years, and well, she was clever in hiding some of her personality traits that I did not agree with," he continued. "But once we were married, it was too late. At that point, she felt safe enough to reveal who she really was. I did not agree with some of her more intense beliefs, but since we could not have children, and since she was my wife, I did not think anything of it. My heart tugged in my chest for the lost dreams and love, and the life that could have been. Why did you stay with her? I asked. This was the question I had been dying to ask, and yet, it almost felt too intimate for me to know. Was it my business as his daughter? I mean, my mother came back 3 times after you were married. This was something I always regretted, he said. His eyes dropped to his lap, and he turned his hands over so he could look at his palms. I had my chances, more than one. But in those early years, Charity had multiple pregnancies that she lost, or so I was told. I didn't want to abandon her. He shook his head. I made mistakes on all sides. As much as I did not particularly like my wife, I should not have been unfaithful. I just felt trapped, and your mother, well, I saw her as my own version of freedom. He trailed off, his lips pinching on the side. How ironic, I said, though I knew it wasn't his fault that my mother had hidden us from him. I know. I'm so sorry, Ava. If your mother had told me about you, or your sisters, things would have been different. I promise. His eyes snapped up and locked with mine, as though he wanted me to know he meant what he said. Somehow, I believed him. I nodded, hair falling in my face. But that would have meant sacrificing your life, everything you'd built, and I think my mother knew that was too high a cost, I said slowly. Truth be told, I wasn't sure how my mother would have felt knowing that everything might have changed if she'd been honest, but I hoped she would have been understanding. And it did make sense. It was just such a waste. But I want you to know, my father said, I regret not working out a better plan with you when you arrived. I never should have turned my back on you. You're my child, and I'm proud of you. I blinked at him. That was the last thing I expected someone like him to say. Perhaps he regretted his treatment of me, sure, but to hear he was proud of me. You are. A grin tilted his lips. It was small, but it was more than I had seen before. It lifted my spirits slightly, and a warm feeling flooded through my chest. Of course I am, he said. You're powerful and fiery, and don't take crap from anyone. He laughed. So many traits that your mother had that I'm lacking in. I smiled back. The similarity to my mother didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. I'm a bit more balanced and logical than mother, I pointed out. He nodded, the grin slipping. He looked back down at his palms and his shoulders sagged. There was a solemn look on his face, his lips pressed together, eyes focused. Well, I hope you got some traits from me, he said quietly, almost as though he was afraid to vocalize the words out loud. I think I did, I said, lifting a shoulder. I didn't exactly want to talk about this, not when I wasn't sure where this was going. There was no point getting my hopes up for nothing. So, where was he leading with all this? So, I want you to know that although I had to lie about our connection in your trial, I am sincerely sorry, he said, snapping out of whatever thoughts seemed to be plaguing his mind. I needed to make sure I got the right people in my corner, before I revealed the bigger plan. You have a plan? I asked, surprise obvious in my voice. I didn't realize he had even been thinking of this. Tavlor had said he had been, but it had been difficult to fully believe. I thought we would figure it out as we went along. Yes? He nodded once and then cleared his throat. His eyes found mine. I want you to be my heir. Legally. And Tavlor and I have been researching ways to do that. Although, I am afraid to say, we haven't really been able to come up with very much to aid us on this quest. He inclined his head slightly to the side. I have to assume that you found something? I looked over at Tavlor and back to my father. My father seemed to understand what I meant, because he turned around and gestured to the corner of the room. Tavlor, join us. Tavlor was by my side in a moment. He sat on the couch without touching me, but close enough so that I could feel his strength, feel his presence. Yes, hi Warlock, he said, tilting his chin close to his chest as a sign of respect. I assume you found something useful, or you wouldn't have brought Ava back here, he said. Well. Tavlor squared his shoulders toward me. Ava had decided she wanted to come back irrespective of my feelings. I thought she would be safer where she was. However, as luck would have it, yes, we have found something. I stuck my tongue out at him, happiness bubbling up in my chest. We could do this. Hope filled me, something I hadn't thought I would feel for a long time. In response to my childish gesture, Tavlor made me sound like some sort of errant child. I suppressed a giggle by biting the inside of my bottom lip. I glanced across at my father, who was looked at us strangely but didn't ask anything. My cheeks flamed with heat. Damn. I'd forgotten that he didn't know how I felt about Tavlor. It was hard for me to control myself around him, hard for me to contain these feelings that seemed to permeate for him across my body, my mind, and my heart. Ah, yes, I said, nodding. Well, it wasn't us, technically. It was Bella. My father's eyebrows flicked up. Your sister? Yes, the middle one, I said. She's the bookworm of the family, and has an incredible eye for detail. My father's face softened. It seemed he enjoyed hearing about us, hearing about the two daughters he hadn't met yet. He opened his mouth, and I could tell he wanted to know more. However, he stopped himself and cleared his throat. Tell me what you found, he said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. He tapped his knee. You explain, I said to Tavlor, pulling my Hessian bag into my lap, opening it up and handing him the ancient book Bella had found. It was strange to see something that had been magicked so small reclaim its normal girth. Tavlor took it and put it on the table in front of us. This is an ancient book on the history and the beginnings of the council, he explained. It was in their library, kept safely away by their mother. I've studied it myself. It explains that not only was the council originally made up of fae, shifters, and warlocks. My father's eyes bugged out of his head. What? I suppressed a small grin. The High Warlock didn't know everything. The original High Warlock was elected to make decisions when the council was conflicted, Tavlor continued. He didn't seem to notice that I was trying to contain the range of emotions flickering across my face. He was elected every 10 years, and there were no stipulations on heir or marriage or anything that was brought in later once the Warlocks took over the whole council. Matlock reached over and picked up the book. His brow furrowed. But by the time he reached the correct page, his face lit up. So, you think we can apply to get the reinstatement of those original laws that have been overwritten? He asked, his eyes narrowed at Tavlor. It's the only chance we have at the moment, Tavlor said. I couldn't tell if he was hopeful if it would work or not. A thought occurred to me. You can always use it as leverage to blackmail them. Tell the truth about how, once upon a time, the Fae and the Shifters were considered equal members of society. That everyone actually lived together and worked together and socialized together. I looked between the two men, who were both staring at me blankly. What's wrong? I asked. My father turned to me. That could work incredibly well. Tavlor nodded, though he sat ramrod straight. I knew he wasn't sure how Matlock was going to handle this new type of information. Tavlor's entire life as a hybrid, he had been subjected to discrimination and prejudice. But now, this information about how important the Fae had been in the past would say otherwise. The Fae were not lesser beings than Warlocks, quite the opposite in fact, so how they'd allowed the Warlocks to overrun them and kick them out of the council I would never know. So, the plan is to get the council to accept me as your heir? I asked, making sure I understood where we were all going with this. Yes. And appealing to the laws is the only way to beat them, Tavlor said. He turned to Matlock. We may need some help. Do you think you could get some of your Fae brethren to stand beside us? My father asked. Hang on. I put both hands out, sliding to the front of the couch. You mean, in case there's a war? They couldn't possibly think this was going to turn into another fight, could they? Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Ava, my father said, focusing his attention on me. The council are under the impression that they can conduct business as they always have. Without consulting anyone. Not in our community, nor in any others. But now they want to execute my only child. I opened my mouth to correct him, but he put his hand up to stop me. As far as they are concerned, you are my only child, and I will not allow them such autonomy any longer, irrespective of what happens to me. I narrowed my gaze at him.
What do you mean by that? I mean.
He glanced at Tavlor with a helpless expression. Tavlor turned toward me. Your father means that when he steps forward to defend you, it is possible that the council will turn their attack on him. If he can't prove that he didn't know about you, then he will have fully committed treason against the council, and he could be hung for the same crimes they tried to pin on you. But there's no reason, I cried, throwing my arms out. It's bloody ridiculous that they think they have the right to choose who you marry, who you breed with. It's... Tavlor smiled. Yes, I agree. But this is how it's been done for hundreds of years, and the council will not just roll over and accept an illegitimate and, as far as they are concerned, volatile heir as their queen. And without the council's backing, the people might not want to change anyway. My father snorted and I looked his way. Sorry, it's just that. I know that is one of the other things they hate about the situation. What? I asked. What else could I have possibly done to annoy them? Tavlor's lips quirked up. You're a female, he said. At least Tavlor controlled his tone so it didn't come out as obvious, even though I should have known this. There hasn't been a daughter born to a warlock in almost 1,000 years. I looked between them and shrugged. Well, tough. Lucky they don't know there's 3. My father's expression grew serious. And they can't know, Ava, he said, his voice grave. Not yet, perhaps not ever. I know, I said. I would never endanger my sisters. Tavlor chuckled a little. They are exceptional women, High Warlock. You will be very proud when you meet them. My mouth dropped open slightly. I was surprised by Tavlor saying something about them. He always seemed so wary of Bella and Courtney. My father's eyes shimmered for a moment before he blinked the moisture away. I'm sure I will be. The door to my father's office burst open. The solid wood of the once ornate door scattered everywhere. I threw my hands up, but Tavlor conjured a temporary shield over us all to protect us from the debris. Then he dropped it again. Matlock! Charity yelled as she barged into the room. My father grimaced. How is she here? I asked, eyeing Charity with hesitation. Don't you have protection wards? Yes, he said. Except as my wife, I gave her the power to get through my wards. Oh no, that woman was evil. I'd known it from the very first moment I'd seen her. I just knew that she'd stop at nothing to end me. And if she ever found out about my sisters, then God help us all. What are you? I began to ask her, but then her backup arrived. 3 other council members, all men, charged in after her. Chapter 22. Tavlor threw out his fey powers so fast I was stunned to see the shimmer of a protective shield moving in front of us. I flew back against the couch with the sheer force of his magic, but managed not to fall off anything. I didn't want Charity to think I was weak. Then again, I probably shouldn't care what she thought of me, not when she and 3 other council members were on the other side of the shield, scowls on their faces. They prowled like zoo animals before it, back and forth, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Charity's face was red and pinched, brows furrowed low over her eyes, nostrils flaring like a bull about to charge. Her hands were on her hips, and if it was possible, smoke would have billowed from her ears. Charity, Matlock said, his tone low and dismissive, as though we hadn't been doing anything wrong before they interrupted us. Leave. I am in the middle of a discussion. I glanced over at my father, surprised to hear him standing up to the council already. He'd told me he'd stand by me, but to see it was a different thing altogether. Relief tickled my shoulders, but the tension didn't leave. Things weren't going to be that easy. Regardless, I couldn't help but feel good about my father's reaction to being at odds with the council and his wife. My heart sang at his support. The locket at my neck burned, but I couldn't afford to lose concentration for a single moment. A discussion. Charity scoffed, wrinkling her nose. With a known criminal. You should have turned her over the moment you found her in here with that animal you have working for you. She gestured at Tavlor, regarding him with a curled lip and a sneer. I narrowed my eyes at the bitch, got to my feet and took a step forward. I was nearly pressed against the shield, but I didn't care. No one insulted my man and got away with it. Green isn't a good color on you, stepmother, I retorted. Stop being jealous of Tavlor's powers and back the hell up. Charity's mouth dropped open, and for a moment I thought she was going to be rendered speechless. No such luck. Oh, look at this, she said, her sneer only more pronounced as she turned her attention to me. The daughter of a whore is in love with the son of a traitor. What a pair. The council members laughed. I didn't think they realized how much danger they were in. The thought of Tavlor being with anyone was such a surprise. Really? A growl ripped through my throat, and I twisted my fingers into a tight fist. At least my mother could get pregnant to the High Warlock, I spat out. Proves the problem isn't with him, doesn't it? Normally, I didn't like to insult a woman who didn't have the ability to produce a child, even if they were a terrible person. Regardless of everything, there was a small part of me that did feel sorry for her. Even with all her magic, she still couldn't have a child. But insulting my mother. Who the hell did this woman think she was? And at least she wasn't made to marry someone she didn't love, like you were, I added. How does it feel to be matched to a man from birth who would never pick you to be his wife, except that he was forced to? Her magic shot out at us with a blast of force that rocked the room. It ricocheted off Tavlor's shield and went flying into the walls. I couldn't help but step back. I nearly stepped into Tavlor's chest. I looked at my father. You gave her the ability to perform magic in the room too. He shrugged. Thought it was a good idea at the time. I rolled my eyes and took a breath, trying to keep my patience. Now was not the time for me to turn on my father. I forced myself to address the group in front of us. Tavlor's magic was holding steady. The warlocks and witches in the room eyed him begrudgingly. I wanted to stand in front of him, protect him from their obvious hostility. But Tavlor could stand on his own. I wouldn't baby him. I wouldn't protect him. Not when he was strong enough without me. All right, I said slowly. The reason I came back here with Tavlor is because I want another trial. A fair one. Where I can defend myself, and impartial members of the community can judge me, not just the council who want me buried for their own nefarious reasons. An older, tall, rotund man I recognized from my trial stepped forward. And what reasons are they, young lady? He raised a brow, daring me to challenge him. You want me out because you can't control me, and can't count on my bloodline to do what the High Warlocks have always done, and that's to go along with whatever you want, I said, the words coming out in a rush. That's not the reason, he said flatly, though his gaze narrowed. Oh, then what is it? I spread my arms out, trying to be innocent. Because I'm a woman? Because you already have a new High Warlock chosen from your own children? The three council members looked at one another with guilt written over their faces. They didn't even bother to hide it. My body shook with fury. I clenched my teeth together to keep myself from yelling. I needed to be calm. I needed to not let my emotions get the better of me. Yep, thought so, I said, only when I felt comfortable to speak at all. So let's see what we can do to change this. You can either let me go to live my life where I am not in constant danger, where bounty hunters aren't after me, where I don't have to constantly look over my shoulder every second of every day. Or you can allow me to fight for the right to be my father's heir. Charity scoffed loudly. She placed her hands on her hips, cocking her head to the side as though she couldn't believe I would even suggest such a thing. You'll never win a trial, she said. I would if you made it fair, I pointed out. I didn't want to come across as defensive. It would only play into the fact that she still thought I was some sort of child. If you gave me my own representative and made the ruling impartial, I'm sure I would win. I glanced at my father for help. He only nodded. At first, I was upset that he wouldn't come forward and speak for me, until I realized what his silence meant. He trusted me to do this on my own. I was obviously doing well enough, or else he would step in. For some reason, this gave me more confidence. Charity stepped back. After one last withering glare, she turned around and stormed over to the other council members. Though I couldn't hear what they had to say, I realized they were discussing something. I stepped closer to my father. "Is it even possible?" I asked him, trying to keep my voice low. "To find a jury that isn't going to convict me on the spot." My father narrowed his gaze. "The only way to build a court of impartial members is to include the Fae and shifter elders," he said. "We need representation from all realms, not just the magical realms. Unfortunately, our realm embraces its tradition, no matter what that tradition is. Sometimes it helps to turn to other perspectives in order to realize why something we do, something we think is normal, is a mistake." Charity turned from her group, crossing her arms over her chest. "That will never happen." Matlock clenched his teeth, his eyes narrowing. I didn't think he liked someone ordering him around, especially not someone he used to trust. "Then we need a group of witches and warlocks outside the council," he spat out. Saliva hit the tile and I frowned, wrinkling my nose. "Regular people, who will not be influenced by the sway of the council's will. I will not let Ava die because of corruption, not when she came to me for help. I will not leave my daughter wanting." Charity stalked forward, though she couldn't get too close with a face shield in place. I didn't want to flinch. I didn't want to step back. I didn't want her to know that I was, in fact, intimidated by her. "How long have you known about her, Matlock?" Charity asked. She wasn't even looking at me. Her gaze was focused solely on my father. My lips curved up into a smirk. If this was going to turn personal, it meant there was a chance for her to slip up and make a mistake. "Since her birth." "Before?" He lifted his chin. "If I had known of Ava's existence, I would not have married you, Charity." Charity screamed as though that would have an impact on us. "You are the one that should be on trial for treason, Matlock. You knew. All along you knew, and you lied." I stepped closer to the shield and she snapped her gaze at me, eyes narrowed. My father didn't need me to defend him, but that didn't mean he had to deal with this on his own. I wanted him to know that I was there for him, the same way he was there for me. "He didn't know a thing, and you'll never prove otherwise," I snarled. I put all my anger into my glare, and didn't let go of it. I wasn't going to back down, not from her. Charity hissed at me, and for a moment, I worried there was something she did know. After what felt like forever, though, she backed away. Triumph filled me. I lifted my chin. "So, what is your decision?" I asked. Inside, my knees shook. My stomach fluttered. My palms sweated. Outside, I needed to project a confidence I didn't actually feel. I needed the council to know I was serious about what was going on, that I came here with a purpose, and I wasn't going to go quietly if they rejected me. "Are you going to reverse the sentence and let me live in peace?" "Never," Charity hissed, eyes narrowed. She was a snake, ready to fill me with her venom. "Then another fair trial it is," I declared, nodding once as though everyone agreed with me. "You'll never win," Charity said, balling her hands into fists. I shrugged. As much as I wanted to say otherwise, I held my tongue. She didn't need to know that we had an ace up our sleeve. 2. Once I knew what my sister had given me with that other journal. But I wasn't telling them any of that. Let them think I wouldn't win. "We need to conference with the rest of the council," Charity said, her voice filled with cold confidence and authority. I smiled at her, and flicked my wrist in the direction of the door. "Off you go then." She snarled as she left and took her entourage with her. They seemed eager to leave this place. As soon as the door shut behind her, Tavlor's shields went down. My father strode into the middle of the room, and began casting a spell. I hoped it was reversing all the powers he'd given his wife, though I wasn't sure something like that was even possible. Once he was done, he quirked an eyebrow at Tavlor. "You never told me that your powers worked so well in this room," he said. There was a hint of suspicion in his tone, as though he was suddenly seeing Tavlor clearly and not shrouded in a haze of bigotry. "I told you that I could use my Fey powers if it came to protecting you," Tavlor said, his voice firm. There was a sense of duty when he regarded my father that I hadn't noticed before. Not just because of duty, but because he respected my father. Because he was loyal. A new respect for Tavlor spread over my father's face. "Even so, you don't need to play down the strength of your powers with me," he said. "It's one of the main reasons I elevated you to head of the council guard. I trust you. I trust your power." Tavlor nodded stiffly but didn't say anything. He rubbed his lips together, as though he wanted to hide his emotions but couldn't. Not this time, not when he heard this from my father. I smiled softly. Finally, he was being treated the way he deserved to be, by someone else who wasn't me. "You okay?" I asked, reaching over to squeeze his arm. He froze beneath my touch, and that was when I realized what Charity had said about us had affected him somehow. My father walked over to us with a wary smile. "Was Charity correct?" he asked, glancing at my hand on Tavlor's forearm. "Are you two in love?" My stomach twisted. It was probably a bit early to talk about love out loud, but... "Yes," I answered, lifting my head high. I swallowed. If this was too much too fast for Tavlor, that was fine, but I wasn't going to lie about my feelings for him. Tavlor's gaze swung to me, as though he couldn't believe I was admitting such a thing. I didn't look at him. I didn't want to see any rejection of the idea, if there was any. I sucked in a breath, waiting for a response from my father. My father looked between us. Truth be told, it shouldn't matter what he thought of me and Tavlor. I was old enough to make my own choices, and I didn't care if he had something to say about it. If my mother was here, she'd say something about it. I didn't think she would judge Tavlor for who he was, but I do think she would worry about how his role in my life might impact me, and she would want to shield me from it. All the same, I couldn't help but hold my breath as I waited for him to say something. Finally, the corners of his lips curled up and his eyes sparkled. "Well, you have my support if that means anything," he said. "I would never stand in the way of happiness for either of you." Now I took a chance and glanced at Tavlor as warmth spread through my body, encircling my heart and giving it a hug. Tavlor looked frozen with surprise. A bubble of laughter floated out of my mouth. I slapped my hand over my lips, not wanting him to think I was laughing at him. He looked over at me, and I smiled at him. I shook my head, telling him I had no idea that this was going to happen. His entire face softened. "Thank you, sir," he said, and I could hear the sincerity in his words. "I couldn't have chosen a better protector for my daughter, Tavlor," my father said. I pressed my lips together, trying to clear my throat without opening my mouth any further. I didn't want to kill the moment by ugly sobbing, especially when this wasn't about me. I looked up at the ceiling, sucking in a deep breath. "So," I said once I trusted myself to speak. "Now we just have to win the trial, and we can live our lives how we want to." I said it like it was no big deal, like we could accomplish the task in our sleep. The truth was far worse, far more dangerous. My father nodded, and then conjured up a tray with 3 glasses on it. "I think we all need a drink," he said, mirroring my thoughts. I didn't ask what the dark amber liquid was, but instead took the glass and held it in my hand. I trusted my father. I hadn't expected to, but I did. And I was glad he was here. "To a bright future," he said, and the 3 of us clinked glasses before drinking. I took a sip. I wanted to keep a steady head, but I did want the elixir to ease the tension in my body. It burned like the devil, but I swallowed it down and gasped. I assumed it was going to be sweet, like everything Bella made for me. I hadn't realized it would taste like that. "Damn," I muttered, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. "That's strong." Tavlor only smiled and tipped his drink back. A knock echoed on the newly replaced door. Our drinks vanished. Tavlor threw his shield into place. He looked at my father and nodded. My father flicked his wrist toward the inner door and it opened. 2 men strode inside. I recognized them from my trial, though I couldn't remember their names. I tensed, not sure if their presence here was a good thing or a bad thing. "We are here to agree to your terms," one of the men announced. His tone was indifferent, hard to decipher. "There will be a new trial, with a congregation of our peers. No council members will decide on Ava Melfi's fate." A scroll appeared in his hands, and he extended it out to me. My eyes widened. I wanted to know what the scroll said, but I didn't know if it was magicked to do something if I touched it. I glanced at my father. Maybe he would be able to guide me on what to do. He nodded encouragingly. I inched forward and Tavlor altered the shield so that I could take the scroll, swallowing the polite need to say, "Thank you." This was practically a death warrant if it went the wrong way. The man inclined his head, then turned to leave. "Take Rassilor with you," my father called after him. I startled. I'd all but forgotten about Rassilor crumpled unconscious on the floor beyond the couch. The 2 men glanced at Rassilor and then hesitated. With a glance at each other, they gathered up their fallen comrade and pulled him out through the door. My father took the decree from my hands and scanned it. "We have 2 days to prepare, and it says you are to stay in the council buildings, under guard." He glanced at Tavlor. "I suppose that means you both stay here with me." Tavlor nodded and then pulled me into him, holding me tight and burying his nose in my hair. It was a strong show of emotion I hadn't expected from him, especially not in front of my father. We'd won the first round, but the war was far from over. I burrowed into Tavlor's strength and sighed, closing my eyes against the uncertainty of the rest of the world. I let myself relax. I gave myself this time to enjoy the fact that we were still alive and well. For now. "I will go and make arrangements for our accommodations," my father said. I murmured in acknowledgement, and without another word, he strode from the room. I pulled back and looked up at Tavlor. "So we fight," I said. It wasn't a question, and yet I needed to hear him clarify it for my own sake. He nodded once. "Yes, we fight," he said. "No more running, no more hiding." I smiled up at him and burrowed back into his arms. I wasn't sure what the future held, but it was a start. Later that day, safe in the bedroom my father had arranged for me, I wrote another letter to my sisters. "Dearest girls, the council has agreed to give me a second trial, and we are preparing for it now. I miss you and love you, and look forward to seeing you again. Stay well and safe. Ava." The end. Read on for the next installment in Ava's trilogy. Download here now, here. Sneak peek into Heir of the Coven.